PKA 689 with our guest Tavarish. Taylor?
This episode of PKA is brought to you by Distro.com, Lock and Load, and BlueChew.com. All wonderful sponsors. We'll talk more about them later. Freddie, thanks for joining us again.
Thank you so much. Thank you. It's always a pleasure hanging out with you guys.
Last time you were on, we were talking about your McLaren, the flooded McLaren that you were about to undertake. And so I popped over to your channel, and the fact there was a part 13 tells me there were issues.
Yeah. So it turns out it's really hard to do a rebuild on a car that was underwater, especially a car that costs like $2 million.
Nobody knew that.
Yeah. Nobody could. This was an unknowable fact. But yeah, it's been going pretty well. I still have most of my sanity, and it's been going all right. Hopefully, it should be running and driving in the next few months or so.
Here's the most important question.
Date and site.
Here's the most important question. Content aside, would this have been a profitable venture? Like if you were okay.
No, not even close. Not even close. If you're trying to flip this thing for a profit, you are out of your mind. Like there's no perceivable way this would be a profitable venture. Yeah. But as a content perspective, it's pretty good.
Yeah, for sure. I bought a water damaged vehicle one time after being promised a lot of things, and they're never the same. No. I wanted that thing to get stolen so many times, or burned, or blown up, or anything. I was just
all those things could be arranged.
What kind of Dodge Charger was it?
I was like, I was trying to decide between buying a brand new truck and buying this used truck, and the used truck was such a deal, and it was only like 4 years old. And it's like, oh my God, are you telling me I'm saving $30,000 by going with this one over that one? And like, clearly there were differences. Saving. I should have bought that $45,000 truck, and I'd have had that truck. But instead, I got
Dave
a project. Oh yeah, instead I got this project truck, and it was just, I don't know how many times, like transmissions and transfer cases and just little things. It would get these pinholes in the. Yeah, it would get these pinholes in the transfer case, and all the fluid would leak out. And before you knew it, it would ruin another, whatever that fucking thing is, a major part. It would ruin itself.
The Waternator.
The 4-wheel drive shit was always fucked. Like I had driven that truck all over the country and had no problems. Like to Seattle and back, like across the country, Atlanta to Seattle and back. And then like on the way home, like the last 25, 30 miles, we start hearing clunk, clunk, clackety clack, clunk, clunk, clackety clack. It sounded like something that's spinning is occasionally like hitting another piece of metal hard. This isn't one of those little, do you hear a hum? Is there a little vibration in that front left axle? No, this is like Oregon Trail. There's an Indian in the fucking wagon tire.
Is this
noise.
Banging giving you lower back pain also?
Yes. And I remember like it was the first time we had to get home. I'm like, we're not stopping even for gas. I'm afraid that if we take it out of gear, it might not go back in. This is clearly transmission transfer case shit. But there was these hot hitchhikers. Like I'd never seen a lady hitchhiker, much less an attractive lady hitchhiker. And it took everything I had, Woody. It took everything in my body not to pull over, make Jeremy get in the back fucking seat so they couldn't see him anymore.
You can just trade places. Jeremy looks a little bit like a hitchhiker. Just
put him out on the road.
You're getting out of here, Jeremy.
You could convert Jeremy to a hitchhiker and make room for these passengers.
But I went on that like 2,000-mile journey in that truck, and then in the last 30 minutes of it, the truck died. So it was like a horse that like gives you everything it has. It's like, I'll get you home, boss, but that's all I got. It was, and it did. But I don't know how many 3 transmissions I think I put in it. Okay,
was it at the same the same shop?
Because no. Oh, it's one of those things where like. We were going from mechanic to mechanic, and it was like going to ghost hunters. It was like we had tried a Catholic priest, we tried a Jesuit priest, we'd gotten a Buddhist monk to come in and wave and hit a gong, And like, I don't know, this guy, they say
Rabbi
maybe
was
the
out of your
mechanic
price
would have been
range.
good.
they were.
The rabbi charged 3 times as much. Still not fixed it.
He's the worst. I let a Moyle work on my Chevrolet. Exhausted.
No, I wanted the end of my tailpipe. He's like, it's too late.
Yeah. Came back with extra parts. Yeah.
I was racing to that with you. I couldn't make it out of tires.
Made a covenant with God and Ford Motor Company.
Oh my goodness.
So yeah, don't buy water damaged vehicles unless you're making content about them, which it does sound fascinating. Like the fact that as you move along through the process, do you ever talk to like like the computer guy or the electronic guy, you consult with somebody and they're like, wait, you're doing what now?
Yeah, that's mostly everybody. So everybody that you say, hey, I bought this car that should have no business running again. Everybody's reaction is the same. It's like, good luck, because this seems not doable at all. So I've consulted. It's a McLaren P1. So it's
Picture, please, Zach.
Yeah. So it's one of the they call them the hypercar holy trinity. It was coined by Jeremy Clarkson. Back in the 2010s, there were these 3 cars. So the Ferrari LaFerrari, the Porsche 918, and then the McLaren P1. They were hybrid supercars, and they were super bespoke. They were like $1 million each, and they had a ton of horsepower. So the McLaren had like 900 horsepower. They were all around there.
Show me a dry one.
So that's
Is
my
that
car.
literally your car?
That's literally my car.
Zach, can we see one where we could see the rest of it?
Yeah, so that's my car.
Actually, this is fun. Now that we can see
better
it
now.
Yeah.
You have a little.
Dude, that car's ruined.
No, it's fine. It's fine. Just new
it just
windshield.
needs a
We're
windshield,
good to go.
Kyle.
Yeah. So
Okay,
this car. Yeah.
So I have questions, lots of them,
Yeah.
because unfortunately I didn't have time to catch up on your content, but I do plan to now because you've gone so deep into this. I'll have a lot to binge. So you're trying to make it just as it should have been. You're trying to replace everything and make everything work, or are you just trying to get this thing to go?
Oh no, we're trying to make it the fastest McLaren in the world.
You can
there
outrun
you
the
go.
mildew
That's the
smell.
reaction. That's the reaction that everybody gives you.
This is the
Like,
plot of the
on
$6
land or
million
water?
man.
Yeah.
You
We
should
have
have
the
leaned into
technology. We could
the
rebuild it.
fastest seafaring vessel. Yes. No. So we right now the fastest McLaren in the world is the McLaren Speedtail, and it's meant for top speed. And I always thought that this car should be the spiritual successor to the McLaren F1, like the supercar in the 90s, the fastest car in the world. It did like 240 something miles an hour. I think that we could make this car the fastest by a significant margin. So like doing the math on what we're planning to do on this car, we'll hopefully get to 260, 270 miles an hour. Now, that's the McLaren F1. That is the fastest car in the 90s, and it held that title for like a decade. Naturally aspirated V12, very, very lightweight. It had about 600 horsepower, 600 something horsepower. And it was, it was a world beater. And now that car is about $20 million. So I can't really afford it.
How fast do the fastest production cars go now?
That's interesting. So the fastest, when you talk about the fastest, like the record, you have to do it forwards and backwards. So it's like a Guinness Book of World Records thing.
Oh yeah.
So if you do forwards and backwards, the fastest now is, I believe, in between the Koenigsegg Agera RS at like 277 miles an hour. Or the SSC Tuatara. See, the SSC Tuatara is like this very, very bespoke car. I think they have like one of them, and they plan to, build more of them. And theoretically, it should have gone more than 300, but they never got that far because you start running out of road real quick. But I didn't want to be the fastest car in the world. I want to be the fastest McLaren. So the fastest McLaren right now is 250. I think we can beat that. But even then, that's an insane speed. Like I've never even been 200 miles an hour.
Very dangerous. Are you going to drive it to break the record?
No.
You're going to hire someone to.
Yes. So the person that I got to drive it is Ben Collins, who was Top Gear's former Stig. And
that's sweet.
yeah. Like we became friends in the last year. And he's one of the nicest guys in the world. And I was like, hey, do you want to drive a McLaren, like really stupid fast? And, a car that I put together. And he's like, yeah, let's do it. He's like, he's one of these, let's just send it dudes. So I like that about him. But yeah, I don't think I'd know what to look out for when the car's doing 250. It's like, is that a bad noise? Is that a, it's sort of like, your transmission exploding. It's like, is that a bad grinding or a good grinding,
Yeah. Yeah.
You're just pushing it to the limit.
Where do you go
to know.
So where do you do that drive at?
So we can rent out. The good thing about it is me, being in Florida, I'm really close to Cape Canaveral, and Cape Canaveral has the shuttle landing strip, which is it's a 3 mile long arrow straight, and they can rent it out to people. It's expensive, but they can rent it out to people.
Is 3 miles enough?
It should be. I mean, there have been some speed records set there. So, I mean, it's 3 miles. So it's like 2 end to end, but then you have to have a braking zone. You really have to have something that has a ton of power.
You need a fucking parachute, bro.
The brakes on this thing are pretty good. Yeah.
Cool. I would hope so. Well, that sounds ridiculous. So how much, remind us, how much did you pay for the waterlogged $2 million car?
Yes. Maybe? So I got it at a really deep discount.
A steal.
So so I paid $575,000. Now I didn't have that
basically
kind of money.
Free.
It's basically, I'd be stupid not to get it. I didn't have that kind of money. So I asked one of my friends that, has some money. Do you know anybody that would be dumb enough to loan me $500,000? And he said, yes. So apparently he started banks for fun. And then he was like, hey, I have this bank that is like, totally about it. And, they'll give you the money and whatever. And I'm like, okay. So I give an application, and in 3 days I had the money. And I'm like, it was nuts. It was like, it's right.
So when you
this
deposit,
bank's business model.
So when you deposit,
YouTubers and flood cars.
Welcome to Rad Central Bank, like where we only care about shredding and totally gnar shit. Don't even talk to me about money, bro. How fast are you gonna get in that thing?
All like eyes on shirts.
So when you deposit like $500,000 into your account, is there a little bit of you that says, man, I should just disappear?
Yeah. I thought about that. I'm like, if I was a bad person, like this would be easy. Like this would, oh my God, we could do this to multiple banks. I could be a bank robber, and we'll just go to a country that doesn't care about that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
How many rad banks are there though? Like
there's at least one. There's at least one.
Yeah, there's one.
Yeah, you can't try this shit at like Deutsche.
Dude, I'm shocked at the price. It's still high. How much will you have into this car repaired? 1.5?
So the good thing about YouTube is that you can get a lot of stuff sponsored, and you get breaks on everything. But realistically, if I have like $1 million into it, I think that'll probably be a decent number. Now they've been trading, like a good one has been trading for like in between 1.2 and 1.6. And I think they're going to go up because, these cars are super, super rare. They only made 375 of them for the world. And I think they're due to go up. But, mine is one can say priceless and and another can say worthless. So I don't know.
Yeah, I was just going to ask that, but you pre-answered it. Like, I don't know if yours being the fastest is going to be a good one or not. I don't even know.
So I think so. I never care about resale value because for me, it's all about the story. Mm-hmm. I just care that I am, everyone saw that car die on social media. They saw the thing, float down the street. And for me to even take on the project, I think it's worthwhile, whether I lose money or not. But just having some hand in that car's story is worth it enough for me.
My man here doesn't care about $1.5 million.
Yeah, I mean, like,
congratulations, bro.
No, it's a loan, Woody, and the bank said, "Shaka, brah."
It's not my money. I don't care.
Exactly. It's Shaka Bank of Milwaukee. I mean, I can see where maybe you just wouldn't care at that point, but it looks like it's going to work out and be profitable in the end, right? Like, I feel like you're going to turn this around one way or another, sponsorships and everything aside, and make it profitable for sure.
Yeah, I mean, if you count,
because at the end of it, you have that $1 million car.
Yeah, and it's something that, for me, the knowledge of going through it on my own, it means a lot to me, and that carries a value with it as well. So there's nothing on this car that scares me. I never have to take this car to the dealer. There's nothing on this car that I can't fix in my shop. So having that knowledge is also worth something to me.
What was the biggest issue with it? Was it the smell?
So the fact that we cleaned it probably 20 or so times and there's still sand in it. There was a good, and I'm not joking, like 300 to 400 pounds of sand in that car. It's like every nook and cranny, it just had sand and salt everywhere. The biggest issue really is wiring because it's really electronically complex. So what we're doing now is I have all the wires. I have the entire wiring harness out of the car. And then we have 2 donor wiring harnesses because you can't really get this wiring harness from the dealership, from the manufacturer, because it takes like a year to get. It's 20 grand. It's a lot of money, but like for that car, it's actually not that bad. But like to get that, I just don't have that kind of time. So we have 2 donor harnesses from similar McLarens, and we are trying to splice. Not splice, but we're making our own wiring harnesses and trying to put them together.
Wait. Did you say you had 2 other McLarens that were donors?
No. So we have 2 donor wiring harnesses. But I do have another McLaren that we
of course,
we're not using it as a donor. But that was another rebuild that I did.
So for those who don't know, the wiring harness is it's all the wires. It's all the wires in this big fucking bundle of wires, and at the end they fucking turn into it. And in a car like this, and I'm talking about on a Chevrolet fucking 350, it's a lot of wires. Those are $1,000, by the way.
Yeah.
On this thing, it's gotta be. Wait, is this a hybrid car or something? Is this?
Yes.
Oh my fucking god.
Yeah. So this also
you've got a battery to contend with.
Yeah. So the thing is, I also decided to take out the hybrid drive assembly because it's old technology. It's super heavy. It's like 400 pounds. And there was a real big battery fire, but like the compartment, it held it pretty well. So like when the car went in the water, things were shorting and it was like big mad. So it was bad. So when we took
that's
out
what
the
his
battery,
banker said.
We have a master technician.
Absolutely. This thing was big mad.
I just thought your car had been flooded. I didn't know it had caught on fire as well.
Then your loan officer kick flipped into the room and was like, I'm here to save
you. Turns the chair around. Hey kids, let me rap at you.
He said, stop being pussies.
No, but it was pretty crazy. So we took out the battery, and in order, let me give you some numbers here. If I were to get a new battery from McLaren, they have like an upgraded battery, like a version 2 or 3 battery for this car. If I were to get it brand new, it's $160,000. Now, they don't have those batteries available. Like they don't have them. It's like a theoretical thing that they might have in 6 months or a year or whatever. And then I'd have to install it and hope that everything else works, like the e-motor and the hybrid drive assembly and all that stuff, which it probably doesn't. So I figured I can just delete all that, have the world's first non-hybrid McLaren P1. It'll be lighter. We'll put way more power into the engine. Like we're effectively doubling the horsepower of the engine. So I have a built motor going into this. The original engine is a 3.8 V8 with twin turbos. I upgraded the turbos. They're way bigger now. I have a 4-liter with built internals, so everything's 4.
What kind of 4-liter?
So it's the 4-liter from McLaren. It's a McLaren 4-liter. It's just more stroke. And it'll be putting out something about like 1,400 horsepower. So, with that power to weight ratio, it should get to 260, no problem.
Jeez.
What are you? I guess it did have that 400-pound battery back there, and now it doesn't. So does that change how the car brakes and handles, maybe the profile at all? Okay.
No, because the battery was right above the fuel tank, which is smack dab in the middle of the car. So you take out that weight, and it's still the coefficient of the center of gravity. It's all the same.
Dude,
Okay.
I have butterflies just hearing about the money getting thrown around. A new battery's like $160,000, but I did it, because it's really about the journey and the fun I'm having
Because it
along the way.
I went to the McLaren dealership just for shits and giggles, and I wanted to see what they would charge to fix this car, and just the bodywork alone, not counting the engine or battery or anything. The bodywork alone was $750,000.
The bodywork wasn't that bad.
The bodywork was pretty messed up. So if I wanted to get like a new,
It met my standards.
Yeah. Well,
What's the body made? First of all, what's the body made of?
Carbon fiber. Every single thing on this car is carbon fiber. The wheel wells, the things that are usually plastic or like some cloth in regular cars, carbon fiber. The interior structure, the dash is carbon fiber. Like you look inside, it just looks like it's carbon everywhere. There's zero plastic in this car.
I bet them tires are cheap though, right?
The tires are all right. It's off the shelf. You get some whatever you get.
Jesus Christ, that's but look how luxurious it is on the inside.
Yeah,
dude, this reminds me of the Vipers. Like I remember the first time I sat in a Viper, and I was like, my dad's work truck is better appointed than this $80,000 hot rod. It was just like everything was manual. You had like no screens, and it was burning your left leg. It was worse than a work truck.
Does it have Apple CarPlay?
No, but that is there we go. It's basically a Viper.
Throw it in.
Yeah, exactly. Just put it in there. No, so the interior was another thing that I wanted to redo because it just looks humdrum. It's a very purpose built thing. It's more like a race car interior. Everything's black, everything's matte. So now we have, we're going to have like the carbon fiber is going to be gloss. And then I have some brown interior going in there. Like I'm a real big fan of tan. Also because I didn't think it was, that big of a challenge. I'm making the entire car exposed carbon fiber. So all the bodywork, you're going to see the weave, and then I'm tinting it on top of that. So it's going to be like it's a red candy. So you're going to
look like a carbon fiber, like paintball tank. You're gonna be able to see the weave.
Yes, exactly like that. But the entire car, and getting that effect. If you were to go to Koenigsegg, which is like this boutique car manufacturer that has $1 million cars, to get that effect from a car company that makes those, from the factory, it takes 600 hours just to get that effect. So me doing it in my garage, that's a lot of
videos.
It's a lot of videos. It's a lot of videos. So in 1,000 years, when I finish this car, I'll drop it by. You guys can drive it.
Now I have another question. How's that guy who's holding the Shaka Bra bank? Are they all good? Like, do they ever check in with the videos, see how things are going?
No. So I didn't like defraud them or anything.
No, I don't think you did either. Wink, wink, nod, nod.
Yeah.
You got your car. They get their payment.
What's crazy is that I told them, like, they knew from the get-go. I said, hey, this is the car. Most of it's underwater in this picture. And I'm buying it. It does not run.
Much like me.
Yeah, exactly. So you're about to be underwater. Yeah. It's they're totally fine with it. They're awesome. Cheering me on. They're asking me how things are going. They watch the videos. So
are you making payments on a schedule against that $500,000?
Yeah.
Okay. How much is a car payment for a wet McLaren?
That is about six grand a month, something like that.
Right. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Took the words out of my mouth.
It's like a mortgage. It's a mortgage on a car. Like it's basically a house that is now floating down the street.
How are you so calm? I'm trying to remind myself I'm the same fucking moron who told Mr. Beast that he needed to be more financially conservative, and he knew what he was doing. So
I don't want to say that I know what I'm doing. But like if you look at my monthly spend, if you want to have a real heart attack, my monthly spend right now is like $85K.
That's a whole lot.
Yeah. So
this is really not.
So this has to work.
A big thing to you at all.
No. 6K is not really it's a drop in the bucket. And
that's headlights.
Yeah.
Exactly. Like I'm not like I wouldn't consider myself like rich by any means, but like it's going.
No. It's just the first $1 million of your income goes towards expenses, but you're not rich or anything. Yeah,
That's
no. I'm the first million. That's the hardest one.
I just live
to
on
make.
what I make past that million, and I get by.
Can I just say that knowing what I know now makes me much more likely to watch your video, because I know you've got like some skin in this game.
Yeah.
Oh,
like this isn't one of those like YouTubers is like, yeah, I'm gonna do this project, maybe I'll finish. You're locked in.
I have to.
If I start on episode 1, there will be an episode 100 called "We're Done." Like because we're at it. It's got to happen, or there'll be a very sad in memoriam episode. I guess we could do that too.
Well, I could just do one of those episodes where I just sit down in front of the camera. I go,
it was all a lie.
Guys,
have a dog on screen with you.
At what point is the problem not yours, right? Like, the cliche, like if you owe $5,000, you have a problem. If you owe $5 million, the bank has a problem. Where are you on that scale? I don't know.
I have never had a car loan before. This is my first car loan. So every car that I bought, it's we started big. But anytime I ever bought a car, whether it's a car for the channel or whatever, I always bought it cash. Because I'm sort of a Dave Ramsey fan, but like whatever. It's I'm not down as far as he is down that path. But like honestly, I hate owing people money. I hate it so much. So it's always at the forefront of my mind. I don't just go, oh yeah, well, it's not my money. Like my number one priority is to make as much money as I can so I can pay this thing off as fast as I can. And then after that, like I can sell this thing for what I got it for if I wanted to. If I wanted to sell this to some rich dude that wanted to make furniture, it'd be worth at least that.
Have you considered that you might now become the guy if someone's got a supercar that's been damaged to like I could send it to that guy. He's the one that took that drowned McLaren and brought it back to life.
Of course, but I'd never do any work for anybody else because I'm no good at that. I can't imagine being on the hook for somebody else's $1 million anything. I wouldn't have anybody come to me with their 350Z, much less the McLaren. So I do this for myself. I do this just because I like learning and I like sharing it with people. But other than that, like you should not bring cars to me. That's not a good idea.
Damn.
Yeah, you're busy.
Yeah, you are.
A little bit, yeah.
You got a lot on your plate. That is so much more expensive than I could have imagined this process would be.
Honestly, yeah. I'm flabbergasted. That's a big project. Like, if you tell me those numbers about a house you were building, I would be like, damn, that's gonna be a big fucking house, huh? 85 a month,
big car.
Mortgage.
So this car,
tiny car.
exactly.
Like this tall.
Yeah. So this car was, before I got it, this car was supposed to be the record holder for price on one of these things. So it had 315 miles on it. It had basically delivery miles. So it went up on auction and I think it no-saled at 1.6. And the guy bought it for $2 million. He had it for 10 days. And then the storm hit. And then that's it. And then that's all she wrote. So the car had 315 miles, and like I like to say
Still
500
does.
nautical yards.
Yeah.
It still does.
It's the fastest moving McLaren in water ever.
Over water. It was a pretty good boat for a little bit, like it has a carbon
Before the
tub.
fire.
So, before the electrical fire. No, but like it was okay. It has a carbon tub. It kind of floated a little bit, and then the water got in, and it wasn't so good anymore.
And from the very beginning, your intention was to, because all right, so I have a rudimentary knowledge of restoring cars and building cars. I would be like, McLaren stuff, everything in here is so expensive. Let's just put some Chevrolet shit on the inside.
Yeah.
Let's just take a Corvette drivetrain and drop it in here. Like that would be my first move because I can go get everything off a shelf and just plug it in,
Yeah. Like, so with me, that was, it's always an option to be like, all right, we're going to turn the back end of this thing into a Honda Civic. But like, I am really big on theming, and it would be a disservice to people if they didn't see that car, come back either as good as it once was or better than it once was. And it's really hard to convince people that you're going to make things better when the car is already so good and the car was so messed up when I got it. Yeah. So they're just doubting me on both fronts. So I think if we could get the car down the path to where it like runs and drives, and then not only that, it is now faster and more agile and looks better and all that stuff, then I think we have a compelling story. But, you know, me putting in like a Corvette drivetrain, like it's fine to get the car down the road. It wouldn't be enjoyable. It would be like, it wouldn't be, you know, a McLaren P1. It would just be a Chevy Corvette in a kit car, you know?
Exactly. But it would be easy. It
would be easier. So there's, whenever I see you like rebuilders on YouTube, they fall into a few different categories. So the first category is they do these rebuilds to be YouTube done, meaning that you don't see the gauge cluster when they turn this thing on. You know, when they turn this thing on, it lights up like a Christmas tree. Every single warning light is on, and they'll have airbag warning lights and stability control and blah, blah, blah. This thing's crab walking down the road because they didn't have it aligned. But it looks on camera, it's like a movie car. On camera, it's totally okay. It's,
like Pit My Ride. It's all,
yes,
it's all style, no substance.
Exactly. So, you know, when you find out like, oh, what these cars are actually like, oh my God, I wouldn't. That thing's a death trap. But you have other people, and hopefully I try to go more into this camp. But it's like, you know, for me, I hate having warning lights on the dash. I hate knowing that there's something wrong with the car. Like it'll bug me, to the end of the earth. So every single car I have, like I'll take it to a show. I'll take it to, you know, the SEMA show, which is like this really big gathering of aftermarket parts. It's this giant thing in Vegas. And every year I bring a car there. I want people to go see it. You can scrutinize it. You can just look inside and see what kind of work I do. And, and we actually drive these cars, and these cars don't, they drive perfectly normally. They're not, they don't have any weird driving characteristics. I let other people drive them on tracks, stuff like that, where they're actually performing the way they should. We put them on dynos, things like that. So if the car does blow up, you'll see it,
Yeah, I like that. That's really cool that you do a good job. I'd also be okay if you didn't and you were honest. And I'm thinking of Rich Rebuilds. Like a lot of his stuff, he's got idiot lights going off everywhere. And he's like, yeah, I would never give this car to anyone else.
Yeah. So Rich is a really good friend of mine. He's an amazing guy. Oh my God. I don't know if he wants me telling this story, but I mean, it was in one of his videos, so he probably should. So we went to go buy a McLaren for him. Like he found a McLaren that was in South Florida. And South Florida is the exact place you do not want to go buy a car, especially a McLaren. So South Florida, we get there, and it's like this compound in the hood, like the hood. There was barbed wire. There's armed guards there. And then we get in, and there's this dude. Apparently he's the owner or the owner's son. He has a guy following him with a giant freaking carbine, just walking around. This place looks like a third world country. I'm sorry, developing country. And and then like we see the car, and I'm there. He brought me along because I know a few things about McLarens, and I had my McLaren diagnostic. The car wouldn't start, and I was like, hey, I bet we can get this thing to start, if we just code a few things. So I'm standing there, like I get in the car, and it's right next to the men's room, which is the door wide open. It smells like, piss men's and room. Shit. It just smells like it. Exactly. Men's room. And we have this car that should have been $200,000, and it was the most insane thing ever. We actually got it, end up getting the car running. We got it on the trailer, and then on the way out, we probably saw 15, 20 hookers on the same street. So it was like it's stuff like that is great.
That explains the $85,000 a month. Now I know where it goes.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, but like. These are the kinds of adventures you get into when you buy, really crappy cars for YouTube, and you can't really put that all on camera. But it was an insane story.
So this guy was wealthy enough to live, I assume wherever he wanted, since he had a $200,000 car, and he lived like right next to a men's room in the hood.
Yes. So he had a business that would take these cars. Like, so we were surrounded by other we were surrounded by other exotic cars like Lamborghini Urus, like that SUV or whatever. He had like 3 of them. There's another McLaren. There's a Ferrari. And he would get these cars from Copart or whatever salvage lot, and then he would export them. And when you export things tend, paperwork tends to go missing, and the laws surrounding rebuilds, they're probably not a little less stringent. So things like that. But that was the sort of business that he ran, and he had to have armed security 24/7. So I don't know. Take.
You made me think of the potential for scamming in that world. Like, do you know any stories of someone like paying hundreds of thousands for a car and then it arrives and it is what you described earlier? Like, this is a Corvette in a fucking Bugatti shell. So and there's no recourse.
Yes and no. I mean, that you don't really get catfished with cars. Like, sometimes you get, people buy cars and they're like, oh my God, this car's a piece of crap. But that's, you could do that with a Honda Civic. What happens with hundreds of thousands of dollars, when it's when you have exotic cars and you're at that price point, is that people will find out that you're looking for a car, and then they'll match up with somebody else that's selling that car. They will copy that listing, pretend they're the seller, and then basically talk as an intermediary to both parties, thinking so that way the guy can go see the car. Like this just happened at a dealership to a friend of mine, and he was like, "All right, well, I'm going to go to the dealership. I'm going to check out the car. Car checks out. It's it's a good price." Then he goes back to negotiate, and then he finds out something's wrong. He's like, Was there an Irish guy, in this equation? He's like, no, we don't have any Irish people working here. It's like okay, well, I don't know. The guy I talked to he was very, very heavy Irish accent. And then, it turns out the guy was, offering the car for like 15% less, but he was like, all right, I need you to wire me $150,000 and then you can come get the car. But he would have wired this total stranger $150,000. And the car's not even his. So, I don't know how many of those you can do without getting, murdered. But
probably not a lot with that kind of money.
Better have armed guards 24/7 if you do that.
Yeah. And there's a reason that guy was doing that from Ireland. Like a little bit of safety there, probably.
Absolutely. But for $150,000,
you don't think maybe
a lot of things are possible.
Maybe he was just putting on an accent.
Oh, yeah.
That would be so funny. It's like some guy is like, hold on, I got to take this. Top of the morning, Toya. Are you still interested in that car we've been talking about? Bandying about the price, eh?
What accent would you use, Taylor? What's your most trustworthy business accent?
I'm sorry, guys. I got to take this. My cars and garters, I can't sell it for that low.
All Taylor's accents are not people I'd pay $150,000 to, like not Mutombo, not whoever Native American dude is.
I don't know. With that accent, I feel like if he was like even being mean and rude in negotiation, I would take it like sort of better. I've always thought that like when you hear someone say something in an accent, you hear it differently. I don't know. You hear,
but if it's that bad, part of you might be like, if he were faking it, he'd do better.
I think part of it is you sort of give that foreign culture that comes along with the foreign accent, like, oh, maybe that's their sense of humor. He doesn't mean fuck you, you cunt. That's just how they are.
Australian.
That's how they say hello.
Yeah, exactly. You sort of like let them get away with a little bit more. I don't know. I thought I always found that I know in car sales, like people with accents seem to do well at it.
Did it depend on the accent?
Well,
it depends on the accent. Yeah, if you have a posh UK accent,
GDP accent, right?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yeah. You want an expensive accent. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. I remember there was a Nigerian guy who had like this really posh European accent, and he was a big, like, handsome guy. He was tremendous at selling cars. But then you had, well, I guess everybody had their niche anyway. Because I was gonna say like the Spanish guy, but he was the only guy who spoke Spanish, so he got every Spanish speaking customer. So that's a whole other thing.
That's a great situation to be in,
right?
Like,
to be the only
tremendous.
Spanish speaking salesman. there was a lady who pretended she could speak Spanish so she could like get into his fucking customer base, and you'd see them over there struggling.
Regular Peggy Hill.
Dude, she was the
Hola,
worst.
senoritos.
She was very look. I only bring this part up because she did file sexual complaints against several people there. Not me. Obviously, I was a very young man, but she was a very unattractive lady. And she was always lying and cheating customers, like what I'm talking about, like the way that she would like, yes, como está? Me llama Peggy Hill. And like that was it. That's all she had. Now we're at like El Fordo, mucho safety. Like, and meanwhile,
they're interested in El Camaro. My job's halfway done.
and then there's fucking. Meanwhile, Francisco's over there. Man was born in Mexico City. He's as Mexican as it gets. like he's Captain Mexico. Oh, I hated that lady.
Man, well, it sounds like you dodged a bullet for not getting lied about by the thieving saleswoman.
She was an older. Nobody was thinking that 19-year-old Kyle was hitting on that gal.
Did she dress to look Hispanic?
She was black.
She still could have. Like she's
yeah, she had a sombrero. I mean, but...
she did. Yeah, that's how you knew. That's how you knew.
Just kept the sun out of her eyes. That's all that was about.
If I was buying a car and one of the salesmen had like chips and salsa on their desk, I've made my decision.
Oh,
like I'm gonna go eat with. It's like the worst case scenario is like get a snack.
I would get customers
genius.
Like if the paperwork was taking a long time because AKA they had bad credit and we were trying to find a bank, I would often buy them dinner and like have it delivered. If there was money there to be made, like if keeping them in that chair meant like getting the sale done that was going to be profitable, I would buy them dinner.
Did you ever have somebody push for a more expensive dinner than you initially wanted?
No, but like I was like, what, you guys want something to eat? What'd you like? And they were like, Outback's down the street, right? And I was like, fuck, so is Wendy's.
Outback, they just closed E. coli thing, right? Anyway. How about
they got anytizers at Chili's tonight.
Anytizers. Yeah. Anytizers. Yeah. Oh my God. I remember going to Applebee's when I was like early 20s. And we used to go every Tuesday. This was our ritual, me and my friends. And we only went after 10 p.m. because it was half off appetizers. And for like $8, you can have two things. And you get like a quesadilla and a plate of wings. And it was great up until the point where you get massive diarrhea from that quesadilla. And I never learned from my mistakes. It was every week, on the dot. I would rush home and then just shit my brains out. I'm like, why did I do this? My stomach hurts so bad.
But your wallet's full and your stomach is briefly full, I guess.
No, it's great. It's great. And I had money and everything, but oh my God.
$8 on dinner. $85,000 a month on the car.
Yeah, there's a range there. There is a range.
Okay.
Kyle, you're on Reddit. Surely you've heard of the surge pricing controversy.
I have. I saw Wendy's immediately be like, "Whoa, we're not doing that. Stop burning our restaurants down."
So the idea was Wendy's wanted to smooth out their demand. So they were going to raise prices at, say, lunch or dinner whenever they have their big spikes in business. And I guess in theory, lower their prices at 3 p.m. or 10 p.m. or when people are eating less.
Probably not. Yeah.
That's the trouble. Like Wendy was like, this has all been misunderstood. This isn't some big scheme to raise our prices, but was it?
It is a scheme to raise their prices. And they framed it in the lowest IQ, dumbest possible way of like, just frame it as like make items that are not that popular that always get added on, make those a pittance cheaper during like lower traffic hours and frame it around that. And like,
they could have done that. They could, instead of saying we're raising our prices at peak hours, they could say we're lowering our prices at off-peak hours. And
I don't know.
Like,
but apparently they're not.
So, I don't know how any...
Well, just lie.
Just lie about it.
Kelly, you're in marketing. They didn't teach you this?
You can just
I genuinely don't know how any fast food restaurant stays open when there's a Chick-fil-A within a mile or two of it.
Yeah,
because I ate at Chick-fil-A today, and it was I had it delivered. It was $11 like for a chicken sandwich meal, and it was huge. I didn't eat the whole fucking thing. There was like chicken hanging out of both ends of the sandwich, big meaty giant chicken breast. Like what? Wendy's has these dirty little, like, they look frozen patties that look stamped out like oh, this is the one that's shaped like a weird rectangle. Oh, okay, I've seen
Oh,
that before. This is a good one. Wendy, their chicken
you said Wendy's, you didn't say
pales
what
in
at Wendy's.
comparison to Chick-fil-A. Chick-fil-A is so much better. It's so much better.
I want to jump in on this because I would argue that Wendy's spicy chicken sandwich, the number 6, the thing I get 90% of the time, is good enough that it belongs right there on the Chick-fil-A menu.
No,
right?
I don't know. No.
Okay, I'm alone on this.
I grew up with the number 6.
Spicy.
I grew up with the number 6. Okay, I remember when it was like $6. Okay. I love the number 6.
Let me finish up. For me, I think the number 6 is right there, adjacent to a typical Chick-fil-A sandwich. However, the experience is different. I feel like when I'm at Chick-fil-A, this is like the freaking Michelin restaurant of fast food.
It is.
The people there are so sweet. Are all the girls blonde? I go to Wendy's and I'm like, how do you ring me up with those long fucking 6-inch fingernails?
Yeah, with
You know?
I went to Popeyes like 1 month ago.
Racist.
Yeah.
I went to Popeyes like 1 month ago, and they did all but be like, "Welcome to Popeyes, fuck you." Like the tone in their voice, I'm like I can't believe I'm being such a bother to these people by being in I came here for food. I'm
so sorry for asking for dinner time.
Yeah.
So one of the things that's
if the people at Chick-fil-A, if they made it, if they were like, look, you know, you may be familiar with their ad campaign that has the cows and they're writing "Eat more chicken."
Yeah.
If they came out with a burger restaurant and they had a whole commercial where those cows and where the chickens were coming back on the cows, and they're like, we got to do something about the, and now they've got Chick-fil-A burgers. I don't know what you call them, burger filet, whatever the fuck it's called. They would ruin McDonald's day because they're the same price. It's the Big Mac is the same fucking price as that delicious spicy chicken sandwich they have at Chick-fil-A. They have their own spicy chicken sandwich, Woody. It's incredible. It's so good. They'll put 3 different kinds of fucking cheese on that bitch. They got pepper jack cheese, Woody. You can't fuck with pepper jack cheese.
Dude, pepper jack, they got Colby. Yeah.
No
No
sausage. At Chick-fil-A, at Wendy's sometimes.
And they've got
the American people have never been more manipulated.
Cheese.
The American public has never been more manipulated and hoodwinked than by the Big Mac. Like they threw an extra bun in there, and people are like, "Look how tall it is." It's disgusting. It's vile.
Have you ever tried to eat just the meat patty from a Big Mac? It's so nasty. Yeah. It is so, it doesn't taste like anything. You need to slather it in sauce. One of the things that I look at when I think, all right, is this a good restaurant or not? Is if other people from other countries, when they come to America, like what do they think about, these things? So I have a bunch of people, friends that come from the UK. The number one thing, as soon as they land and they start getting to work, they're like, we need Chick-fil-A. We absolutely need Chick-fil-A because they don't have it there. They have Wendy's, they have McDonald's, and they never ask for Wendy's or McDonald's. They're like, we're eating Chick-fil-A every day. So it's like if aliens landed, they're like, this is clearly the objective truth. This is much better than
all the Wendy's people to work camps.
I'm not huge on conspiracy theories, but I want to know the real reason Chick-fil-A is closed on Sunday. Tell me that's not part of the fucking bit. Are you seriously respecting Jesus with this decision to close Chick-fil-A?
Who does
on Sunday?
that? I mean, honestly.
That doesn't sound believable to me.
Their founders are
those
Christian,
fuckers
so
are doing the books or fucking marketing. They're working on Sundays. I just know it.
Dude, do you know how much money they would make if they were open on Sundays? They would be the biggest post-church lunch spot in the country by orders of magnitude. They are leaving tens of millions every week on the table by not being open Sunday.
And the proof of that is there for you to see, Woody. You talk about the people who work there, the way they look, they're more expensive. They pay their workers more. If you're going to get a blonde girl with khakis who's pretty to stand outside wearing, have you seen them outside wearing that rain outfit? So
they have kiosks.
So for those of you who don't have Chick-fil-A's, or maybe you just don't have banging Chick-fil-A's, here in Atlanta, home of Chick-fil-A, these pretty girls will be outside in the rain wearing this clear, like it's not a raincoat. It's like it turns them almost into a kiosk.
Yeah.
and they're taking your order way out in the parking lot, 18 spots away from the window where
while
the food-
cosplaying as a condom.
Yeah, they're handing you a fucking iPad and you're figuring everything out, and they're so polite and sweet the whole way through. Like what he said, oh, do you need any sauces with that? Any extra sauces? Or how much are they? Oh, sweetie, how many sauces you want? You're fucking great. Try that shit at Burger King. Have it your way, my ass.
Yeah,
okay?
you'll have a gun in your face. Like
Bitch, we don't have it LaShonda's way tonight.
I said I wanted ketchup. I wanted more than one packet. I know this is almost passive aggressive of you to put one packet in here.
Every time, if I click that button for 2 ketchups, there's 2 ketchups. If I click it 3 fucking times, there will be 3. If I order Wendy's, they'll give it to my neighbor. I swear to God. Chick-fil-A is the master fucking race of fast food restaurants, not just chicken restaurants, all fast food. It shits on everybody. And Five Guys fell like they've fallen off so hard.
Count. They don't have
I haven't eaten there in so long because it's so unhealthy. But even
Big
still,
calories.
they were the $10 hamburger back when McDonald's was like $5. Now they're like that $25 hamburger.
It's so
that's not even that great.
Yeah.
So
Wait, that's the whole meal, right? It couldn't possibly be a $20 hamburger. No,
I feel like no. I think
it was like with fries, but it's
pretty
not
pricey now.
a
yeah.
lot.
Once you get fries, it's like a $25 meal to get a burger and fries, and it's absurd. It's not that good. It's not that good. Yeah, they've fallen off for sure.
Yeah, I've never
we
been
need
that
an
impressed
up and coming fast food restaurant.
Cane's is regional, but I want them on this
I've
side of
never
the
heard of
country
them.
real bad.
Are they
Exactly
West Coast?
right. It's called Raising Cane's.
we have Raising Cane's.
Raising
too.
Cane's is really good.
Midwest, I think.
They're very similar to Chick-fil-A in that I think they do the peanut oil thing, so it has a similar flavor there. But you always want to go fingers, like a chicken basket there.
That's all they do.
They don't. They have sandwiches, but they don't have patties the way
Those are
Chick-fil-A
chicken
does.
fingers
Yeah,
as
they just
well.
put the chicken fingers on there.
Yeah.
So if you want the sandwich, go Chick-fil-A. If you want the tendies, you can go to Chick-fil-A for the tendies too. They're fucking
You ever
solid.
had Chick-fil-A nuggets? Oh my
I've
God.
had a million
Oh,
Chick-fil-A
yeah.
nuggets.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I
Who are you
get a
talking
count
to,
every day.
Kyle?
When I order some right just now.
Their chicken is legitimately like way better. They brine it in pickle juice for 24 hours or something like that, and then the batter has powdered milk and confectioner's sugar in it. I did this copycat recipe once, and it was exactly like Chick-fil-A. It was so good.
And
But yeah,
have you noticed
Chick-fil-A's-
the actual pickles? Like
Yeah.
the pickles themselves are better than the pickles you get at any other fast food place. Like you
Everything's
go
better.
to a non-Chick-fil-A place and it's like, I don't even think I want tomatoes or pickles because I know a Wendy's tomato is a flavorless disc of nonsense. And I know their pickles are going to be someone back there giving me the most translucent sliver, the least half a gram. Whereas Chick-fil-A feels real. Feels like real pickles. We stand Chick-fil-A on this show, big time.
Yeah, I think the worst the worst stinginess I've ever seen was in Subway. Like Subway is you order like extra meat, they will take out the scale and they're like, all right, you get one. Oh, that's too much. That's a little bit too much. We're gonna put that one back.
Dude, if she pulled some meat off my sandwich and put it back in there, I'd just leave.
Dude, I had a
downgrade
perfect,
me one sliver of turkey meat.
It's so
saving that for
communist.
later?
It just feels like
It is
it's for
communism.
the collective. We need
I've
some for everybody else.
I got Chili's to go, right? Back when Chili's to go was kind of a new thing. And I ordered bottomless chips, right? Bottomless chips are my reason for going to Chili. That's the thing. I actually like their salsa and the chips are warm. Both of them, top notch. So when I'm there, I usually need a couple extra salsas. Like it's just, their salsas are fucking like, that when you get ketchup at Wendy's, it's that size salsa roughly.
Yeah.
Damn.
Not nearly enough for bottomless fucking
I bring
chips.
my own bowl.
Right. So they give me this bag of chips large enough to store 2 human heads and then basically a single serving of salsa. So I asked for extra salsa because if I'm there, it's bottomless salsa. I need some extra salsas to take home with me. And then she billed me for it. And it was like, fuck. You work here, right? You're not the owner. We should be on the same team. You should be hooked. Oh, do you want extra salsa? Here you go, Woody. Fucking banging salsa.
We should have gotten you one of those.
You know what happens if you
pint-sized
do
fucking
that?
cups.
The fucking tip rolls in. You know what happens when you charge me for salsa? that was your tip. Fuck.
Okay, all right.
I would have said that. I'd be like, oh, the extra sauce was $3, huh? Shit, your tip was gonna be $10, and now it's none.
You're actually saving me.
Now I got to stop at the store for salsa on the way home. You've given me an
probably
errand,
think
man.
that math works. I
like this idea.
So what do you guys like when you guys go out to eat? What are you tipping people? Like, is it dependent on service, or do you have like a hard and fast rule?
Like 20% is usually what I do. If they do a great job, I'll do more than that. And I actually like they'd have to, at this point in time, they'd have to do a real shitty job to get less than 20, like a noticeably bad, like we've been here for 40 minutes and my food's like, and they haven't been back to the table.
I'm not as generous as Taylor, perhaps, because some people have this thing where they're like, oh, the bare minimum is 10%, Kyle. If they spit in your mouth, it's 10%. I'm like, what are y'all doing?
I do 25.
No, then it's 25.
Then it's 40. Then it's 40.
The minimum is we don't even pay the bill. like we might fucking run out of here and cause a scene.
You're quick.
If they spit in their mouth, you know what I mean? So like there is a 0 tipping level of service, and it's not that hard to get below that bar where you just don't fucking get a tip. If you're not doing your job, like it's like that Mr. I'm not so far as like that Mr. Pink speech from Reservoir Dogs with the little violin or whatever. It's not like that. But it's
she's only filled up my coffee cup 3 times. It should have been 6. Look, yeah.
I'll say this. If I was at a restaurant and this had been sitting here this long and my ice had melted, that's like, come on, what are we doing? Like it's a busy restaurant. You're like, what is she hanging out back there taking a nap? No, she's walking the floor constantly, and yet my ice is melted. My glass is only 1/3 full. Clearly, I want some more because it's gotten kind of watery now. Where the fuck is she? She just lost it. I don't think I'm tipping her. I don't think I'm tipping this lady.
God damn.
You guys are harsh.
What do you think a tip is? What for you? I think a tip is like you're letting everyone know that, like, oh, it's implied that you get tips because that's the social construct, or we're all pay into this big wheel of the economy or something. To me, the tip is that extra little bit you get when you do a very good job. It is on top of whatever you get paid. I'm giving you extra because, oh my goodness, really? You are friendly. And I'll tip that extra service really well, 20-30%, whatever. And it really
do you tip Chick-fil-A, because you were just talking about how well they
they make below minimum wage. They make.
They're working for tips.
These girls make shit.
Chick-fil-A girls make decent money, I think.
I don't know what.
Well, they don't really work. They don't tips.
They don't get tips. They should. Well, I bet. I don't know.
Nothing's keeping you from from tipping them.
I bet you could fucking add a tip on that fucking iPad.
I fucking hate the attitude. All right. So I want to answer the tip.
We're shifting gears. First of all, we're shifting gears to the tipping thing. I like this.
What I normally do, and if I have to notice standout bad service, or I just choose the rightmost tip. Typically, I don't give a fuck what it is, 25-30%. I just choose the one on the right, and I tip that. That's my standard thing. If she really sucks, then I might either go left or right in my own, but that's pretty rare. But what does frustrate me is how everything has become a tippable service now. Yeah. Every delivery guy, and that includes like grocery deliveries and shit like that. They put their palm out. And then like if you're at the counter and they hand you like a coffee at the counter, it's like, how much do you get a tip for that? I am standing at the counter getting my own food. This used not to be a tippable service.
Yes. Yeah.
Now that's tip worthy.
How about this? I want to use your barometer in one of my instances of giving a $0 tip. I remember it specifically. Okay. Total, me and a date, total check came to like $145 or something like that. I know it was under
nice
150.
Place. Yeah.
It's okay. We
better be nice.
Nice place. And the service was okay, but she didn't refill our drinks and she brought the wrong appetizer. And it was cold when it finally got out to us. And also it came so late that our entrees came right after it. And now it was one of those places with small tables and there wasn't enough room for everything. And while she was moving everything, she knocked off a candle and the wax splattered. It was a real candle. And they made a very big to-do about getting that wax up. And I just wanted to eat my dinner because the appetizer was already cold. Oh, and did I mention that she smelled like poo-poo? She smelled like she had Oh yeah, she smelled like feces so strongly that once we finally had her manager alone, I said, "Ma'am, would you smell our waitress? Get a good whiff of her, please, and then come back so that we can discuss further." And she came back and said, "I am so sorry." Smelled like doo-doo. I don't know if she had shat herself or if she had
been shat upon.
What it smelled like to me, honestly, was dog shit. It smelled like she had stepped in a big old pile of dog shit, and she'd gone, "Oh no, it only got on my right foot. Hang on."
Oh no!
And then she got her left in there, and then she just got it and like anointed herself with it like it was like lint. Like it was fucking lint.
Like it was Ass Wednesday.
Like it was Ass Wednesday. That's what I meant. Yeah. What's Lent? Do they put any shit on themselves on Lent?
No, that's Ash Wednesday. Hungry? Lent is when it's like, all right, I'm not gonna fucking eat candy for a month because I'm a king.
When they give up stepping in dog shit. Yeah.
And that's
that's what she needed to give up.
Yeah, and that's the sane religion, right? I see Biden with that shit on his head, and I was like, what the fuck, man? I never know if it's Ash Wednesday or if he's just dirty. You got a little schmutz on you again. But no, that waitress actually smelled like poo poo, and I didn't tip her.
I could see not tipping her too.
Yeah.
You know what? The poo thing I'm actually more forgiving of than the other stuff. No. The appetizer that's late and cold really ruins my meal. And also the wax thing, maybe I am an asshole. I don't know. But it's like I would prefer you dealt with that wax after we left.
You know what I do?
This is my date, and you're gonna fucking do minor league construction next to the table.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
That I'm actually about to go to that restaurant I mentioned to you the other day. If you go on your travels to Savannah, the old Pink House, I'm going on a little trip down to Savannah soon, and I plan to go there. I love that place. I love that place every time. No, they do like, it's like they do Southern food well. I guess I'll say like it's. I think it was. I found it on Food Network. Like whenever I'm traveling to a city, I do a little research about like where to eat, and I usually pick somewhere strange. Like remember when we went to Colorado and we ate at that place that had all the exotic meats and had all the animal heads?
Yeah,
I like shit like that. Yeah, that was crazy. But the old Pink House is like Southern food done in a very fanciful way. It's really good.
You got to get these. You're going to get these fried green tomatoes, right?
That's the best thing. That's the bet with the remoulade sauce. They have two different. anyway, yeah, those are fucking great. Great restaurant. I go there every time I go anywhere near that part of the state. I'm looking forward to it.
So,
and I'll tip her well, I'm sure, because the service there will be excellent and nobody will smell like shit.
So I don't think of tipping as something that you get because you did a good job. Because if I travel to another country where they don't have tipping, the service generally is much worse than what you get in America. So I've noticed that it's because we have that incentive structure overall, and it makes things much more pleasant. Like people are more attentive, they're nicer. People in Europe and UK, they say, "Oh, it's like a fake niceness." I don't care. They're lovely to deal with.
Yeah.
So
it's a fake promptness. It's a fake refilling your drink on time.
You tip the baggage guy at the airport?
Yeah. No.
I always just bring carry-ons.
No. Actually, no. Yeah. Yes, I do. Yeah, I do.
Yeah.
I worked with a guy. Selling cars, and previously, and this is I don't know. You could tell he had the smell of money about him. I think if I was writing a novel, I would describe Mr. Strayhand as he had the smell of money about him at all times. He was like this. He was this black fellow, and he was talking about. I used to work for Delta, 25 years, retired now. I was a $500 a day man. I was like, he made $500 a day in tips, like handling people's baggage. And it's like, what is it about you that in this 60-second interaction of handling a bag that you're the guy who's good at it? But he was just so friendly and I was charismatic. 17, he was just a great guy.
I was a $200 a day man on tips, which was like 15 times what other people were getting. And my secret was rudeness. I would, what I did is I rented out beach chairs and umbrellas, And you haul them down to where they want to go. You lay out the chairs. I brush the sand off. I make a little show of it. I had a little, whisk broom that was only 6 inches long, and I would brush their thing and make it extra nice. And planting the umbrella it's a physical task. You take the stick and you sort of work it into the sand, and then you plant the umbrella. And it's got to be like 2 feet deep. There's a line on it to keep them safe because winds could change or whatever.
Okay.
And half the time, maybe less, just the show would inspire them to tip, right? Because I'm like sort of going above and beyond and making
exerting
a thing
yourself
out of it. If that didn't work, I would just stay. I would just stay.
Just stick around.
Yeah, I would just stand there until I got
You're like
tipped.
a prostitute. They pay you to
And
leave.
if I needed to, I would whisper,
Yeah.
like, I'm sorry, we normally tip for this. And maybe 1 in 30 would be like, that is so rude. I was going to tip you, but now I'm not. First of all, that's always a lie. Second, I'm okay with getting shot down 1 in 30. I'm a $200 a day man.
That's
Dude, I
fine.
love that. I love that. I think I understand that rudeness. I can remember somebody wasting my time and telling them that they had wasted my time. I was like, I'm trying to make a living here. Like, we just spent 2 hours looking at 3 different cars that I caught on when the third car was an F-150 that we're just looking at cars. I'm like, I'm working here. I'm working here. And he's like he was like, you're awfully rude to me. I'm like, go tell my manager. Tell my manager that you're here to tour the inventory. I'm sure he'll be very polite and apologize, but he ain't gonna do shit to me. Like,
well, I was on a cruise about a month or two ago, and we got our bags at the curbside, whatever, check-in. So our bags went up to the room, and the guy that took the bags, he was like, I'm not going to see you on the boat, so if you want to give me a tip, I'm right here. And I was like, I'm the only person here. You're talking to me, okay? It's like, holy shit! Like I felt so put on the spot.
you got
so
change
like,
for $5?
So I didn't have. And I never carried the cash, so I'm like,
So I threw a dime into the sea.
All I've got is a quarter. What do you have, a 20?
Is this like
Like
a wish
Heart
you
of the
well
Ocean.
scenario?
Yeah.
Yeah, but that was really weird. Like I ended up giving him like a 20 or something on Cash App because I didn't have any cash. So I was like, hey, do you have this? So then you got to do the whole like, all right, well, do you have your QR code? I got to scan that, and then just sitting there for 5 minutes, and I'm like, I don't know, like I don't know this man, and he's just like scowling at me. I'm like, did I do something wrong? I'm sorry, I didn't. I
He wants
did
to be
not
on
know.
the cruise.
Yeah, exactly.
Man, that is. I mean, I can see why you'd do that if that's your job, but that would be off-putting to me. And I generally don't have a problem tipping at places
All right,
as long as
I have no problem
as long
tipping
as food is coming to me. If
Different
I'm
scenario
picking up
then.
food somewhere, like, or if something's being delivered to me, or food is being served to me at a restaurant, then I'm gonna tip. If I'm going somewhere and like picking up food, then I'm not. I don't see a reason
it
to
doesn't
tip
make any
there.
sense. Yeah.
Like, but other than that, like I do. Like I see it kind of like the social contract thing of like, all right, like, you did a fine job. Here's 20%.
Yeah, I think sometimes, even if somebody has gives you shitty service, you never know what they're going through that day. And it's not like, you have to pay for it, but, a tip could be like, hey, I see you're probably going through something, here's some peace of mind or whatever. Like if I see, I remember having, an interaction with a pregnant woman at an IHOP, and then I ended up giving her, I don't know, a $50 or $100 tip or something. And then she runs out, and then she's like, oh my God, thank you so much. But like, I try to avoid those interactions because like, I hate that. So every time if I tip well, I try to just run as fast as I can. Not physically, but just like, just,
You don't want to make a foray into those YouTube videos where you're like, I'm about to blow this homeless person's mind.
No, I hate that. I hate that.
You would
really?
think
I've
we're
got
like
a whole pickup truck full of rolled quarters that I'm going to throw at the homeless.
I'm just going to throw them over
I've got a t-shirt cannon full of pennies.
Yeah, no.
For my next act of generosity, marbles.
Yeah.
Exactly.
These are rare.
Yeah.
This is my lucky one.
My Pog collection. Just
My pogs.
so one thing that people can do, and I think that I do sometimes. Actually, every time I go to a drive-thru, or like Starbucks is pretty good about this. So you can pay for everybody behind you. Like they'll just let you do that. And it's usually not a lot of money. It's like 10 or 15 bucks. It's not that big of a deal. But it makes somebody's day and whatnot. But like I said that on Twitter. I said, hey, you could pay for somebody behind you and it'll make their day. Probably not going to cost you a lot of money. And the amount of like incredibly cheap and like cynical people came out like, well, I wouldn't want to be the guy because then I have to pay for the guy behind me. And then, I don't know if they're ordering $40 worth of stuff. I'm like, relax. If you don't want to do it, don't do it, dude. Like, just relax, man.
Well, these socially inept people, their biggest concern is that it might be awkward for them if they're put in like, oh, well, then I might be actually weighed and measured and people would see what I'm actually about. I don't want that.
Yeah,
like,
no,
that's you're a piece of shit. You're a piece of shit. Like either that's what it is. Then I don't want to be put on the spot so that you'll see that I'm cheap.
Oh, well, that guy in the stinky McLaren in front of me is ruining my day.
They don't have to. They don't have to. And
I feel like you guys are like, oh, people who don't want to engage in this unfair payment scheme are jerks or something. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. It's possible that I have a whole family or something and I'm getting the good end of the deal, but it's possible I'm not. Can't we just do it fair where everyone pays for what they get? Why is that bad?
Like Freddie's saying, like, it's a nice sentiment, but like, let's see, he's paying for me. And then I pull up and I look behind me and there's a passenger van. Like I'm gonna and then they ask me, do you want to pay it forward? And I'm like, no, I'm not going to pay for the entire third grade class's apple juices. I'm just going to pay. I appreciate the guy in front of me. That was nice. And then you go about your day.
Yeah, and that's fine. That's like nobody's expecting that of you. But like,
it's never happened to me. But I don't go to Starbucks much.
I've never seen it either.
Just comes when people, especially on Twitter or X now, they go to great lengths to tell you exactly how cheap they are. Like I would never do that.
I would never do something for someone out of the kindness of my heart.
It might be a Key and Peele bit, but like the guy does that. He's like, hey, I want to pay for the people behind me, and they're like, oh, that's so cool. Hopefully they pass it on, and he's like, yeah, hopefully. And then he speeds out and like gets right fucking behind him. He's like, give me 500 double cheeseburgers, 500 shakes, 500 apple pies.
That's a good bit.
Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
Have you guys? Yeah, go ahead.
No. I was saying that's a ridiculous thing for people to get pissed at you on Twitter about.
Yeah, but it's Twitter. They get pissed on it about everything. Have you guys been on any? I don't know if we talked about this in any of the last times I was on. You guys been on any cruises?
I've been on cruises.
I've been on one before, but not in years.
I'm a Disney Cruise Platinum card member. Like I have a special you have a
Mickey tucks you in
medallion with the ears.
There's a medallion. It's not a medallion. It's like a security badge you'd wear at a corporate office or something. Mm-hmm. And there's different colors based on how many different.
What color are you?
Black. I'm the high one.
Oh,
that's the top one.
Wow.
Of course, over at Disney Corp, black is the highest level.
Unless there's a new one I don't know about. And
the lowest level is white. Yeah.
I don't know what the low. I forgot.
Oh, a white card member. You're not even allowed in the water park.
When you step on the ship with the black card, you're eligible for like a tour from the captain and stuff like that.
Wow.
Yeah,
what's the captain look like? Like describe the captain of a cruise line.
He's in full cosplay.
Like a CEO. He's full dressed in like Navy looking officer type gear. And he's got the hat on. And he's just like fit, sort of like a successful man is what.
Does he seem bothered by it?
If you offered,
he's in like, show mode.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so he's up for pictures.
Oh yeah, he's up for. He's giving tourists a tour of parts of the ship most people can't go to. Okay. Right. So
do you think the captain would let me wear the hat for a minute in the picture?
Absolutely.
Oh, I don't know. The only objection I think would be like, disease or something. Like if you get a lice vibe about you, no. But,
yeah. And the rule of the sea is for those few moments you are the captain.
Yeah.
Taylor, you read my mind because in that moment I was
throw him in the brig.
All right, men. And like 30 guys would just come out and like reveal that. Yeah,
then you guys
like Germany in 1935. Yeah,
he's wearing the hat. We have to listen.
Ramming speed, carnival.
Goofy, Mickey. Throw him off out to sea.
Those are code names.
Yeah.
No.
So I went on this.
Why do you ask?
Oh, this is the actual. Okay.
Well, so I went on this cruise like 2 months ago, and every cruise that I've been on, before then, I just did like a regular balcony room, something kind of nice. But I decided to do this insane 2-story suite because I was like, I've never been on this. I want to know what it's about. Mm-hmm. And it is I have ruined myself to the point where if I ever cruise again, I have to do this again. It is the most ballin' out of control thing I've ever experienced in my life. So, Woody, you'll know this. Whenever you get on a cruise, like whenever you're heading into the boat, the first thing you do is, after you get all your bags into your room, you have to wait for what's called a muster station drill. So they tell you where to go in case the ship goes down. You have to go down the stairs and they have to count everybody. And they go, all right, well, this is what it's going to sound like if you have a abandoned ship alarm. And then you do that for 10 minutes and go back to your room.
It's lifeboat training.
Yeah, lifeboat training. Just so you know, just so the Titanic doesn't happen again. Now, what we did is, since we had the suite, so me and my girlfriend, we get there and it is like an hour before the boat departs. So I'm like, holy crap, like, is this the wrong time? But apparently we get in there, somebody, in the, while we're still at the dock, somebody goes, just sit down, give us your passports. We'll check you in. Would you like something to drink, something to eat? Like, we're sitting down, they check us in, and then they go, okay, well, here is, this guy, he's your escort. He'll be escorting you onto the ship. So he gives you a guided tour of the entire ship. He goes and says, how's your day? What do you do for a living? That sort of thing. Just, make small talk. Mm-hmm. And then we're going around the ship. He shows us all the restaurants. This is what you can go here, here, here. And then I go, hey, when's the muster station drill? He goes, you've already done it. And I go, what? Like, yeah, this is it. So he tells us where to go. He goes, you just go down there. You're in your room. That's it. And I'm like, holy shit. That blew my mind that you just right off the bat, you save yourself like an hour.
Yeah.
And then, it's nuts. So we get into the room, and the room is like, if anybody hasn't gone cruising, like a regular balcony room is probably like 150 to 200 square feet. It's just a long rectangle. You have a bed. You might have like a little couch that, converts into something, and you have like a slide door, and you have a small balcony. It's nice, but it's a little bit cramped. Exactly. Mm-hmm. So that's usually what you have. Now on the 2-story,
3 feet long.
It does. You don't have a lot of room, but on a boat, it's okay. And there are thousands of this kind of room. Mm-hmm. So on the suite, it was a little bit different. Well, I think that's the Royal Caribbean one. That's a family one. That's so the one I had was
smaller than yours.
Yeah. So yeah. Well, the one I had was on the Celebrity Beyond, and it was called the Edge Villa. And so we get there. There's 2 ways of accessing it. You can do it on the top floor or the bottom floor. We get it on the bottom floor. There's immediately there's a living room and a dining room. You have 2 fridges, and they stock it with everything you want. They have 2 bottles of whatever you want. They bring you a cake, just to say, hey, thanks for, coming on board.
You have talking here.
Whatever you want. So that's one of the lower suites right there.
Yours was better?
No, yeah, mine was better. Yeah, this is the one-story suite. So
this is his closet.
That's the closet. So then you have monogram pajamas that they give you. They gave my girlfriend jewelry, and they said, like, every day you're here, we'll give you a little trinket or whatever. You have a full bathroom on the bottom floor, full bathroom on the top floor with a bath and a separate shower. You go outside to a double-decker balcony, and then you have a hot tub that's it. That's exactly it. So that's your living room. That's you go outside, and then you have your oh man, it's bringing back memories. So your hot tub, you have waves, you have bubbles, you have temperature control. Everything has floor to ceiling windows. They can control with your phone or like the little keypad. You have and that's the top floor. So you go upstairs, and that is your bed. You can, the TV comes out of the ceiling, and the bed has some, 30,000, thread count Egyptian cotton.
See, that's an adult bed.
It is.
That's
is.
awesome.
Dude, that is.
What's it cost?
Yeah, my cruise sucks.
Yeah, what does it cost? I want to know.
So, I think for 11 days I paid like 36 grand, something like that.
Oh boy!
So it's again, I don't spend any money on anything other than cars and like travel. So that's my only thing. I don't have any jewelry or anything. I don't have a watch collection. That's just the only thing I spend money on. And I'm like, I'm gonna splurge just this once. And now I have to do it, like every year.
Yeah, now you're in. You can't go.
It's amazing. Now I'm in. I can see why you get for it. Dude, we were the opposite. We were like cattle, shoulder to shoulder, doing the lifeboat drills. I have this tiny room. And when you're on the Disney ship, it's like sort of kid friendly. And our kids are making friends with other kids because the ship arranges all these social things and cool. So their families had rooms like yours. And I am just like, fuck. Like, I thought I was doing okay just being on this ship.
Yeah.
Like this boat is going to go from Florida to fucking Spain. Like, I thought it was a pretty cool trip. But
dude, when I went on a cruise, I was in a section. I don't know if I had a spot on a life raft. Like I would have had to like hug my loved one and like stroke their hair as the water rose.
Just here near him, I got to be.
You got one of those buoys off the wall of the Long John Silvers.
I know where I stole my plane seat, so I have that.
Well, another thing that they give you on this crazy cruise is like. So you have a 24-hour butler. Like you have a person that will do everything, like your reservations, all that stuff, and then you have priority for literally everything. So
are there prostitutes on those boats?
No, I mean, they don't advertise them, but
a lot of people.
Well, sure they do. There's just not in the open.
Probably.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, it was you have
confirmation on that, Zach. Find out about the horse.
Maybe on a carnival. Carnival, yes. Maybe.
Whatever cruise line it takes, Zach. I don't care.
Oh my god! I typed "Are there prosta?" and then proceeded to misspell the word, and Google auto completed on cruise ships.
There you go.
I'm sure there are.
It knows. It knows.
It's listening to you right now. It's that same. Was it Google or what was the assistant program that? When you asked it for a picture of 17th century English royalty eating
Google,
watermelon.
Yeah, it's a Google thing.
My goodness, what this clown world we're in. That's why. Let me just tell you, my new favorite show in the world, the greatest, is Shogun. Shogun is so fucking good because they cannot put a drop of wokeness or modern day nonsense into a 1600s Japanese setting. There's nothing they can do. There's nothing.
But would like a pink-haired character take you out of it?
Yes. Like
the entire cast is black. Yeah,
dude. The first episode,
there's something off here.
It's excellent. So this is my new favorite show in the fucking world. There's 2 episodes of it out already. It's on Hulu, and it's 1600s Japan. And it's a bit Game of Thrones like in that, like, basically the head ruler of Japan has died, and now there's 4 warlords kind of contending for power, and one of them's clearly like our guy, and everybody else is kind of evil. It's historical. I don't know the history well enough to know how close they're keeping it, how historically accurate they're keeping it, but it is a historical person and it's historical things. But part of the fun is that I guess the Portuguese had discovered Japan and the Catholic Church knew about Japan and they kept it like a fucking top secret, not just from all of Europe, from the world, basically. And they were the only ones doing business with the Japanese. And so right away in episode 1, an Englishman and his ship just barely makes it to Japan. And they immediately imprison them And I don't want to spoil too much of the plot, but it was so fucking gruesome. They boiled a man alive at one point. They boiled a man alive in a giant cauldron. And it was fucking horrific. So there's titties, there's gore, there's like feudal power struggles with like black powder weaponry and fucking samurai swords. I saw at least 2 people get decapitated, like ninja style. It was sick. And everybody's got those cool accents, and there's it's great acting. Love it. Shogun. Can't recommend it enough.
So it's like Game of Thrones, but set in Japan.
Yes.
Wait, is it in English or is it subtitled Japanese?
Depends who's speaking.
Okay. I'd be cool with it being in Japanese.
Have you heard of Constellation? We're talking TV shows.
No, talk to me.
Constellation is the #1 show on Apple TV currently, and it is a sci-fi mystery. I am only 1 episode deep, and it's a mystery, so I don't fully understand everything. Like the timeline doesn't work. You know, she's supposed to come home in 80 days, yet she is home, and then like things are aging, but her and her kid are not. I'm a little mixed up on what's happening, but there's some sort of physics or extraterrestrial thing
I've got
that has happened and damaged the ship. Have you seen it? You don't?
No, but I saw like a tiny
trailer,
and I got the gist of it. So the head actress in this is amazing. She's been in so many things. I space out on her name every time it's something funky, but I'll quickly read the like cover sheet. It's Constellation stars Numi Rapace. I don't know her name. Yeah, as Joe, an astronaut who returns to Earth after a disaster in space, only discovered that key pieces of her life seem to be missing. The action-packed space adventure is an exploration of the dark edges of human psychology and one woman's desperate quest to expose the truth about her history, or hidden history of space travel, and recover all that she's lost. What it seemed like to me, just watching that quick trailer, was that whatever she did in space or whatever they were doing up there, she's come back in like a different reality, like a different. It's very like a parallel universe sort of thing, like where it's almost her planet, but it's like, I don't know, we didn't have Bernstein Bears here, you know. It's like one of those, and like she's like talking to her own daughter, and she's like, "You don't seem like my daughter," and she's like, "You're not my mother." And it's like this fucking
shit! All right, that's a bit of a spoiler for me. This is less of a spoiler because it happens in the first half of the first episode, but she's in space, she's doing some sort of mission, and an old cosmonaut body slams into the space station. Is still in with like, you know, the helmet and the orange jumpsuit type thing, and causes massive damage to the space station, which makes them evacuate. And then when she gets home, things aren't quite right. And that's as much as I've figured out so far. But the production quality is parallel to For All Mankind. And it's sci-fi, which I think the world doesn't have enough sci-fi content. And this is some. So let's see what's up. I think you might like it.
Do you think that, you know, people are searching, you know, seeking out stuff that make them more and more uncomfortable? Like if you look at, I guess Game of Thrones or something of that ilk, it's like you see stuff that has some extreme amount of gore, like something that 10 or 20 years ago would not have been a thing. But now you have like these film studios like A24. They just make these insane like body horror movies, and people are loving it. Like what do you think it is about that like really gets people? Because it wasn't always like that.
Like what, do you have any good examples? Like in there's a movie I watched recently with Midsommar. I've seen it.
Yeah, and it's really good. Yes. And it's fantastic, but like, you know, there's a scene where, you know, that for anybody who hasn't seen it, it's like, this crazy cult in, Sweden, like out in the woods somewhere, and they have seasons for their life. So, you know, the end season, which would be winter, you end it at 72, and they have this, this ritual where you just get on this like cliff and you just jump off. And there was these 2 old people. They jumped off the cliff. The woman died instantly, but the man was still alive. And then they have to bludgeon his head with like a hammer. And then there's another scene where, you know, they do like this guy is a blood eagle. Like, do you know what a blood eagle is?
Yes.
Yeah. So it's like a medieval torture thing where they rip your they rip your back open, and then they like your lungs are like outside of your body and you're still alive. Like that's the idea. That like you're obviously going to die from like blood loss and stuff, but you're still alive for this. So that was crazy. So like I'm just wondering. I know in the 80s we had some like shock and gore and stuff, but it was never super mainstream like it is now. Like it was always like B movies.
Right? Like Halloween, Friday the 13th, and
but it feels different. Like it wasn't. The
70s there was a lot of crazy experimentation. I don't know when Cannibal Holocaust came out, but obviously that's one of them. And then you had all of those movies made by Eli Roth that are just inspired by that generation.
Oh, like Hostel and stuff. Yeah.
Like Hostel, like Cabin Fever, where their skins like melting off or whatever. I can't remember exactly what's wrong with them, Cabin Fever. And then he had the one where they're in the jungle being and like being eaten by the cannibals. I don't like that either. I feel, but I don't know. I thought Midsommar.
I loved it. It was a really good movie.
The thing about Midsommar that's so like off-putting and upsetting to me is that it's all happening in bright, sunny, beautiful Sweden. I mean, it's just gorgeous there, and I don't think it ever turns nighttime. It's just daytime, bright as fuck all the time. Yes. And there's subliminal stuff in the background, like you can see faces in the greenery and the shrubbery.
You need to watch that one. You've told me to.
Woo!
That's good.
It's it'll make you feel some type of way.
it does. It's a really good story. Beginning, middle, and end. There's some. I mean, it's not a traditional horror movie, but it's off-putting as hell. Yeah,
I get what you're saying about the gore thing, though. There are shows now where it's just gore for the sake of it, and sure, that's always existed. But like even bringing up like kind of that niche market of like Cannibal Holocaust and all that, like that wasn't the norm then. Like it may have been
and it wasn't on like a TV show, like it was like
maybe what it is TV show isn't just broadcast TV anymore, right? You go back 10-15 years.
Good point.
TV shows one time aired, even cable has some standards, but of course NBC, ABC, etc. They have even higher standards. Now things go straight to Apple, Netflix. Netflix had 9 songs. I watched a 9-song scene recently because it had been a long time. You literally see the dick go in her. Like it is porn.
I don't know. I've not seen 9 songs.
So yeah, like broadcast television, they have to, what's the government agency? The
FCC.
FCC.
I had to remember back to Eminem lyrics to pull that up. Let me be me. So they have to deal with the FCC. And they have a lot of overreach, and they can fine them heavily. So does radio, terrestrial broadcast radio. But cable has self-imposed rules because they have advertisers. But if your advertisers are cool with a certain like word or phrase, like, and we've seen it slowly erode. Like I remember when I think shit was allowed, and when everybody decided shit was okay, and South Park maybe did an episode where they said shit like
100
ton of times or something, like over and over. So there's definitely been that slow erosion of it over time, but with Apple TV, with Netflix, with those people, with the streamers, I don't think they have any sort of like
standard
limit to what they can do. There's standard.
I just gave you a link to 9 songs. It's a scene from 9 songs, and when you see it, it is indistinguishable from porn. Right, that is porn. Right,
that is just porn.
I'm not a shy virgin here, being oh my god, can you believe?
I'm not sure yet.
What the fuck? All right, so
Netflix.
Do you know that there was a movie with Chloe Sevigny, the chick from American Psycho, like the secretary or whatever. So she made this Sevigny. I'm sorry if I'm
something weird.
But yeah, so she made this movie. I think it's called Bad Bunny or The Bad Bunny or something like that. Brown Bunny. Bad Bunny is the artist.
I've seen the one scene 300 times.
Yeah, and like it's such a oh my god. So the main character is the director of this movie, and the climax of this movie is he gets a blowjob, like an actual on-screen blowjob from this woman. And I'm
fucking brilliant. So the thing I found out, the actress had dated him prior to the movie.
King.
He was her ex. And she's like, well, I mean, I guess I can suck him off. It doesn't even increase my body count. So she did. I mean,
She did
for
it
all
on
time's
camera.
sake.
Like it was a full actual
Yeah.
blowjob on camera.
Just
And
like
then-
the one I gave you, but oral. Like you can see the dick go in her mouth. There is no doubt. Do you see the money shot? Does she like spit or something?
Yes, yeah, he comes in her mouth. He comes in her mouth.
Nice.
It's nuts.
So that guy was just finding a way to get head in his movie.
He's an artist.
Well, then I
Taylor.
get why she gave him. I get why she gave an interview where she said, "I now have total disdain for directors." I get it, Chloe. You should.
Yeah, Chloe. You know, when you don't like any of your exes, maybe the red flag is you.
Maybe you shouldn't give them blowjobs on camera if your relationship's a little rocky.
We had a guest who was friends with her, and he said she was super cool and her career's going great or something. I was like, oh, I'm sorry I brought her up.
Whoops.
It was awkward.
Did y'all see the thing where they used AI to make Hitler speak English?
Yes.
No. Dude, I'm convinced now. Dude. All right, it all makes sense now. We understand. That dude's compelling. He doesn't. First of all, in this little speech, he doesn't say anything about like exterminating people or like war or anything. He's just like, I was there for you. Will you be there for me? I've worked for you tirelessly, day in, day out, right here, doing the work. Are you gonna be? Listen to it, Taylor. It's captivating.
Everyone should listen to this man.
Everyone should listen.
Dude, it helps me understand because when I don't know the words, Adolf just seems like too enthusiastic, batshit insane, etc. But when they do it in English, and this video that Kyle's talking about, it's Adolf. They used AI to make it in English, but he brings at least something very close to the same intensity and like style that he did in German, I presume. And I try not to bring up politics every 3 minutes, but it seemed Trumpy to me. It was all,
Absolutely,
dude, get on my team. Get behind me. They're coming after me. I do this for you. Will you do things for me? And I was like, this feels Trumpy.
Let's see. You put me in the middle here. Do I defend Adolf or do I defend Donald? Adolf. See, that's not fair. So that's not
easy
fair
decision.
Because Hitler served in World War I. So when he's saying I was there for you and there for you, will you be there? He's got some ground to stand on. Unlike Trump, although Trump couldn't stand on the ground.
Venereal disease that was his Vietnam.
Oh my God! There was a real syphilis wave going through Manhattan that year.
Trump quote. Trump was like, avoiding VD was my Vietnam or something like that.
That's a good line. I don't know. To me, saying that someone like skipped out on Vietnam I'm like, good. Great, good for you. Like I don't think of them in any sort of negative way at all. Honestly, I think of the people who like signed up and were like, let's do it as some sort of robot, because in that time you had songs like It Ain't Me, right? Like I'm not no millionaire's son. It's like the lyrics of that are all about like, hey, what the fuck are you doing? Like they're sending the poor to go fight this war. They wouldn't send their kids. They wouldn't go fight in this war. You're expendable assets. Like
at least today, the poor self-select their way into the wars. They say
exactly. We paid them with college.
The army's better than McDonald's, and those are my only skill sets.
We tip them well. That's exactly what happened.
They get to keep their guns sometimes, maybe. No, they don't. And then they get great health care afterward, right?
Yeah. Sometimes they have homes when they come back. That's cool.
Yeah. Did y'all see? They end up homeless, and we say no more help. Sorry. There's a Honduran man at the border that really needs that hotel room. So we can't.
All the girls
smell like poop. I'm not gonna give you
girls who are too chubby to be strippers. It's army time, baby.
Damn, that's true. There's a lot of stout gals, and they make good truck drivers. I'm gonna tell you what. IED what?
Do we need like a big bitch battalion?
They heard IED and thought it was IUD and signed up.
Actually,
that's awful.
One thing I've been thinking about this for a while, and it kind of goes back to what we were talking about before.
Hitler speeches,
Hitler speeches, yeah, for sure. No, like so the whole like OnlyFans thing, that it's so big now. Like,
who's your favorite?
I've actually never been on OnlyFans. Believe it or not, I've never been on that site. But I have some friends who do OnlyFans, and I I have a real hard time thinking that it's a net positive for society. And mainly, I'm not red-pilled or anything like that. I'm just thinking, if it's just women that sell pictures and videos of themselves, like in sexual situations, that's fine. We've had porn for forever. I have no problem with that. My issue is the fake interaction that they have, like the messages and stuff. And you are necessarily interacting with the most unprepared men. Like they don't know how women are, like they don't know how to talk to women, and it's setting them up with like this unrealistic expectation. And it's a like very transactional thing.
I love this angle. So you're thinking that maybe these bozos are like, hey, Candace, I love your fucking videos. You're a 10. And she's like, oh, thank you so much. What do you like the most? Oh, your big fucking titties. Oh, I love when you look at my big fucking titties. And they're like, fucking man, all my lines are fucking nailing it. You were right. She loved the big fucking titties line. And then they go into the office maybe and like trying the big Carol. I love your big fucking titties.
The primary issue with OnlyFans is that incels aren't developing enough game.
Yeah.
That's basically it. Because like honestly, it's just
that's an interesting take.
Yeah, I love it. Because like I have no problem. Listen, I love big titties just like everybody else, but like I just don't like the if men are to kind of transcend this weird like incel culture. Like I think that they need to not interact with women like this, that they're like seeing them as purely transactional.
Well, if they're trying to escape the incel,
I think incel culture is the human way.
Get porn anyway. They need to be out there talking to real people.
Incel culture is our natural fucking way. That is how humanity has always existed. There's always been like a couple Chads scooping up all the ladies and a bunch of other dudes like fucking digging ditches and shit. Like I feel like now, if anything, in the modern times, there's more ladies for everyone. Like you don't have like a Genghis Khan scooping up and dumping his seed into half the Mongolian Empire. Apparently, like I'm sure I'm related to Genghis Khan. I'm so cool. I have to be.
Yeah. Cool dude.
I don't look like him.
Yeah.
I get that, but I think that like most.
I know. I don't know what he looked like. You know what I imagine? When I imagine Genghis Khan, this is the most racist thing ever. Zach, show a picture of John Wayne, the time he played Genghis Khan, Mongolian war chieftain. Show us that picture, because as much as I get upset, and I do, frankly, like get mad when I see one of my favorite characters now as like a Puerto Rican trans man. It's like, wait a minute, Eric. That's
this is an OC Chopper reboot.
Yeah,
it's not Paulie.
But goddamn,
God,
you see this shit? Like this was wrong. God. This was wrong. Okay, this wasn't. And they also used to do this thing with the Cowboys and Indians. I can't remember which actor, but there's a scene where he's the cowboy shooting at the Indians, and then they cut over to the Indians to see what they're doing, and now he's in brownface playing an Indian. It's the same guy.
Oh my God! Dude, well, this is what's called color blindness. Okay,
he looks like him. Yeah. Well, actually, I'm terrible at faces.
I mean, he's doing. Well, I will say this, Woody. John Wayne's a hell of an actor, so kudos to him. But it wasn't right. It wasn't right. I'm sure there was an Asian man somewhere who could have pulled this off a little, or a Mongolian.
You could have pulled that off, Kyle.
Yeah, I don't know. You could have just done De Niro face, and you kind of have a grimace.
Dude, I think he's pulling it off.
The Mongolian Empire.
Am I the only one?
I mean, the hat and the mustache. The hat and the mustache.
A little bit.
The mustache is doing a lot of heavy lifting, but his eyes even look
terrible.
I'm afraid to use the wrong word.
It's offensive to me.
They look authentic.
I mean, is that guy on the right even Asian? There's debate.
Dude, I want to use a word to describe that guy, and it rhymes with pinky. That guy is so fucking Asian. That guy is so fucking Asian.
I don't know the word. Can you write it in the chat?
Yeah, I'll write it in the chat. I'd love to, Woody.
Okay, yeah.
There it is. Yeah.
A true sign that Woody has no hatred in his heart towards Asians. Couldn't finish that layup.
What I don't like is when they like fucking make something non-historical or they like break canon. So I don't like that shit either. I hate that shit that John Wayne played that Mongolian person when he's white as fuck.
Yeah, I do.
Speaking of the Shogun stuff, like we were talking
now,
about
show Mickey Rooney playing that Chinese man. Just a quick picture of Mickey Rooney as the Chinese man, and we won't do this
one I have
anymore.
no problem with because he's so realistic.
Well, Mickey Rooney knows how to pull off Asian. He went full Asian. Like now, Robert Downey Jr. That's okay. I'm okay with Robert Downey Jr. and what he does.
It holds up so well.
It's so.
It's because the point of what he's. Yeah, there's Mickey.
Jesus Christ.
I feel like that's
worse in color. It's worse in color because he's got yellow face on.
Does he really?
Oh my god.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, it's worse in color.
Even my facial recognition can tell this is fake.
This guy's acting.
Oh my god.
Well, I think that's just,
wait. That's like dividing by zero.
No, that's an Asian man doing the bit. So, or that's just a fucking that's the Daniel Day-Lewis of Asian impersonators.
I swear to God, I thought this was the same person as the last one.
Nah, that's hat on a hat there, Woody.
That's hat on a hat.
Oh my god.
I don't even understand.
You were
Asian man dressed as an Asian man.
No. I don't understand the third picture, but anyway.
The main guy in Shogun, Kyle. I just happened to scroll by something from discussing film. They have a check, so they probably discuss film pretty often. Hiroyuki Sanada, the main actor, said that he had conditions before he would sign on to Shogun, and that one of them was if you don't hire Japanese actors for a Japanese role, I won't be involved in the project.
Fuck yeah.
And so him doing that is probably a big reason they didn't fucking Netflix it up with a bunch of like ridiculous nonsense that pulls you out of the story.
And for those who,
yes. A ton.
I would have said Disney it up, but that probably works.
Disney too. We're getting our black, like Johnny Depp's going to be a black woman now. Like I guess that'll go over well.
Johnny Depp is,
the historical character of Jack Sparrow.
So Disney wouldn't stand with Johnny after Amber Heard pooped in his bed and told those lies on him. So then when Johnny was vindicated in his trial, Disney approached Johnny Depp, and I don't remember the number to come back, but it was like tens of millions, and so
hundreds of millions.
Could have been. Disney doesn't give a fuck. They'll make a whole new trilogy. Well, anyway, I guess Johnny Depp didn't want to do it, or they didn't come to terms. But now it's a black lady pirate.
Oh, good.
I mean, I don't really care about that one as much.
I hate the. Yeah. I'm being honest. I hate those fucking movies. And the very first one, they do this thing where like the bad guys are kidnapping the Keira Knightley or whoever the fuck it is. And one of them gets hit in the head with a pan, and they put in that cartoony sound effect that goes dong. And I checked immediately out. I'm like, this is this fucking playground movie. Yeah. I don't want to see this kid's movie.
It's a movie for kids.
Yes.
I loved it in middle school.
Toy Story's more adult than that.
Toy Story's another great movie. But yeah, I really don't care about that one. I just don't like when they're doing a historical thing or it already has established lore. Like a show about Japanese history. If there's a bunch of white and black guys running around, that takes you out of it.
Well, there are. All right, so that's the thing. So there were white guys historically, and it's about the white guys.
As long as it's historical.
It is. So the main character, the white guy character, is I looked him up. They called him the White Samurai or something. So I'm looking forward to learning more about him, like Tom historically. Cruise. Not Tom Cruise. I was joking about how stupid that movie was last night. I'm like, at least when Keanu had that movie where he became a samurai, like Keanu's half Japanese.
Dude, Tom Cruise got fucked up by that Gatling gun at the end.
He's not even tall. Like you would think, like, oh, the white samurai, the big tall guy, like he'll show him what for. It's Tom Cruise, so he's like he's shorter than they are.
He was a horrible representative for us.
I mean, they all die at the
tall
end.
guy.
Yeah, they all fucking get
yeah, if there was a white samurai running around and that's part of the story, then of course it's fine to have.
It's scary as fuck. In a show where you think your main character could die at any time, and it's when he's in a tense situation, it's genuinely tense. It's like that for the white guy. I'm 2 episodes in. I never know when they're gonna kill this guy, and I'm gonna have to just lose him as a character because he's literally getting pissed on. He's getting beaten and tortured and imprisoned. There's a scene where they don't speak English, but he speaks Portuguese, and they've got Japanese people who speaks Portuguese. So they've got like 2 different interpreters, one to interpret and one to make sure the interpreters tell them the truth. Mm-hmm. and it's fun because the Englishman's talking to this Catholic priest who he despises because he's a Protestant. He's like, you won't tell him what the fuck I'm saying. You won't be honest with them. And he looks over at the Japanese guy and he's like, well, he's cursing a lot, but he doesn't believe I'm going to represent him honestly. Like, he's legitimately being honest about it. And it's hilarious because the English guy is just, you're a piece of shit. You're a fucking asshole. What's the word for enemy? He tells him, he goes, enemy. Like, he's ripping it right away, like rips one of the Catholic priests' crosses off and his rosary. He's like stomping it in the dog shit and stuff. He's like letting the Japanese know that he's a Protestant. He's from a different place and he's got English secrets to tell him. So I'm real into that show. But they boiled a man alive, like I said. So the stakes are high. Do you feel the same way about this show as you did when you first saw Game of Thrones? Oh, well, see, that's a hard question because there was already a couple seasons of Game of Thrones out. So right away, I was able
You knew that it was good, yeah.
To get like multiple episodes in. What I would say about Shogun is the production value seems very high to me. When they cut people's the special effects and the fights and stuff, there haven't been a ton of sword play, but there's been maybe a dozen killings with swords. And then again, that man who boiled, all that shit looks good. There's a big like 1600s era pirate ship at one point, and as far as I could tell, it was a real fucking boat. Like, I never even questioned whether that was a real boat we were interacting with. Everything's very, costumes are like excellent. Like when you see the rich people, you're like, damn, that does look nice. That's how a pimp rolled in 1600s Japan. Look at that shit with all those layers, and he like sits down cross-legged and like flicks his fucking robes out and shit. Everybody's very stylish. So I like all that. I like all the sets. Like I said, it looks like they've spent some money on it. And I just appreciate all of that. I think the attention to detail is real important. And like I said, I've just been trying to escape like propaganda. Like, I don't want any messaging. I just want a good show, a drama where I don't feel like I'm being like talked down to or tried to be shown an allegory to represent modern struggles. We're in this modern world. I watch CNN.
Exactly.
I'm trying to escape that. Take me away to a magical realm where it doesn't matter who wins the election. And I don't care who Dark Brandon is.
Yeah. A lot of writers just see their work that are seemingly based on what Netflix, Hulu, and a lot of them do is just like, oh, it's not about being entertaining. It's about this being a vehicle for what I like.
It's the message. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like, what do I want to make this story into? And it's like, well, it's a story about Vikings. So can it be about Vikings? Like, can that be it? Like, please.
Dude, I always say, like, it's funny to me that nobody still wants to make the story of that guy who like escaped from slavery and became a Union officer and captured like a Confederate boat of some kind and sailed it north and gave it to the Union and like maybe became like a senator or something. Like, that's a real African American, like, or who did the great. So why do we have to make a Pirates of the Caribbean? You've already got like a cool hero guy to make a historical show about where everybody would be black. All the main characters would be black.
No, they want Johnny Depp.
Yeah, they do. No, well, they don't need Johnny Depp anymore.
Yeah, I guess they don't. They want a new Johnny Depp.
I've always thought Johnny Depp was so fucking weird looking, dude. Like he seems like a genuinely nice guy, but man, he's odd looking fellow, huh?
Yeah, he's a little odd looking, but I liked him in those movies. Like, okay, I haven't seen the Pirates of the Caribbean movies since I was like in middle school, but I remember really liking how well he played like a stumble drunk guy.
The first three, because that's him. Yeah, the first three are pretty good. I think that's sort of like, you know, for me that was every Marvel movie up until Endgame, and then there's nothing after that. You know, in my mind,
I thought he was just a weird guy until the Amber Heard trial, and then I watched so much of it that I really came to like almost love Johnny Depp as a human being. He is he's just a cool guy. He seems he's not ashamed of his vices or his lifestyle. No. He is just like a pure being. And I'm sure being filthy rich and internationally famous allows you to flow like that. And so good for him. But I remember there's this clip of him volunteering his time at a children's hospital. I think the kids are dying. And at the time, like, I think Amber had thrown that bottle and chopped off his finger. And so the tip of his finger is gone. And this little girl goes, "What happened to your finger?" And he's making up a silly lie about like what happened to his finger. And it's fucking sad because that crazy lady attacked him. That's what happened to his finger. And they were trying to smear him, you know, like that's where Johnny keeps his drugs. And he's like, Yes, that's my drug bag. Yeah, that's where I keep them. He was just straightforward about, druggy bag. That's what I call it. He was just so straightforward and honest when they're like, had you done more than one glass of alcohol? Well, once you open the bottle,
it's a mega pint, yeah.
He was just smooth every step of the way, like just clearly unashamed of the fact that, I smoke, I do drugs, I smoke cigarettes, I drink alcohol, sometimes to excess. Oh yeah, absolutely. Sometimes, if I'm having a jam session. It's like,
meanwhile, everyone's like, well, I mean, he's jamming, he's
I mean, what else are you gonna do?
Let him get
meanwhile, like
tweaked up.
And it was, and people on social media were literally like, man, I love this guy. And you gotta imagine the jurors, at least some of them, were like, this guy's so fucking cool.
So
I didn't watch any
cool.
of it.
Like, you didn't watch any of it?
Not even.
I was plugged in.
I had
doo-dooed in his bed.
Yeah. So Netflix actually has a 3-part series. Yeah. They had a 3-part series on the whole Amber Heard trial. And I heard that, he got the tip of his finger cut off or whatever, but then they showed it. I'm like, dude, that is like a real injury.
Yeah,
like that is actually, holy crap.
I do understand that.
Yeah, that was like nuts. I can't believe that was like,
it's
I think that was downplayed. And
that's what happens when someone throws like shattered. Like did they throw like shattered glass at him, or she swung a shattered bottle,
a wine bottle or something? Yeah.
I think she threw like a fifth of vodka, like one of those heavy goose bottles, and it like smushed his finger between like the bottle and a wall or something. Ooh. And it broke. It looked like it like crushed like the tip of his finger. Like it was like exploded. It was,
that looked really painful.
That's I saw last night on Disney or maybe on Plex, one or the other, the new Aquaman movies on there. My girlfriend was like, "Oh, you want to watch Aquaman?" And I'm like, "I stand with Johnny." Like we're not watching Amber Heard's in that fucking movie. She's the fucking I
my
wife
won't
watch it.
Watched it, and then I think it was after this show. I came downstairs and it was like almost over.
Yeah,
shockingly bad. Surprise! Like I'm a guy who enjoys big CGI fights. Like I'm the one guy left who still does. I saw the Aquaman CGI fights. It was terrible, super bad. It didn't even look like the actors. Like they could have hired me if they're going to CGI the people that much.
I want to add another prediction to this year because I think we all agreed that Deadpool 3 was going to be the biggest R-rated movie of all time after this year's up. I think it might be the movie of the year. I think it might be the biggest grossing movie of the year. I keep accidentally stumbling upon these little like behind the scenes clips and stuff, and it's like, oh my god, they've got so many cameos and guest stars in there.
Yeah.
I saw Walter White
in the movie.
That's what this movie's about. Yeah, that's what
service, fourth wall breaking cameos.
I've tried to explain this character to you before. You refused then.
His superpower is breaking the fourth wall, Taylor.
Yeah, he talks to you. Yeah.
The superpower is working with a script where the writing requires you to talk to the audience directly.
I like it. I like
usually
it.
Funny.
Brad Pitt was in the last one.
Yeah, I saw one of them.
It was so funny. So what's his name? Is it Ryan? It's not Ryan Reynolds.
Ryan Reynolds.
It is.
Yeah, he's the main.
I think he was talking about pitching the movie to the executives, like the sequel, and he's like, this, that. Maybe it was the first one that Brad Pitt's in. He's like, it's gonna be huge. And he's got like a sidekick team. They're the X-Force, and Brad Pitt signed on, and he's gonna be this one guy. And they're like, wait, Brad Pitt signed on? Yeah, he's gonna be one of my underlings. Really? Yeah, he's on. Turns out, but Brad Pitt is playing the Invisible Man. But then right away, like during the mission, the Invisible Man gets electrocuted, and so as he's dying, you see Brad Pitt going, and you're like, holy shit, it was Brad Pitt. And I saw Brad Pitt joking about it. He's like, yeah, they asked me to come in and explain the bit to me. I thought it was hilarious.
Easiest check I ever cashed.
Yeah.
Speaking of cameos, Johnny Depp was in Walking Dead, which is my favorite Walking Dead cameo.
Where?
Season
I think he might have just literally been a severed head. I'm not sure. But yeah, he was in it.
Okay. That new show came out. I haven't watched it yet. The Rick and Michonne show that I think the first episode came out. I'll wait till a few are out, but I'll probably get pulled back into that filthy fucking universe that they bastardized just over and over for years. I'm so upset with that show. Do you watch the show?
So I've seen the first like 3 or 4 seasons.
You don't plan to go back?
No, I'm like I'm good. I feel.
Did you get to Negan?
I got out, but I know who he is.
Yeah. So here's the thing. I thought the show was quite good. I didn't like season 2. But other than that, I really liked it up until about a year after Negan. Maybe they fought Negan for too long. Negan was so popular with the fans, I think, that they were like, oh, we can't kill Negan off. Let's figure out how he's going to be part of the tribe forever. And so they have this war with Negan and Walking Dead does this multiple season per season thing too. That's a bit confusing at times. They have like 2 seasons per year. It felt like for 4 seasons almost, we were at war with Negan or just trying to get Negan. And it's like, man, this isn't sticks and stones and bows and arrows. We all have machine guns. If we were at war with one guy for a year, like I think we'd get him or we'd give up. Yeah. Like it would be over. Somebody would have died. And that gets annoying. It gets to this thing that Sons of Anarchy fell into at times where they're gun runner gang members who have beef with other gun running gang members and the Irish Republican army is involved, like terrorists and shit. And yet we'll have a big shootout and nobody will get hurt. It's like, dude, that wasn't fisticuffs at a bar. That was a machine gun fight. Yeah. That guy threw a grenade. Like one guy genuinely shot it with an RPG one time, and it was like nobody got hurt. Like,
everybody just sucks.
Are we talking about Walking Dead still? I'm sorry, my internet seemed to fall.
Yeah.
Zach, can you show that picture? I don't know which one is Johnny Depp. Maybe you guys. I'm terrible.
It's on the right.
It's on the right.
Yeah.
No. Yeah. See, normal people can tell.
Yeah, right way.
There we go.
You knew that was Johnny. That doesn't look like Johnny Depp at all. But okay.
It was the only one with his cheekbones.
It's definitely not the one in the middle. I'm just processing.
That's literally my first guess. The middle one.
Oh shit. Well,
because they were paying attention to it. That's why.
Yeah, it's definitely. Well,
definitely.
What happened to The Walking Dead is they killed off and didn't appreciate their main characters. They're way too talky at times, and also it's really hard to continue to write a show like that because the whole concept is a bit silly.
It's
how do you get snuck? You can't sneak up on me. All right, like you can't. I'm like you can't. If you were trying, you couldn't in the woods like that. So how is this shambling thing with cataracts going to ever sneak up on me? We talked about this the other day.
I can't sneak
That's
up on
annoying.
You unless if you're awake. If you're awake, I don't see myself sneaking up on you in any environment. It could be hardwood floors, right? Maybe that's something I could be.
I'm sneaky. I do that to people. Like I'm always like I'm on my toes. Like see, I was always a night owl. And
the back of your toes, you doing that fucking thing?
No, on the back of my toes. I do that when I want to freak you out. So my legs bend backwards like an alien, and I've got those backwards knees. But no, I get up on the balls of my feet, like up high, and like I'm sneaky. I can be right behind somebody, and they won't know it. If I'm on hardwood, especially, I'm fucking like.
I'm the exact opposite. I'm fucking thumpy. You can hear me coming. Like if you're 2 rooms away and I'm just thumping my way over to you, people. Colin's like, "Hey, Dad." He knows it's me. I'm not in the room yet. I'm not even in the room next to the room yet. But he heard me.
I think the issue with I guess The Walking Dead or any zombie show, like zombies are the worst concept in horror because, like, if you just think about it. Just stay somewhere. Like if there's a zombie outbreak, some weird thing happened and people were dead, but they're like walking around and eating brains. Like just wait for like a week. Just hang out. That's it. And it all blows over. These are rotting bags of meat and they're just walking through the woods. Animals don't exist anymore. What do they have a metabolism? They need to eat, right? They need to convert energy into something. Do they poop? Where does it go? Like, it's just like, what happens to all the, like, it makes no sense unless you're just saying now it's magic. If it's just magic, then it doesn't matter.
It's literally magic in The Walking Dead.
Make sense otherwise.
It's magic in The Walking Dead. There's the crazies from 28 Days Later.
Those are fucked up. Yeah, for sure.
Yeah. That's very scary.
Problem.
And then there are those cordyceps people from the recent The Last of Us, where you have the fungus sort of zombie parasite puppeting. But then it's like, how are they being sustained? Like maybe you could maybe you could talk me into that somehow by saying now they're part fungi and they're like their metabolisms absorb nutrients from the corpses that they kill. Like maybe that's how they work now. Maybe I'll even believe some sci-fi like that.
Even then,
but Walking Dead doesn't even give you that. There's a scene in episode season 1, I think, where they meet they go to the CDC in Atlanta. They talk. It's like, man, you're popping your cherry early with CDC. Like, this is how the virus works with like a fucking CGI overlay and everything. That should have been season 10 shit.
Yeah, it's like, really? It's been 3 days and most of your guys are dead.
We got to the bottom of it, Carl. Let's just blow our fucking brains out. That's what really happened.
Yeah,
like, well, dude, it's over.
There was in that, I don't know if it was season 1 or 2. It might have been 1, but they really nailed it. They go to the CDC. There's a doctor there, and he has this like unknown plan to kill all of us. You know, this rich group of survivors, and he thinks he's doing them a favor. He thinks he's saving their life. And right before the big explosion that takes out the doctor, but our heroes get away, he's like, there'll be a time when you remember this and you'll wish you were here with me. Like something close to that. And it's like, fuck. And then later on, they like called back to it when Negan like was dominating them and taking them, killing a couple of them and just basically abusing them. And it was like, fuck yeah, death is better.
That's the name of the episode. There'll be a time.
Oh, really?
I mean, but they didn't ever really look back on it that way, did they? Because every second of it, they were yearning to life, desperately trying to survive. That doctor was a murderer who was trying to take a bunch of people with him.
That's mercy killing.
Yeah. A well-intended murderer.
Mercy killing, baby. That's a terrible. But you're right.
I wish he'd done it, and that fucking show would have been done.
It was good in 1 season. That's it.
It's good in 1 season, man.
No, I think there's. If there's not 13 seasons overall, I bet there's 12, and I bet there are 4 good ones.
That's
it would work if
that show is brutal.
It could work if they were like technically still alive, or if they're reanimated, but they have to eat. Like if they were eating something all the time, like that would make sense. But they're just. But do they poop? There.
Like
they would need to be shitting all the time. I always wonder
all the time.
You know what I always think about is like, what's the consistency of a vampire's shits? It must be horrendous,
like a baby.
Yes.
No, he just shits blood, right? Like
no, it's processed, right?
Yeah.
Like,
so it'd be like,
if I gave you a milkshake, you wouldn't shit ice cream.
If you only fed me milkshakes, though, the consistency of my booze would be very liquidy. I think.
I'm not sure. It's dairy, right?
Well, there's only one way to find out.
We did learn though from
30 days all dairy. Come on,
that blood is like the ultimate protein shake. Remember, we looked that up, like the amount of protein in like 20 ounces of blood, and it's bananas. Blows the pants off of anything on the market, but you need a lot of blood, to drink.
That's why in my playing days I went down under every month.
So, I mean,
like Jack vampires.
Yeah, that's true. That's true.
Yeah, they're always very developed.
Like I won't watch any show that's not over already. You know, like that I know that like, all right, this has come to a conclusion and it's satisfying for most people. Like even Game of Thrones, when I watched it, I knew it was over and people had a problem with it, but I'm like, I'll give it a shot because people, enjoy the story up until a certain point. But if a show is like, all right, this is really good, it's in season 1, I'm like, if they start going off the rails in season 5 and they're like, hey, by the way, we're interdimensional pansexual beings, and I'm like, I don't know what the fuck I'm doing anymore.
Yeah.
Like, Game of Thrones is better on rewatch. It's way better on rewatch.
We got it. I get into them. I get into them early. I like to see what's up. If there's more, the more episodes that are out, the better, of course. But we started watching a show maybe 9 months ago called From. And I don't know. I don't know how we're all upset at me about it. I think it's basically it would seem that this group of people are stuck in sort of a pocket universe in this little shitty town. And if you try to drive down the road, you just end up right back where you are, Twilight Zone style. And at night, ghoulish, ghostly people beings come out and they eviscerate you unless you have a talisman on your door. And the main character is it's the black guy from Lost. If you ever watched Lost, it's that guy. And he was formerly law enforcement, so he kind of falls into that role. And he's also got a piece. So he can lay some justice down if he needs to and whip some ass. And they're just all stuck there, living this existence, stuck in this they're like, and every now and then somebody new shows up, and they're like, oh no, here we go. Like, we have to explain to these people that A, your lives are over and you're stuck in this like town for the rest of your lives, and B, you have to get inside and put a talisman over your door because there's ghouls coming to get you.
Yeah.
And people will be like, fuck you, I'm calling my agent. And it's like, we got to get this guy to get inside. And I'm thinking, like, let him eat him and then we'll have his luggage.
Yeah.
There's no way I'm wanting to add another mouth to this like potato garden that will not support me. Like, I love taters.
So there's this show on Netflix called Beef. Have you guys seen it?
No, I haven't.
Is that the cooking show?
No. So it is it's I guess it's a drama, but it's a sort of a dark comedy. So it's with Ali Wong, the female comedian, and it's the guy from Walking Dead, the Asian guy from Walking Dead. And they're both in like, she's Japanese, he's Korean, and it just follows their lives as they interact with each other. Like, it all starts off with some road rage incident, like he's coming out of a parking spot and she like almost backs into him or something like that, and then she lays on the horn, gives him the finger, and then that starts a whole road rage thing where he's like coming after her, and they go over this lawn, and then they get captured on camera, and then it balloons out of proportion to the point where they're like ruining each other's lives because they're so like petty and their own lives are falling apart. It is one of the best shows I've ever seen. And in that one season, I think they're going to have 2 or 3 more seasons, but in that one season, you feel so satisfied with all the storyline elements, and it's very well done. Like, it's well acted. It's funny. It's like, it's heartfelt. And at the end, it's like, it gets pretty philosophical about like, hey, what are we really fighting about? Or what do we want in life?
I think the biggest problem with modern television is that, so we had this time when a show like Law and Order or Star Trek always comes to my mind. They did 22 episodes a season, sometimes 24 or more episodes a season. And then we started getting these streaming shows like House of Cards, and it was like, it's a limited series. They only do 8 or 10 episodes a year, but they're primo. They're the best. They're like miniature movies. And look, it's A-list actors. Those are the actors you'd go to see a movie in. And then everybody just said, yeah, we're all limited series. And it's like, no, you're not. You're McDonald's. You're McDonald's. Go back to the dollar menu. I want 24 good episodes. You're not good enough to give me 8 primo episodes. That's not your wheelhouse. That's for those artistes over there who make like True Detectives and The Wire and shit like that. These little gems that we collect and watch every decade. Like, not you. And everything became that. Everything's 8 or 10 episodes, and then you get nowhere. You get no fucking where in the storyline. You're always spinning wheels, doing nothing, trying to get signed on, and everybody wants to get paid in season 3 or something. But now they're all fat and old. God damn it.
You're really right. I was starting to think that 10 episodes was kind of enough, but the story arc of a 10-episode season is pretty limited.
Star Trek was 22 fucking episodes. They went on some adventures, Woody. They went on some fucking adventures. Picard did all sorts of shit. Like, that's why 10. I think
each story stood on its own, though.
Yeah, those are long episodes as well in some cases. That I appreciate that but then when you start giving me like these, it's 38 minutes this week, and 4 minutes of that is like, wait a minute, this is just I wanted an hour and 10 or hour and 20. Give me a big episode. I like that. I appreciate the content.
But I feel a little ripped off sometimes. Like, it's 42 minutes and nothing happened this episode. The plot didn't move along at all. Just some talking, some nothing, and then they put us.
I feel The Boys is it might be headed towards that, not necessarily like a Game of Thrones thing, but it just might be headed towards like a whimper.
It's on the second half of its bell curve, right?
Yes.
Like, I don't know.
It just feels like that.
I'm not ready to co-sign on that. So they've got a big season coming up. So for Taylor or anyone who else might not know, at the end of last season, this universe's evil Superman went off came off the wheels a little bit. Basically, a MAGA stand-in threw a milkshake at his kid, and he laser-eyed that guy's face off in front of like not only a crowd but like the world. And I said it was a MAGA guy that threw the cup. It was the opposite. It was like some liberal douche in a crowd of MAGA guys that threw the milkshake, and he gets his face lasered. And you would think that the world would go, oh my God, he's a villain. Oh, run. No. But they go, yeah, fuck yeah. And it's like, he kind of looks around like,
oh yeah.
So they're pretty ham-handed with their commentary.
Absolutely. He's absolutely.
They're doing
I can do anything I want.
Like Gavin Newsom called it a national divorce, right? There's this sort of split amongst people who pay attention to politics. And, the boys is sort of using that for material.
So next season we pick up and we see like how has the world settled in with not only that, but then if you watch Gen Z, which is the sideshow that is interwoven, which I do because I love that shit. Gen. Is it? What did I say? I said Gen Z. It's Gen V.
Yeah.
Gen V was, like I said, horny Harry Potter. So I was all about that. And look, that's how you can make some woke content that I'll sign on with. You've got the black lesbian girl with her pussy power. I was all about that. I was all about that. She's using her. I
have not seen this, but it sounds great.
It's a black lesbian who uses her period blood to smoke people, and she's got like a to say that her boy girlfriend is transsexual is kind of not giving you enough information. It's that they change genders literally, not just make believe. Like
there's two actors,
like the frogs in Jurassic Park.
So it's basically Mystique again.
Life will find a way,
but with a binary thing. So you can either be this Asian man or this Asian girl.
Oh, so it's way less powerful Mystique.
Well,
yeah, shapeshifter, but on two shapes.
Yeah. Like he could be anywhere. Not really, General. He can be.
Like way less powerful, but I don't think less powerful is always worse.
It's going to take twice the resources to track this man. Like
more powerful leads
or woman.
Too many plot holes sometimes. Yeah, they're the two actors. They're supposed to be.
Yeah, I would crack the fucking case pretty quickly.
Not me. I'm baffled. Which one's the boy?
No, I'm all about this. I don't give a shit how gay it is because like they're not. Mm-hmm. It's not like they took some established like I don't know. For all I know, in the real comic, those kids are all white and straight. like. I guess I just don't respect that material at all. Like maybe I would some other ones for some reason.
It doesn't take itself seriously.
But I watched that show and I enjoyed that show. Pussy blood and all. That was wild. That was a cool fucking power.
What woke things were there? The gender bender.
Oh there was the eating disorder.
And there were a lot of gay people, like way more than.
Oh, everybody's gay. It was. I feel like
yeah.
I feel like that one white kid. I had the thing that all the white people were the bad guys. Like we had that one straight white man who was like in charge of everything, and he's like children, I've been experimenting on you in the basement, actually.
The old guy,
and then we had the one like then Arnold Schwarzenegger's son is in the show for like 8 seconds. Taylor, you're like, holy shit, this is my guy. First of all, not the Mexican one. No, don't think that. No. Oh, this one's Jack too. Arnold's blood is fucking pure. That's it. Oh my God. If Hitler had gotten a hold of Arnold and made a bunch of,
I think he probably did.
Blitzkrieg. Oh my God. This kid is literally like Superman 2 or some shit. But he has a whole meltdown in the first episode. He hangs dong. That's his thing. He's like fireman or some shit. But he fucking dies. He fucking dies right away. Man, I remember him looking a lot cooler in the show. I'm gonna be honest.
Has more kids than I know. I thought he had a fat one, and then the one he had with the maid has been jacked for a while, is my understanding. Yeah, he does. But I'm not up to date on Arnold's children and their physiques. So
yeah, not at all. You ever see that clip where he's doing like he does a lot of volunteer work, and he's at like a high school or some shit, and some kid comes out of nowhere and tries to drop kick Schwarzenegger in the back?
I think he did send that video to me a couple of years ago, and he's got mass. He didn't even really get moved too much by it.
Yeah,
stumbled forward, but the other guy,
like 70 years old, and this douchebag runs up and like tries to do like a karate double drop kick type thing, and just bounces off Arnold, and then Arnold's bodyguards, who I guess weren't at Gold's Gym that minute, grabbed a hold of that little kid. And they're just like choking the life out of him. Not like that Dave Chappelle shit, though. If you ever saw the guy that rushed Chappelle, they beat the shit out of that.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
Can you find his after incident photo, Zach?
The Dave Chappelle thing? Because that's hilarious. Yeah. Find the guy that rushed Chappelle like after the ass whooping.
He was getting beat up by like bodyguards, other comedians, and celebrities, like rappers.
I imagine Kevin Hart's back there getting some of it. Martin Lawrence comes backstage to kick him a few times.
There he is.
Jesus Christ.
They detained the fuck out of him.
Dude, you do not.
Wait a minute, he's his fucking painted nails and his Pokemon trainer gloves. Got his ass kicked.
Oh,
what a loser.
Yeah.
What's he wearing?
You know the joke about the knife, right?
No.
All right.
Yes.
So here's the bit. So this happened. So at one point while they were whooping his ass, the guy reaches for his waistband and pulls out a fucking gun. And then everybody's like, oh shit, he's got a gun now. Now he's has the upper hand. So bodyguard grabs the gun, wrestles it away from him, goes to rack the slide, clear it. It doesn't work. Points to the ground and pulls the trigger, and a knife comes out. It was a gun knife. It looks like a gun, but it's got a blade that comes out.
Yes,
exactly. And so later on, the reporter asked Chappelle, and he's like, I told her that he had a knife that identified as a gun. And then I got another week's worth of hate mail because of that joke. It was bullshit.
Was it a reporter? Are you sure about that part? Because I might be wrong.
I thought it was. I don't know. It's just a joke. Dave.
I remember it like this. Chris Rock comes on and tells some joke that absolutely fucking slays. And Chappelle's like, what the fuck? I got attacked. And Chris Rock is now, making good jokes. So he tells the gun knife joke and no one laughed. And he got into trouble for another week and he was all mad.
Something like that. Yeah. They beat the shit out of that guy. That was not the guy to attack. You would imagine he's got a lot of people who want to stick up for him over there. I love Dave Chappelle. I can't believe
he's like one of the most loved comedians ever.
Like if you're normal and you have a good sense of humor, you like Dave Chappelle.
Yes,
he's funny.
I like Dave Chappelle. I do think he's peaked.
When?
Yeah,
I don't know, but
Chappelle show.
When I listen to his new stuff, I'm like, I didn't dislike it. I just thought it was good.
He's probably one of the most iconic comics in my lifetime. So like when I went to high school, when Chappelle's show came out, everybody after that an episode came out was quoting the episode they saw last night. Yeah. So everybody was Rick James, everybody was Little John. They were doing that. Like
we all had that DVD.
Yes,
all had those
years.
DVDs.
This was years. People were saying, what?
I'm Rick James, bitch.
I'm Rick James, bitch. Fuck your couch. That
Charlie Murphy.
Yeah, Charlie Murphy.
Charlie Murphy, fuck your couch. Yeah. Dude, that was part of the culture, right? What was the best joke from his last stand-up?
I don't know. Something about trying stuff. I don't know.
True. Yeah, exactly. I don't remember.
Exactly. I mean, not one of us can remember a single joke.
That's not fair because it was when we were growing up.
Fucking years ago, and we had half a dozen examples.
No, we'll see. That's because we're comparing the TV show that we've seen every episode of 10 times to a comedy special we watched once 3 months ago. If I thought a little
ago.
8 months ago,
whatever shit from like the 90s that killed, and 3 months ago we're like, I can't remember a single joke.
Well, it's like Clayton Bigsby is like ingrained in the cultural humor memory. Like that's
he did set a high bar for himself. Right?
He can't match that every
special.
He can't do that show anymore. He doesn't own the name Chappelle Show.
Oh well, someone should give it back to him.
Yeah, I don't think that works that way.
But I guess I can go along with that because I mean his
capitalist
was
fucker.
His stand-up was pretty iconic, when he did the thing where the guy was jerking off in the subway. He's like, he can't come on all of us.
Yeah.
So I guess
Chappelle's still better than most.
Mm-hmm.
But if he released a special and Shane Gillis did today, I'd pick Shane's first.
He had a Cribs episode on Chappelle's show.
Yeah.
And he goes, most rappers will take you and show you their closet full of sneakers. He's like smoking a cigar, I think, while he does it. Got my own sweatshop. And he opens a door up and he's got all these Chinese ladies back there like making shoes. He's like working these bitches 20 hours a day. And the lady goes, pow! And he like yells back in Mandarin, and they translate with subtitles and it's like, get back to work or I'll burn your feet. And he goes,
your feet.
And he makes that sizzle, yo, feet. And then he goes,
she goes, I remember he put diamonds in the cereal because he was like, 1, it's the most baller shit ever, and 2, makes your dookie twinkle.
It's the most baller shit ever. Yeah, Dave Chappelle has a lot of goodwill with me forever over the Chappelle show.
Yes. Yeah.
I wish he did that type of material. I wish what he had was a Key and Peele type show. Like I would, if I would kill for that, I would pay a subscription service for that to his website or whatever. However, if he wanted to do it like Louis C.K. style, like whatever he wanted to do, if he had a Chappelle show, for the 21st century, that would be very popular. But again, I don't think he owns that name. I think he signed that away back in the day.
That sucks. So like Comedy
But do you
Central
think that it could? Yeah, like could you do that now? Because like even South Park is not the same as what it was. Like it's not the cultural phenomenon. Now, South Park is just kind of like reality has gotten so insane that South Park can't really parody it without being just like I don't know, shades of the same thing.
Chappelle had his show now. People would say, 2 of those skits were funny. It's not as good as it used to be. Forgetting the fact that 20 years ago, maybe only 2 or 3 of them were the ones we're still talking about.
My favorite one out of all of them is the Wayne Brady one. When
I was just talking about that with a friend yesterday.
Yeah,
break yourself.
By the way, Taylor, that's a fucking parody of Training Day. You didn't even get the references.
I didn't have to. I laughed.
God damn it! I watched Training Day last night. We should do the ads, but
yeah. We're late.
I didn't know you'd like to get wet. I like that.
We'll go right back to talking about our favorite comedians, Dave Chappelle, and redoing his bit from 25 years ago. This episode is brought to you by distro.com. PKA fans, have you been interested in THC but aren't sure where to start? Look no further than distro.com, your premium source for THCA flower, dabs, edibles, and other smoking accessories. THCA not your cup of tea? Then check out our expansive assortment of Delta products, including edibles, vapes, and disposables. That's right, folks. Pharoah Distro is your go-to destination for all things THC related. Get ready to elevate your experience with Pharoah Distro's exclusive Pharoah Exotics THCA buds. These buds are so premium, they practically come with their own red carpet. Crafted for all cannabis lovers, these USA indoor-grown beauties are the epitome of luxury. And for all of the dabbing aficionados, get ready to savor the richness of our THCA diamond sauce. Trust me, once you try it, you'll wonder how you ever dabbed without it. These are the perfect pairing with DabX products like the DabX Go and the DabX Rocket, our premium dabbing equipment. And let's not forget our mouth-watering assortment of high-quality, high-milligram, and some low-milligram edibles. Perfect for anyone looking to elevate their edible game. From Delta 8, Delta 9, or even Delta 10, we have an incredible assortment of edibles in many delicious designs. If you're looking to add a touch of wellness to your routine, explore Pharoah Distro's range of CBD products and therapeutic mushrooms, because self-care never tasted so good. PKA fans, use code PKA20 for 20% off your whole order. You heard us, 20% off your whole order for being a fan of the podcast. What are you waiting for? Head over to pharoahdistro.com, linked below, to discover a world of premium THC products that cater to your every whim. Elevate your 2024 experience with Pharoah Distro and make this year the best. Pharoahdistro.com, PKA20 for 20% off. Very high quality stuff over there.
Somebody asked me what I smoked the other day, and I was like, I explained my legal scenarios, and I was like, yeah, but I've got the sponsor, and it's perfect. And I remembered that quote from Trailer Park Boys, where J Rock was like, "Me and Tyrone can handle all your dope needs." Yeah. It was like, I literally used. I was like, me and my sponsor can handle all your dope needs. What do you want? You want flour? You want edibles? You want concentrate? You want gadgets? We got all sorts of gadgets. It's wonderful. Yeah. So highly recommend all their shit. Gets you so high. They send me a gift bag every week almost, and I'm very appreciative. And I'm certainly not complaining. Keep them coming, gentlemen. But I got a lot of shit here, and I'll eat 1.5 of these gummy worms, and I have a hard time like playing Tarkov effectively. I although it gets so scary. Woody, I play nighttime Tarkov with the good night vision, so I'm like in that nighttime world, and the crickets are chirping, and I'm like walking through the bushes, and every leaf fucking freaks me out when I eat 2 fucking gummy
Sponsors,
worms.
If he's still playing this game, you're not sending him enough shit. Challenge.
Get himself so high he can't play ever again.
So strong.
1999 RTS. So.
The gummy worms are also the best tasting, in my opinion. I like the gummy worms a lot. And then all the diamond sauce and all that shit is genuinely really, really fucking dopey strong. It makes a thick, angry cloud of vapor that'll just take you to a dark, dark place where your mouth is watering. You know, when you hit that really hard hit and your mouth immediately like has a Pavlovian effect of going super salivation mode and you've got to run to a sink to spit. That's how strong that diamond sauce shit is when you hit it off this Dab X.
It's Kyle's scared of Tarkov. You're not done till he feels like that during Minesweeper.
And if you taking hits of that Dab X,
it's said one, but sometimes they're wrong.
So yeah, check it out. PharoahDistro.com, PKA20 for 20% off. Check out the Dab X Go or the Dab X Rocket. It's the absolute best way to dab. Much easier, much more convenient, easier to clean, easier to set up, heats up faster. It's quite literally the better way to do it.
How does the theme song go?
I don't know. I haven't finished writing it yet, and I'm pissed you put me on the spot before. It was
I was really hoping you'd ad lib there.
If I would have had my recorder, I could have.
And a 1 and a 2.
Me without my gong.
If you want to get high and hear some rhymes, try Pharaoh Distro every time.
That's it. They need to clip that and add it in. So yeah, PKA 20.
Songify that, Zach. Make me sound good.
Yeah, songify it. Edibles are great. Everything they have, very high quality, and it's accurately dosed. So you can go into it trusting this 10 milligram edible, it's going to be 10 milligrams. This 100 milligram edible, it's going to be 100 milligrams. So don't bite off more than you can chew. PharoahDistro.com, PKA20. Check them out. This episode is also brought to you by Blue Chew. Blue Chew, folks. Let's talk about hard dicks. Let's talk about sex, actually, is the writing. Guys, shouldn't you always be at your best? 2024 is the year to maximize your performance in the bedroom. Listen up, BlueChew.com. Blue Chew is a unique online service that delivers the same active ingredients as Viagra, Cialis, and Levitra, but in chewable tablets and at a fraction of the cost. You can take them anytime, day or night, so you can plan ahead or be ready whenever an opportunity arises. The process is simple. Sign up at BlueChew.com, consult with one of their licensed medical providers, and once you're approved, you'll receive your prescription within days. The best part, it's all done online, so no visit to the doctor's office, no awkward conversation, and no waiting in line at the pharmacy. Blue Chew's tablets are made in the USA and prepared and shipped direct to your door in a discreet package. Blue Chew wants to help you have better sex. Discover your options at BlueChew.com. Chew it and do it. Also, we got a special deal for our listeners. Try Blue Chew free when you use our promo code PKA at checkout. Just pay the $5 in shipping. That's BlueChew.com, promo code PKA to receive your first month free. Visit BlueChew.com for more details and important safety information. And thank you to Blue Chew for sponsoring the show. That is BlueChew.com, promo code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping, and you can try it for free. As always, we take Kyle's advice on this, since he was the sensei to Woody and I being the Padawans, and he led us down the road of Tadalafil, which is the Cialis equivalent, and never looked back. I don't, it's
outstanding. 100%. My dick is a thing of beauty. If you guys are just fucking rocking a stock dick, then you're not performing at your best.
You don't even know how hard you can be. You can be so much harder. Your dick's gonna be angry looking. It's gonna be, it's gonna be a good time. The person jacking you off or blowing you or that you're fucking, they're gonna be like, my God, is this dick hard?
That's why they call it wood.
Yes.
Yep. Yeah, you could.
They should
knock
call it
on someone's door with
platinum.
your dick. Yeah, it's platinum. So check it out. Use the Tadalafil version if you want to take Kyle's advice, but I'm sure all of them will work A-OK for you. That is BlueChew.com, promo code PKA. Just pay the $5 in shipping. Try it out for free. If it's the same as it's always been, or it was years ago when we started advertising with them, you get 3 tablets, I believe, for the $5 of trying it out. And like Kyle's mentioned before, it's not like a 3-hour window thing. Like, it's like 2 days. So for like 2 days, you're banging on all cylinders. So check it out. Code PKA. This episode, of course, also brought to you by Lock and Load, the premium ejaculation increasing supplement taking the world by storm. Efficaciously dosed with the brilliant minds of myself, Kyle, and then leaning extraordinarily heavily on the professionals over at GorillaMind.com, Derek's company. It's an excellent product. It actually works. If it didn't, we wouldn't tell you to take 9 pills a day of it. We would have made a ridiculously smaller bottle, and it would have been a lot less expensive to make each bottle. But we didn't, because Kyle and I insisted that it actually make you bust. And that's why years later, after the advent of this wonderful technology, it continues to sell. It continues to be a hot cake over there because it works, folks. It works. And it's not one of those things where you're going to have to buy 5 bottles and we say, on the 4th bottle, you're going to start noticing. No. You're going to be halfway through this bottle and you're going to bust and you're going to go, what? Where's this coming from? Is my leg hollow? Where's this come? Where's it coming from? And it's going to feel good. Your bust is going to feel better. Your lady friend or your man friend, we don't care. As long as you're having fun consensually, is going to be flattered at how much you are coming. Women pay attention to that. You think that your girl doesn't notice when you go and it's just a weak little drizzle out the top, like you squeezed a restaurant ketchup too hard? You think that's what she wants? No, she wants to be slathered, absolutely slathered in it. Ask your mom, ask your
grandma, any family members.
They absolutely love it, and don't listen to them when they say they don't. I'm telling you the truth here.
Subscribers, ask your mom. They're going to be like, I love it when Woody comes on me.
Mm-hmm.
We know what they want.
We know what they want better than they do. They're ladies, am I right? So lock and load. The premium, dude, if we have the female listeners, we can get in trouble. But there aren't any. Both of them out there are like, oh yeah, I roll with that. Yeah. Lock and load, code PKA, code Jizz, 10% off. And it's not just for the cum pills, folks. Energy drinks, weight loss supplements, anything and everything you need efficaciously dosed over at Derek's site, gorillamind.com. You can get 10% off with code Jizz or code PKA. So check it out. Very high quality stuff. If you're getting the pre-workout, get the no stim nitric one in black cherry. That's the best flavor. So there you go.
Cool.
I don't know. I was thinking we'd spend the next hour and a half just kind of doing Chappelle bits. Like just being like, wasn't this a good one? And it's like, yes, that was a good one. They were almost all good ones. But it's also, you're right about the sketch show thing, Woody, in that the more time passes since you've watched specifically a sketch show, the more you lean into like just remembering the good. The same
SNL
thing happened,
always used to be good.
I was too young to like ever catch the SNL bug, but you guys remember Whitest Kids You Know on YouTube, right?
Yeah.
Perfect example there, where like you remember like the gallon of PCP or the Office Sniper or the really, really funny ones. And then if you go back and you watch, you're like, oh, I guess this was a normal sketch show that just had a lot of, dingers in that, like, oh, this one kind of a loser. Oh, this one it really didn't get me the same way. And so, yeah, I think sketch shows really lend themselves to that.
Well, it's like a psychic or something. You always keep the hits and you forget the misses. I guess I get in a certain respect. Chappelle's show was in such a pivotal time for a lot of people. It was while they were in high school or just growing up that they'll look at it with rose-colored glasses, be like, "This is the funniest thing I've ever heard in my life."
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it happened during those formative years where it was like, "Oh, this is what funny is." I didn't know it could be this dirty and this funny. This is great. And all my friends laugh when I go to school and like parrot it. This is great.
What are we in the golden age of right now?
Porn.
I get, but it's
porn.
Not free.
It's all of it's free. Every single porn is free.
Oh, because I thought that like you were sort of saying like the OnlyFans, the Fansly, the freaking Red Gifts or whatever Reddit puts their shit on. Like every girl is basically a minor league porn star now.
Yes.
When I was young, there was this fear like, oh my God, what if your picture gets on the internet? First of all, there are so many pictures on the internet of naked girls now. They won't find yours. Second, if they do, well, everyone has naked pictures on the internet. What difference does it make?
Right.
Like, so it's fine. But it's not all free.
Yeah, but most of it is, and it's functionally free. I mean, even if it's not free, there's ways to find it if you really want to. And I mean, even if it's not expensive. There's no, it's still going to be $10 or something if you really want
These
it.
OnlyFans chicks need to learn that if they want my money, $3 tops.
$3.
Yeah. $3.
It's the tips because they make less than minimum wage. You see, they need the tips to survive, Woody.
I don't ever talk to them. I don't ever do any custom kind of anything. But I will be like, well, I do want to see you're naked. How much? Yeah. I will pay up to $3.
How much? Yeah.
I mean, the vast majority of them make curious. Like no money whatsoever, right?
Yeah, but it's just like
YouTube, right?
Yeah.
The top make all the money. What was I going to say? Oh, you know what my golden age pick is? Television. Not the shows. That's what you're thinking. I mean the hardware. What you can get for like $400 now is outrageous. And if you double that budget, good fucking God, you have like a movie theater.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's true.
Sure.
Yeah, TVs are
We're talking about what we're in the golden age of, Kyle. And Freddie said porn. I said television, but the hardware, just how great TVs have become for the money.
Both very accurate.
I don't know if you have anything off the top of your head.
Man, we are getting to see. There's a lot of war going on right now. I wonder.
Golden
I would
War.
bet that. I would bet right now.
GoPro footage is
like the bombs, the amount of bombs that are being dropped like per day right now. I wonder. I would like to see like a graph of that, like bombs dropped monthly since World War II, because I love that comparison.
Is artillery a bomb?
No.
No, you have to count it as
okay. How about that? All right, yeah, explosives used in conflict by TNT, tons of TNT over the years. Like I feel like right now the world is popping off everywhere. I keep seeing shit in Lebanon, Israel's still going hard in the paint.
What's the one we don't talk about? Yemen, maybe? Who's Saudi Arabia at war with?
Yemen.
Oh, everybody. Iran.
Okay.
There's Azerbaijan and Armenia.
To just put it simply, Iran is who they're really at war with, because
and everything else is proxy.
Everything else is proxy or funding. Okay. Like Iran is propping all of the baddies up everywhere.
Yeah, the Houthis in Yemen are funded by Iran, and the Saudis hate Iran.
When those 2 Navy SEALs fell off that boat and drowned a few months ago, that was them intercepting a boat that had Iranian missiles going to the Houthis or someone. Mm-hmm. That's what that was about.
You think that like more bombs are going off now than like World War II? Like aggregately, there's no way. No way.
It made me wonder.
It like per bomb, like I just don't know. I'd like to know. I don't think that. No.
What about?
But I would like to see the comparison.
Like
more per. If we get in a per capita,
bombs per capita. I think
bombs per capita, maybe more.
The amount of artillery they're using in the Ukraine conflict or war, whatever, is outrageous. It's a ton, and it actually is one of my frustrations for where Ukrainian is. I get it; they're both dug in. There's minefields. It's hard to move. I get it. However, it does sort of seem like the soldiers on both sides are like, let's just safely lob artillery shells from 2 miles away for the next 2 years at each other and call that good enough.
Cowards.
Mm-hmm. Right? I mean, if I was there, folks, I would be rushing the front lines and winning this war. That's what I would do.
I've seen Woody play Call of Duty. Let me just say this. When Woody plays Domination, he gets on the flag, goddammit. You won't see him back there in a trench. In a tree, no, with a scope. What the fuck for? His enemy's 5 feet away because he's up there on B-Dom, baby.
Shotgun.
There are YouTube videos where it's like the best nade spots in.
You heard it here. Woody's got his.
You can throw it right through this fucking weird ass.
There's T-Bar jumping from windowsill and awning.
Woody's kind of a classic American hero type. He goes by a very simple motto. Very simple motto: has gun, will travel. Okay, so you let him know, he'll have that 870 Wingmaster out there on the front lines. I was the Marine. It's the 870 Marine Magnum. Yes.
I do have that.
Yeah, he'll be out there shooting grenades out of the air.
Conflict, I throw my throwing knife in the air.
3.
One of these days it'll hit. It's gonna be dope.
You just run and you just in your vision see the. Like, yes.
Can you imagine like the Ukrainian like hardened troops when you throw your knife like at the beginning of the fight, and they're just like, but then later on after the conflict they find a Russian who's been stabbed and there's holy shit. They just all salute you as you walk through them and retrieve your blade. You wipe the blood off all cool like you carve another mark.
Yeah, right. No, it's one.
You get out a smaller knife and you carve onto that. They call him the Blade Master. That's the Mexican group that's there. That's not a Ukrainian accent at all.
There's a Mexican group.
Seriously, I don't know.
It's a coalition of free countries. Yeah,
it does seem like they prefer to fight at a distance sometimes. I don't know.
Yeah,
I notice when they get close, they usually get shot. Oh, you got to head out, Freddy?
That is true.
Yeah, I'm heading out, guys. It was a lot of fun. Thanks so much.
Yeah,
dude, I really enjoyed your time.
We wish you so much luck with your car.
Yeah,
absolutely. Yeah, if you guys are ever in the Orlando, Florida area, please come by. So just come by. I got a guest house. That's actually where I am right now.
Nice.
So yeah, just you could stay with me and we'll drive some cool shit.
That's awesome. Thank you, man. For all our
Thanks so
listeners,
much.
check out all of Freddy's links below. You can find his content there. And yeah, enjoy your evening. Thanks for coming, man.
Cool. Thank you so much.
Cool, man.
Bye-bye.
Take care.
I really am going to tune in. I want to see how this car project progresses. It sounds wild. Like if it were a house that he were improving, like if he had bought, a house that used to cost $2 million to build, and he's putting like $1 million into it, and he's hoping to flip this thing. It's like, yeah, it's $85,000 a day or a month to the contractors, and then $6,000 to the bank, and I'd be like, whew. Don't worry, you'll flip it. The market will turn around. It'll be okay. But it's a car. It's a car. And he, look, he'd know if there's a market for it. He says there is. I'm sure he could turn around and sell the thing. But man, it sounds scary, right? If that was the only.
He knows what he's doing. I come on from this angle. He seems like a really nice guy. I want really good things to happen for him. I'm worried that this is a mistake, but this is his expertise, not mine. So
I bet he's making a ton making videos off that car, and
all of his videos get 1 million views or better.
Yeah. He's doing very well.
He's
So
doing
I'm
all
sure
right,
it's doing good.
Yeah.
Well, I don't feel too bad for him then.
Yeah, he's got a good thing going on. I can see why. He's a charismatic guy. So
yeah.
Boom.
I'm gonna watch that Shogun after this, I think, while I'm eating my chicken wings.
I found
You're gonna
underwear
like it.
for you, Kyle.
Oh no.
Mm-hmm.
What do they do?
They're awesome, and they've got Kyle written all over them. Zach, can you show?
Okay. So it looks like you're wearing jean shorts with a belt, inexplicably not in the belt loop.
It was from your pajama pants. The jeans,
I feel you.
pajama
Yeah.
jeans. Yeah.
So I could just wear these instead.
That's perfect.
I don't know. You think you got the thighs for that?
Did they come in an extra small?
I don't know.
Damn.
I bet they do. Your lower quads are going to look like they're in fucking hot dog casing.
Take a rudder on it.
Yeah. Look at that high quality Chinese fabric.
Is it?
Recycled rebels or whatever the fuck.
They're so perfect, Kyle.
I'm probably not.
Tighten that ass up.
Have to if you're going to wear those out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Can you imagine you're at Arby's with your family and you look over and I'm spread leg eating a double roast beef and cheddar wearing those and nothing else?
God, that guy's dripping confidence and condiments all over himself.
I hope that's horsey sauce on his thigh.
It is not. That is a plain sandwich. Dude, it would be jarring and I wouldn't like it. It would ruin my Arby's experience. I wouldn't be at Arby's anyway. Because Arby's sucks.
Jackie bought me like sexy underwear, and when I first saw them, I was like, "Oh, this is like, do I have to live up to this?" And the package in front was so fucking huge. I'm like, "Can I even fill this?" Okay, spoilers, I can. I don't know how they do it. Like, I put me on a platform or something, but I am fucking rocking seemingly a bigger package in these underwear than I am naked. And on top of that, like the fly that you half guys don't even use, like ever try to get their dick out the middle. This thing opened differently. Like from the front, it flapped open. I'm like, this is just a far better system. And they were like, maybe it was Model, but the material was super. All I want to wear now is like guys' lingerie. It's the dopest.
Damn. So you feel supported as well. So you could work out in these.
You could. Yeah.
I'd like that.
Dude,
I usually wear like the compression kind of underwear when I exercise.
Huge mistake. That's like a sports bra. It's going to make you look flat.
Well, but you need to keep everything contained and like.
Oh, you need to keep everything on presentable and on. That's your priority.
No, I guess I should. I'll look into this. I'm going to get the kind you just linked.
Cool. Put it in the WhatsApp. I want to see them.
Just tool around town. I'm gonna do some thigh sunning because I would not be comfortable showing my bare thighs to you guys in our group chat because you'd just be like, "That's so pale, that's awful."
Doesn't the darkness of my
it provides a great level of contrast between the dark body.
Yeah, and you can't tan either, so it's like you could spray
tan little bits. I can get like Trump. I should get one of those.
I would.
Straight up.
I wish I had a pair of those shoes now. I really do. I wish I had been able to.
Aren't they like $400?
They sold out. I think he only made 1,000 pair and then sold them out.
There'll be more. You can get your Trump shoes.
This one Arab investor just bought them all, and who knows? He just wanted them real bad, I guess.
Yeah. Well, it's certainly not what they do with fucking every single celebrity and politician book deal.
I'm sure they legitimately sold. But in Trump news, I don't know if he's going to have to pay all that money that they want from him.
Mm-hmm.
It would seem that he is, but then if he becomes president, I wonder what he's going to do if he becomes president with all of his enemies. But I see that the Supreme Court is going to look over the January 6th things, perhaps in regard to whether or not a president can even be, fallible criminally, and what that's actually going to do, regardless of what they find, is push that beyond the red line of election day. So it's sort of a moot point now in general, and that has been for all the mockery of his legal team. And from the outside looking in, looks like a bunch of clowns. But for all the mockery of them, it looks like in this regard they have managed to kick the ball enough times that he's going to get his shot at being the president before they can nail him for any January 6th sort of treasonous charges.
Yeah, they've got nobody but him to run. Like, I did see the results of all the primaries, and he is blowing the pants off of everybody else.
He's winning like 60-40.
I think he won like 60-30 something against Nikki Haley in her home state.
Yeah, South Carolina, you would think being her home state would be a strong one for her, but that's Trump country, apparently.
Yeah,
she's
just not very well liked.
She does better with a more educated population. She did better in the Northeast. She did better in Iowa. She didn't do that well in South Carolina. But
she's just not likable. She just comes off as so just to the highest bidder. Never seen a war she didn't like. Hawkish. Just going to serve big business interests. Like, seems to be indifferent, if not disliking of her supposed constituents. Like, she just sucks. I do not like her.
Well, I don't know about all that, but I know that not only did Trump, win everything that he could win, but I saw that maybe Biden, Biden's going through the primary process too for some reason. I don't even know what the fucking point is. The article read tens of thousands in either Michigan or Minnesota voted, like abstained or voted undecided or undeclared or something like that. I suppose is some sort of protest.
They have a tradition in Michigan of voting for like none of the above. I forget the term they use. Maybe it's uncommitted, I think is the term. Yeah. And in a typical election, something like 10,000, maybe even 20 will vote uncommitted. One time they were mad at a candidate, I forget who, and they were 80,000 uncommitteds, and I think Biden got 100,000. If these numbers aren't right, they're close. And it's about his support for Israel. I guess Michigan has a huge Arab American population. Yep. So they hate Israel support. They feel like Palestine are the good guys. And
a lot of people do.
Bless you.
Excuse me. So there was a big protest vote.
Yeah. Even if you don't think the Palestinians, I don't know what a Palestinian even fucking is exactly.
Someone
I don't know.
Palestine.
Find it on a map.
And you can on any atlas prior to 1947.
You see my point then. But all I know is this, man, did you see the one today? Did you see the latest article about Israel? What the articles all say is that the Israelis gunned down a crowd of over 100 people who I guess were stampeding because, they were there for food and they were starving. So they machine gunned down 100 people. That's what the articles read.
I saw hundreds, but who knows the number? I did see the video.
Why Biden doesn't threaten or actually pull support. Be like, all right, this is fucking ridiculous. You are bombing civilians. You are sniping regular people, nurses in hospitals. Too much,
dude. I saw a Call of Duty montage
of our political system.
I got recommended a video about Israeli snipers that was like a Call of Duty montage of them blowing children's knees off. It was like the Israeli sniper is Hamas's worst nightmare, and I'm like, I don't like this video.
Yeah.
I'm like, yeah, no shit.
Hamas has a lot of nightmares right now. It's a problem. And
they were like,
it was Hamas.
Israel has hundreds of snipers in buildings right now, and I was like, oh my god. Like
I feel differently if what you just said was 100% accurate. Not that you got it wrong, but
yeah,
they're not just shooting Hamas. They're shooting anybody, anyone who's in their fucking crosshairs that's not Jewish, they kill, and that's the issue.
Yeah, it's ghastly.
Collective punishment. Nah. But
it's that Kid Rock style diplomacy. I don't know if you heard him on Rogan, but he was like, "They got our hostages. We should just start bombing, kill 30,000, 40,000 civilians a day. Give them back.
I don't care what that retard thinks about anything.
What? He's Kid Rock. How do
Yeah.
you not care what Kid Rock thinks?
All right, he can go back to fucking wasting
Taylor.
Bud Light. That idiot.
He drinks Bud Light again.
Fool.
He drinks
He
it
has a
again.
good song.
He had a
What is
Bud
it
Light in his
called?
hand when he
Summertime?
said the words I just said.
I bet he did.
He literally
Stands for
did.
nothing.
What did he have?
A Bud Light in his hand. He was on Rogan. They're like, they both had tons of Bud Light. I get like
They're
like
Bud
drinking.
positive again now.
Well, I don't think I don't
know. I know I saw Kid Rock doing something with Bud Light, like a sponsorship.
Oh, for
right?
sure. I don't know if it's sponsored, but you would imagine that you don't get Joe Rogan and Kid Rock to sit there and have their podcast surrounded by cans of Bud Light while drinking Bud Light, unless it's sponsored. But maybe so. Maybe it's a big inside joke. And
I know Bud Light's with the UFC.
Oh, well then there you go.
Can you find the picture of it, Zach? Because
would Joe Rogan do it on this podcast?
That seems
just 'cause
like
they
enough.
bought the UFC.
Like, I would wager so, but I don't know. I know that like
bought the
Shane
UFC
Gillis, he likes Bud Light, and so if he's on Joe Rogan, like why would Joe not get Bud Light for him? Not that like fucking Bud Light's different than really Miller Lite.
Maybe I saw an AI photograph, but the one I saw was them surrounded by cans of Bud Light in almost a comical fashion.
I
Zach,
saw a
can you
clip
find it?
of Shane Gillis, and they were like drinking on the show,
I meant Kid
and
Rock.
there were a lot of
That
cans.
might have been AI because I saw him talking about bomb, and I didn't see any Bud Light, but I'm not sure enough to say you're wrong.
Yeah, I could be misremembering it, but that's definitely what the mental image I have is. I'm just wondering why they're drinking that shitty ass beer. It's just
they must have been doing a drinking contest.
So that's Shane.
Dude, there's nothing wrong with light beer.
No one said there's something wrong with light beer. I only drink light beer.
I think
I don't like Bud Light.
we're talking about.
Oh no, I just think it's a shitty beer in general.
I thought
Bud
he was
Light
talking
in
about
particular. It is.
I think I'm
light
wrong.
beer.
It's no
Kyle just
worse.
has an
than-
issue
Coors
with Bud
Light,
Light.
Michelob Light, any other light beer.
It is-
Bud
it
Light
is
is
like-
the worst.
The one that is the worst is Coors Light. There's
I'm
something
halfway with
something
both of you.
weird about
That's
Coors Light.
Colorado
is-
Kool-Aid right there. I enjoy
They
it.
all taste like beer,
Mm.
and that's bad.
Yeah. But if you got to drink one, Miller Lite is less calories than Bud Light,
Okay.
and so pretty easy decision there. And they really do all taste the same, except there's something weird about. Maybe I have a bad memory of Coors Light, but I feel like the last time I had it, I was like, there's like a weird aftertaste here.
Nah, there's a good song about Coors Light. They call it Colorado Kool-Aid. And he's talking about how his Mexican friend had a switchblade and he cut this guy's ear off. It's great.
Well, you
story.
like the Mexican beers anyway.
I want to go
Court,
back to that. I
delicious.
didn't bring it up, but I was so happy when we talked about the Supreme Court and the fine. So Bud Light, not Bud Light. Donald Trump has about over $500 million in penalties to pay right now. There's 88 million plus
so
interest
ridiculous.
for the rape stuff. There's 455 million, including the interest, for the business fraud stuff. And that adds up to something over 500. Nobody knows. And he's only posted a bond for the 5 million so far. So I said 88, but it's actually 83 and 5. And he's posted the bond for the 5 million. He has to come up with the bond for the 88 million, which it doesn't seem like he can get. No one wants to lend him money. And he has to come up with a bond for the 455 million. He needs to do this to appeal. And he can't get anyone to lend him the 455 million either.
I think they're overplaying their hand with this.
We'll see. You might be right. I'm not
Like
sure.
I did see a survey that came out that even a very significant, like a third of Democrats, when asked, like, do you think this is happening for justice, or you think it's a politically motivated, targeting of an opponent? And like a big chunk of Democrats was like, well, yeah, it's
I can see
political
that.
targeting.
Yeah.
Like,
But
and that's going to turn a lot of people off, rightfully so, and drive them to the polls. Maybe.
But then the next step in it is Trump offered 100 million. He's like, I'll put down 100 million towards the 455, and then you let me appeal it. And I don't think the courts have replied yet, but the expectation is they're like, this isn't the fucking Price is Right. You can't, like, we're not buying a used car here. These are the rules. This is how it works.
No, this is the art of the deal.
Yeah.
Commander in chief.
And he testified that he had
And you'll
over
still be
400
you.
million in cash on hand, which looks like it might be perjury? ? I don't know. because he said he had over 400 million to pay this stuff, and now he either has to admit he doesn't have the money or something. I don't know. He's in a tough spot to either admit he doesn't have the money he says he always does.
Do you think if he told his Secret Service guy to like whip somebody's ass, to like they do it? Or he was like, John, come here. See this guy right here? Why don't you beat the shit out of him? You think you just like rough him up right there?
I think you need to do that if Trump's your guy. Like that's how you get Trump.
I guess what's the point of Secret Service if they don't do stuff like that?
Like Dave, get the door. Senator here needs another noogie.
Yeah,
I think no to the Secret Service. I didn't think it through. I thought of like personal bodyguards when you said that, and fucking TikTokers get that. Mm-hmm. But Secret Service, they're professionals. They don't just beat up innocent people.
But he's your commander in chief, Woody. This is like the Pope telling you that it's not a sin.
So I remember this. I think it was either Obama or W. They had to take him like into a secure bunker.
One of those popes,
and it was W, and he was explaining it. He's like, when they take you to that bunker, they don't ask you. They tell you. They grab the two guys, each one grab him by like a shoulder, basically, and they virtually lifted him and carried him off. He's like, you don't have a say. And I got this vibe from him. It was kind of eye-opening. He's used to being the commander-in-chief, the president, the most important guy in every room. And then, at least at that moment, the Secret Service was in charge.
No, I'd be the only president to carry a handgun.
That'd be cool.
I'd have a fucking golden pistol that I'd be hanging. Just a big one. Open carry all the time. Spurs, too. I'd finally get those Spurs I wanted when I was 4, Dad. And I'd be, when the president comes down that hallway on that red carpet and comes to the podium, let you know he just like murked somebody. You've seen Obama do it. I'm sure you've seen Trump do it.
Mm-hmm.
I'd show up.
With the cowboy hat and the Spurs.
With the fucking Spurs. I have a little maybe
shooter.
You wouldn't be on top of a horse. It's like
no. That's a little gauche, I think, Taylor. Come on,
have some class, Taylor. Would you?
The White House.
So are these gold Spurs?
Right. Yeah.
The Spurs would be gold, and I would be wearing a
big old belt
red,
buckle.
white, and blue vest, and I would have a very large belt buckle that says Commander in Chief. I would also be showing a lot of midriff. Okay, I'd be showing a lot of midriff. I'd have the suit fit on. Oh, I'd get them to give me that Leonidas airbrush treatment before I stepped out too, to really make the abs pop. I want them deep, cavernous.
I would love a jacked president.
Jack
Paul
President
Ryan
would be pretty cool. Paul.
No, he's like a runner.
He looks like
he's fit,
Forrest Gump stand-in. That guy's ears were always so off-putting to me.
But Zach, can you show us the most flattering picture of Paul Ryan you can find?
Like in the world of politicians, that guy is.
I hope he does you like he does me when I'm trying to prove somebody's handsome.
Right, it's gonna be fucking. Who's the
like eating a burger?
It's gonna be Stacey Adams or something.
It's just a picture.
He looks terrible. he's gained 3 people's worth of weight.
That's Gollum, clearly.
Okay, that's good, but I wanted a body shot. Like
the one of him on the hurling a 9-pound dumbbell.
Yeah, this look like the Herman Munster or whatever. Is it Herman? Who's the little one? Spanky Munster?
Yeah, it's Spanky.
Is it Edward? See,
there he is.
That's it. You're right. Whoever described him as a runner's build is a little better than that, but
this was for his Got Milk commercial.
Yeah,
no one did. No one did.
Well, his body fat's in check. He's not really huge.
He put the dairy industry behind 15 years.
This is dude.
Guy takes care of himself.
Paul Ryan is a fitness model in the same way that Tulsi Gabbard is hot. Only if you're looking at politicians.
Nah, I like that white streak in her hair. It reminds me of Rogue from the X-Men. Remember Rogue had that white streak in her hair? I think that shit's hot. No, I'm a big fan of Tulsi Gabbard. I hear she's on the short list for VP. Pull her out of the hat, make her Donald's. Yeah, I hope Donald gets a smoking lady. And I predict, look, I really think Vivek he wants. And no matter what happens, he's going to put Vivek up somewhere nice because he clearly loves the way Vivek kisses his ass. And Vivek's good at it. He's like, I want to show you the next president of the United States, the most handsome, sexy, badass motherfucker I've ever had.
He's got the biggest arms, the greatest charms.
He's here to do dirt, brand, and a whole lot of harm. Donald Trump. You're good at this. You're like, all right.
I think we got our
healthy BMI.
He's fucking fit and his dick is not. I think that he's going to be something, but I don't know if he's going to be VP. I want him to be because I do like him. But Trump has this history of picking hot, sexy ladies to be his like
pants.
the person next to him.
Then Tulsi's the hottest.
His lawyers. He's always like oftentimes in business he'd have the lawyers on his show, like his fellow judges. He'd always have some hot chicks around. It's his thing, and he does look better when he's got a hot chick near him. It's a good look to have a beautiful woman next to you or near you or in your vicinity. And with this defense thing, especially when it's sexual assault, great to have a hot, sexy lady saying, "Hey, do you think this man would ever mess with that trash?" You're like, "Oh man, well, she said it." It works. So I could see him picking Tulsi Gabbard because I think she's the hottest lady in politics because I think she is, right?
I don't think she pulls many votes on her own though.
She brings Hawaii. Come on. That's three electorals.
That's at least 3.
What about
3?
Maybe 4.
I think it's 3.
Oh, never mind.
Tim Scott or Todd Scott?
I mean, it could be 10. I don't fucking
Tim
know.
Scott sounds right.
Tim Scott, you are right.
Oh yeah, Captain Gums himself. Dude, that guy's got the gummiest smile you've ever seen. And he looks like the 6th Ninja Turtle. What the hell happened to that guy? It's a bad look.
I mean, you're not wrong, but he gets votes, maybe.
Gummy smiles to me come off as like sincere in a way where like they know they have a gummy smile.
Did I nail it or did I nail it?
Yeah.
Oh shit!
Do you not think that like part
Donatello
of you
would never call him when they had a crime
when you look at him? I see.
No, not him individually. He's a politician. But when I see like a normal person with a gummy smile and they're like really laughing and smiling,
you know what? I find it endearing in girls.
Yeah, where it's like, oh, that seems sincere and like, you know, they probably had something like someone make fun of them about their gummy smile, but they're smiling anyway. And I don't know. You're right. It's endearing. Like that's a good word for it. Not with him though. I don't know anything about him, nor is he cute. So
I
gotta let it pass.
Yeah, I love it. I couldn't remember the joke, but it's like people with tall gums never warn you before they laugh and show you the second story of their townhouse mouth.
Oh,
shit.
I mean, I'd rather have tall gums than.
I wonder if girls find it endearing. It just occurred to me. Like I'm like, I don't really like it in guys. I think they're just not that attractive. But in girls, it's endearing. Maybe they think the same but flipped.
Could be. Depends how much money you make. My tall gummed king.
Depends on your body fat and your height and your money, I guess.
Yeah. Or maybe if you're a guy with big gums, you're probably like more of a tall, dark, and handsome type. You're not smiling. You're like looking like a detective.
Smoldering.
You're smoldering. Exactly. You're looking around. You choose your ingredients at Chipotle with a smoldering. You gotta be careful
gaze. You smolder at the DMV, they'll call the support number. They don't play with that anymore. Too many shootings.
I made out like a bandit at Chipotle yesterday, where I did trick them. I went through and I was getting my burrito bowl, and I hadn't done it in a while. I'd been like a normal member of society, or I'd be like steak and chicken.
You had the full uniform on, like the dress blues, right?
I had the dress blues, yes. Well, I was in my wheelchair, and I'd painted on, scars. But I got up there, and I was like, chicken bowl. I watch him give a big old heaping spoonful of that chicken. Now the scoop size has been established. Now it's been established. And then I go, he's about to move me on to the vegetables, and I go, you know what? I want a double scoop of steak. I don't care if it's more. And then he gives me another big old juicy scoop of the steak, same size as the chicken scoop. Whereas if I would have done it out of order, it would have been a little bullshit one of each where they like shake some off the spoon. Fuck you, shaking meat off the spoon when I'm trying to eat here. And so I got a hell of a deal. But unfortunately, by the time I got down to the end, they hadn't forgotten that I was a double meat guy. Every once in a while, the signals get mixed at Chipotle, and you can slide on out of there. I'll never lie.
How much more is the meat? A double meat. What are you paying extra?
I think $4. It's like $3-4 extra.
$4 is not an insignificant charge.
Yeah, it takes the meal from like $15 to $20.
I kind of want to try this. I want to go in when it's kind of slow, and I'll be like, hey, how about I tip you $5 and you really hook me up here and just have him make me a mega bowl?
Yes.
Would he be down like that?
You gotta find a guy down like that. Like he needs to know that you and I are working against the owner of this establishment. We're on the same team.
Not everybody's like that though.
That fucking,
remember when we used to try to bribe
boss?
GameStop?
You should be loyal to your tipper.
We used to try to bribe GameStop to give us a copy of Call of Duty, and they'd have that shit. They would have that shit. So it wasn't a moot conversation, which it's like, first of all, sir, we don't have the game, and second of all, I would never sell a game early. Ha ha ha. It's like, but the guy's like, yeah, I got it. It's like, all right, what's it take? It's like, no matter what number I said, he was saying no. And at some point, I think it was well over $1,000. It's like, dude, I don't want to be mean, but how much do you make here? You're not the manager or anything. Like $1,000 would probably keep you afloat while you search for a month and a half for a new job or something. Like how are you not? And you're not getting caught. You're not doing anything wrong. Because what I want you to do is take the disc out of the plastic, take a sticker, some fucking tape, whatever. Right. Sell on midnight, January 1st, and then slide it in under somewhere. And remember, just fucking run it through the beeper and put 60 in the register, and we're good. Say it's your copy. Say it's your copy. He wouldn't do it. Wouldn't do it. Too much scruples. Maybe he thought I was from HQ.
He was waiting to call the next day, like you passed with.
That guy's from Eternal. That guy's from Eternal GameStop Affairs.
We did that. How great would it have been if we called the next day from HQ and said that they passed our test with flying colors and they should get promoted?
Yeah,
this is GameStop HQ. We're just letting you know you passed the test.
You don't know me, but my name's Adam. Adam GameStop. And, and I'm here to tell you that
Mr. Nintendo, come in here for a second. We've got someone you want you to meet.
I love that. I wish we had done that. It took us 10 years to come up with that idea.
Well, it's not too late to call them and ask for that horrible game early next year.
Right. Be like, I'll give you $1,000 for Call of Duty 5. They'll be like,
I've been watching the boys play Call of Duty. I've been watching the boys play Call of Duty a little bit, and I hate the shit on games because, especially ones that people are passionate about. You should play whatever you like.
In the chat.
Yeah, it's dirty and
you shit on the games I like all the time.
Yeah, but you know what I mean.
Like terrible games.
They were, I think I just don't like. I never minded skins on the guns, but then the guns started to be like amorphous blobs of energy, and then the characters now are like, some of them are made of energy, I guess, and are melting and are made of like purple fire or some shit. I know that the boys, one of them's dressed as a rat man, like he's a rat man. A rat face, like he looks like Mickey the Mouse with a fucking AK, and the other one's like a Japanese princess wearing pink like panties and shit. And I think you can be like Rick and Michonne, and I'm pretty sure you can be, what was the lady rapper that you could be?
Nicki Minaj.
You could be Nicki Minaj. Yeah, you could be fucking Little Kim. Where's Little Kim at these days?
I don't know that
he's making a resurgence on the battlefield.
I was about to say Salt and Pepper. Are they real?
Yeah, Little Kim works with EA. She does Battlefield only. She's too big for COD these days. She's Big Kim. Yeah, look, I know it's a video game and whatever, but that doesn't look like Call of Duty to me. It's like, what the fuck's going on here? And
it never was a military simulator, but I'll agree that it's gotten even wackier.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, especially the historical ones, though. Those felt a little bit grounded and like Call of Duty. I'm going back to Call of Duty 5 and shit like that. But even the World at War stuff with the Vietnam settings and shit like that. Now, being able to play as John McClane is pretty cool.
I like the idea of being Bruce Willis, and then the character can never remember the maps.
Oh, where's the extract again? Shit. Fuck. What team are we on? Like you keep team killing. I'm blue team forever.
The jigsaw.
You're quoting Die Hard poorly. This kind of yippee-ki-yay. Fuck. Not again, honey.
Who is the guy second from the right? Was he Michael Myers?
I believe that was the Texas.
That's Leatherface.
Oh,
Leatherface.
okay.
And the one on the right,
Donnie Darko.
That's Donnie Darko. Yeah.
Do you guys know, or do you think you know, who pays who? Like, do you think Leatherface paid to get in the game, or the game paid for Leatherface?
The game paid Leatherface.
Yeah, they're licensing Leatherface's image, and so they're paying.
Yeah. 100%.
Okay. Because a lot of times they're like relevant. Like I think Homelander just got into Mortal Kombat 1 right before The Boys drops. I think Texas Chainsaw Massacre just came out. I'm not sure about that, but I think it just came out recently.
That's old school Leatherface, though. That's like OG Leatherface.
Oh, I didn't know it was different. But I guess I was just saying, like, you know how people come on our show sometimes when they have like a book or a show to sell? Maybe
yeah. I hear what you're saying. I would imagine.
I will say with anything Amazon related, I agree with you 100%. Amazon probably was like either paid or like wanted to do that because, you know, not only in Mortal Kombat, which is great. Mortal Kombat wanted that, I think. I saw an interview with one of the developers, and he was talking about like, we got all the IPs we wanted. We went after this, we went after that. We got them all. So now you've got RoboCop fighting the Terminator. You've got like, it's pretty crazy. I wish I was into those games. I bet I'd really enjoy that. But I'm not into fighting games. Yeah, I don't know. That doesn't look like Call of Duty to me, but I don't give a shit anymore, I guess. You know, I do appreciate that in my Russian game, based in London, who's Tarkov. You know, there's no ladies in there. It's just a bunch of white dudes killing each other. And that's who's playing the game. So that's how it should be. It's just a bunch of white dudes in there killing each other.
It didn't occur to me. You're right. Is there literally only white men in that game?
It would be an advantage to be black. Everybody would pick the black guy.
Oh, then so for a balance thing, you can't really do it if it makes that big of a difference.
Your arms, like your elbows.
On the other hand, Kyle, everybody would shoot the black guy.
But they'd be black too, so the media wouldn't report it.
Well, same old. Yeah, there's no women, there's no people of color at all in that game. It's just that you could, and I'll say this, and this isn't necessarily a feature, but it's true. If you tried to make a racist name on your Call of Duty character, good fucking luck. I don't care how many languages, how many alphabets, and how many numbers you use backwards and upside down. You have a hard time saying boobs with 8s and 0s over there. But in Tarkov, holy shit! When I check gamer like name tags, it's always some shit I can't even repeat here. It's the N word all the time.
Dude, I was watching a streamer for like, it's the like being like really conscious of like racism and stuff is like a really American thing. Like I was watching an AOE 2 stream from one of the guys I like, Viper, the other day, and he was like, there's chat in the middle of the game. You can't talk to someone over audio, but you can either, you know, enter in text and say it goes to your team or to the whole team. And everyone who plays, a huge portion of them are European and a lot of Eastern Europeans too. And so this one dude was like getting beat and he was on Viper's team. And so sometimes you lose your base, Kyle, you're getting knocked out and I'm behind you. You might have to flee all your villagers back to my base and kind of try and reset, get restarted and everything. And so you just see all these red villagers running into Viper's base, and the guy who's clearly not English first language is not Viper, the other guy's typing. He's like, look, I am run like a Jew. And then everyone, the American portion of the chat for Viper was like, you need to report that guy. You need to report that guy. Report that guy for being offensive. And like all the Europeans, so like the majority of the chat is like, what are you talking about? They're like guys joking amongst themselves, like being silly. And it was interesting to see because like you can tell the American take on it is like you hear something about race and it's like, shut that down. You can't do that.
It happens to me. Yeah. I have a hard time saying somebody's Mexican without like double checking that I haven't said a bad thing. Like it's okay to be Mexican. Like, you know.
Have you seen that? There's an old like poster that some lib was holding up at a protest, and it was like, "We don't care if you're retarded, Mexican, disabled, crippled, stupid. You're welcome here." And like some like Hispanic, like Mexican guy was commenting on the thread. He's like, "Why the hell are we in there with like retarded people? What the fuck? You see us? They're like fucking retards." like all the
can you imagine the same? We don't care if you're American. You have palsy in your face, a bad leg, if you're extremely fat and ugly, any of those things, it's fine. Come on in. It's like, wait, what? Why are we with all those cripples and uglies?
Exactly.
It's I've been the guy who puts them together. I had this thought when I was young, a long time ago, that I was like, why do black people hate gay people so much? They're both like oppressed minorities. They should like have some solidarity. And black people clearly are like, why are you lumping me together with gays? They're not the same.
Oh, you want to? The black community not chill with the gay community as much
as a whole,
seemingly.
Yeah,
but that is like a funny like that's like a very college educated 2020 perspective. It's like, but you should all hate whitey, and it's like, well, no, it's a little more multifaceted than that. Like,
or just I don't know, whatever. Like, you both feel oppressed, right? You should commiserate. Doesn't work like that, I guess.
Yeah.
No,
it doesn't.
No,
just like, I don't like if someone was like, don't you empathize with this fucking Croatian guy going through this? You're both white. It's like, yeah, I don't know.
Well, it's stupid when you say it like that.
Like, I don't know that guy, and I'm not Croatian.
But
like, maybe
Taylor, he can't get buckwheat. It's triple the price from last year.
Yeah, and that sucks. I don't know what buckwheat makes, but it must be tasty if he's that upset about it.
What are you talking about? It's a cereal grain. He needs that buckwheat for his family.
I thought it was the black character in Little Rascals.
It is. That is his name.
Mm-hmm.
Him and Spanky, Alfalfa, the whole gang, Darla. They were the He-Man Woman Hater Club. And
they certainly were.
They went on these adventures as tiny children who were very adult-like in many ways. I believe one of them smoked a cigar regularly and wore a bowler hat.
Yeah, he did, the fat one.
What a show.
Which by today's standards, he would be pretty fit.
Can you bring up a picture of the Little Rascals? One that includes the fat guy with the bowler hat?
Yeah.
The old school Little Rascals. It'll be black and white. There was a remake in the, call it 1990 or something like that.
Oh.
Yeah, the real old one, black and white. They're in like a crummy, what is it called? Playhouse? Or not Playhouse.
Little
Ford? Clubhouse. Yeah. Yeah, their little clubhouse that says the He-Man Woman Haters Club.
Yeah.
That joke just got funnier over
time. That's where He-Man came from.
Well, it is not where He-Man came from. It predates He-Man.
Where's the fat one with the bowler hat? The fourth from the left? Oh, way left.
Way left. Man.
No. I think that's Spanky far right next to the dog. That's Spanky. Right. He's the man. Like, Spanky's the ring leader in every iteration, the way I remember it.
Go back to the other picture, because there's a guy who's genuinely fat.
Yeah, there's a fat kid on the left.
There we go.
Yeah, look at, damn.
Dude, number 2 is racist costume.
What? That's his fucking clothes from home, bro. This was 1975. That's how that kid rolled in.
1975. Dude, all these kids were fucking dead by 1975. Man, okay, I guess there were more fat kids than
that. Is a little fat fucker. Holy shit.
Yeah, that kid's fat.
He's got that John Goodman waistline.
Yeah.
Dude.
It looks like that comedian who died, John Pinette.
Oh, yeah.
You remember him.
Baby face.
Yeah. He's kind of doing his own little Genghis Khan impression there.
That's a 45-year-old man, Taylor. He has dwarfism.
They did that back then.
Damn.
Dude, wait, is this a remake? This picture looks too good.
This is real.
I think they made a bunch of Little Rascals it's from film, right?
Classic restoration. Okay, so it's an old picture made HD.
Yeah, it looks real nice there. It upsets me how much buckwheat there's eye is got that lazy eye thing. I don't care for that one bit.
I don't think buckwheat has a lazy eye there.
He does. His the one on our right is looking out that way to the right.
I was distracted by the giant fat kid. I really didn't expect to see a kid that fat from 1924.
I expected it to be
I bet you money they fattened that kid up at the studio. I would bet you $500 that there were, because I know with Judy Garland,
shit to kids.
Yes, with Judy Garland, they had her smoking cigarettes to lose weight and put her on amphetamines and stuff that she was addicted to for life. She was like a 14-year-old girl. They're like taping her titties down and starving her. The Wicked Witch of the West, that paint, they just invented. They're like, we want her to be green while they smoked a cigar, I'm sure. And they're like, we don't have green face paint. Make some lead and strychnine, that sort of thing. That's green, right? And her face was dyed green for years and years afterwards. Not full green, but stained.
Yeah. But it was stained.
A little green. Yeah. They had her on Sesame Street back in the day, and she was, I guess they deemed her to be too ugly to be on the show. I don't think they aired her episode or something. Something like that happened. Like the kids were scared of her.
Was she really ugly?
She's a little hard to look at the way I remember. The Wicked Witch of the West.
Yeah. Because I guess I'm having a hard time getting past how they wanted her to be harsh. She always made an evil, bad facial expression. If she was painted green, that doesn't help.
Yeah. Oh, and then one more little factoid from that movie: when they're in the poppy field, and it's asbestos raining down on them. Yeah. Holy shit! Asbestos was in everything, and we think it's not anymore, but they just stopped talking about it. All of our brake pads are asbestos.
They are. I don't know. Is there anywhere else? Well, I don't know about. But they definitely still use it. I think.
Yeah, I bet all of our government buildings. I bet the Pentagon's full of asbestos.
When I was a kid, asbestos was like a really common thing. Like pretty much every old building, every school, every government building, etc., was getting the asbestos removed.
It's so weird to go through like the Wikipedia pages of the Little Rascals and be like seeing they died of old age in like 1990.
Shit. I mean, that was like from the 30s or 40s or something, right?
Yeah. Yeah, from the 30s. I'm
getting
30s.
to an age now where people that the people I watched as a teenager are dying young, but
Apollo Creed died
super young. Yeah, that's a good example.
Dude.
How old was he?
75, 76. Like Apollo Creed died.
That's a full
The
life.
guy from Curb Your Enthusiasm. He died yesterday, I think, right?
How old was he? He was 70s also, right?
Yeah, it's 76. What was I'm blanking, Kyle. What's his name? Richie something?
Sorry, my dog's at the emergency vet. Richard, what is it?
Richard Lewis.
Richard Lewis, yeah. Yeah, he passed away. I'm gonna be honest, he's been so frail for so long now. You could tell that those guys are really good friends. You know, that he's been on the show the last few. He's in every season, I would imagine. Man, he's looked so thin and frail for a while now. You know, it's not too surprising. He was an older guy.
Yeah, well, he and Larry David are like the same age, right? Like Larry David's 76 and he was 76.
Yeah, if you say so. I didn't know Larry David was that old. I always thought of Larry David as a guy who looks way older than he is because he's always been bald like that. He's been bald like that since the 70s.
And he's had the total gray hair since like Seinfeld ended. And so I think when you commit to that early, it's kind of like, oh, that's just an old guy. And then he stays old for so long. It's like, oh, I guess he wasn't that old at the time. Because, I mean, he was like in his mid 50s when he started Curb, right? If it started in 2000.
In 1999 or 2000, I believe, is when they started. So they've been going for 24 years. Obviously, he didn't make a season every year. He sort of works when he wants to. Woody, you're always saying, wish those Westerns would come back. Wish they'd make an A-list Western. Well, your favorite cowboy, he's doing it.
Woody?
Well, not that one. That's Kevin Costner is making he's making a
that's
Western.
Right. He's going to make something. Is it what time
Trailer's out.
does it take place?
It looked like it was Civil War adjacent.
Okay.
It looked like I don't watch much of trailers. I just watch a little bit, like maybe the first 15 seconds. Because if you keep going, they'll tell you the whole fucking story. Like they'll get to the end and you'll see the bad guy like on the bridge and the bridge is on fire and you're like, oh, okay, I know where the bad guy is. He falls off that fiery bridge at the end, right? No, well, but you shoot him with a harpoon gun. You didn't see that. Oh, yeah, you did. You showed me. Yeah, there it is. They give you every fucking thing. But I watched a little bit of it and it looked like, one of his expensive Westerns. He's directing.
You can watch the Deadpool trailer, by the way. I think they bent over backwards not to spoil anything.
I didn't even want to see Hugh Jackman in the costume, though. I like to go in so blind.
You almost don't. You see him from the back and it might be a still shot. That's
cool.
Yeah.
Okay. I'm still gonna save it. I'm like that. I just don't like to see anything. But yeah, the Kevin Costner thing looks fun. He doesn't look like old man Kevin Costner. They've younged him up a little bit. He's got a brown mustache.
Isn't that amazing? I wonder if that's expensive.
I bet it's not anymore. I bet once you've got my guess. Right. Some company owns the tech, right? And then you probably need to pay them to come apply. Yeah, we're getting the guys from FaceSoft. They're coming in to work with our Digi guys, and they have to collab. You have to collab with them. You can't just buy their software. My guess. And then they come in and do their thing. But it's pretty effective if you're only shaving off like a decade, especially with men of a certain age. If you're trying to make a late 50s, early 60s guy look like he can whip somebody's ass, you can do that pretty fucking easy. In The Irishman, De Niro was so frail, you know, that didn't work for me. Mostly
It's
because
also a few years ago.
it's
Might
true.
work
It's
better
always
next
progressing.
year. Yeah.
At some point, they'll get there where they can just make a De Niro out of fucking thin air that'll fool you.
Also, what they're wearing matters a lot. Like if the character wears a hat or a hood or is a little just more obscured, they could nail it. Because I'm thinking of The Mandalorian when Luke Skywalker came in. Like you only needed his face for a couple of frames, and it looked good, in my opinion. I suck at faces,
okay.
but I was like, yeah, this works for me. And then a lot of the action, you know, he's wearing a robe with the hood, and you know, they really nailed that. But they didn't nail fucking Justice League, I think, when Henry Cavill had a mustache.
I don't that's sort of a mystery because I saw it might have been the guys from Corridor Digital or someone like that, a YouTube channel that does effects. They were like, this is what they should have done, and they fixed it and it worked. Like they took the footage they had and deleted his mustache, and it was like, oh yeah, there's Henry Cavill. That doesn't look like some wonky weird thing. So that was just bizarre.
Was it video or a still image?
Now that I don't remember now that you mentioned it, but I would hope it was video if they were going to like draw a true comparison. But for such a big budget, front and center for the planet, summer blockbuster, like key. I mean, they needed that thing to work. They were trying to build, they were trying to do Marvel's thing, and it just,
there might have been silly. 15 billion on the line. Like if DC really thrived, what could they have made? You know?
Yeah. I don't know why I don't know why they can't capture it. I think what it is Robert Downey Jr. Genuinely. I think that they got lucky, and Robert Downey Jr. is so charismatic, and he was just made for that Tony Stark character, because Tony Stark is kind of just Robert Downey Jr. with superpowers. So
the casting was good. No, I agree. Robert Downey Jr. carries maybe, or at least you know, does more than his own role. But fucking Chris Hemsworth was outstanding, and I kind of believe him as a Norse god. Captain America, dude. Captain America. What's Chris Evans? I think is his real name. Chris Evans is kind of a sensitive. He just doesn't like exude masculinity and toughness, but in the show he does. He acts like his Captain America character. To me, is the answer key. It's as good as it gets.
One of my favorite.
Then you watch him do interviews with his friends, and he's like, you know, pansy.
I can't remember what he said when there's in one of the early movies, Captain America jumps out of the plane to go contend with Thor and like break up his fight with Captain America, and they're like, he's a god, and then Captain America's like, there's only one god, ma'am, and he doesn't dress like that, and he like jumps out the plane. And I was like, they need more of that. They need, I think SNL did a bit where he's just like, oh, what are all these coons doing here? Hey, Toots, go get me a fucking drink. Slaps her on the ass.
That's pretty funny.
He's just immediately a horrible man from the 40s.
It is. He wouldn't be cool with Samuel L. Jackson being in charge. It would
take him back a little, maybe. Although, you know, in the Marvel version, I think they're called the Hell something. Captain America's got his own squad that he rolled with during World War II. They're not super at all. They're just like they're like I can't remember what they're called, the Hellions or some shit. But anyway, there was a black guy in there. He had a black, I think maybe a British commando black guy or some shit.
This Costner thing. When does it come out? Is it a TV show or movie?
Movie. I just watched the trailer today. It's what's it called? It's called, I don't know. I don't have it in front of me, but it's coming out soon, I think. I like his movies that he directs. They're a little slow paced, but otherwise I usually think they're pretty good. I like The Postman, and I liked Waterworld. I like those slow plotting Kevin Costner movies that he directs himself in.
Horizon, an American Saga. And it looks like the first movie is called Horizon, an American Saga, Chapter 1. And it comes out June 28th.
Okay. I watched one a while back.
Like movies like that. Earlier in the show tonight, I said Game of Thrones is way better on rewatch. You'd think that would not be true, right? But no. What happened was you wait a year and a half for the new season to drop. And then there's like 6 episodes and 3 of them suck. And you're pissed off. However, if you're binging 3 episodes a night, watching those 6 in 2 days when you don't have all that wait time and invested in it, it's a better show. Back to this movie thing. If he drops chapter 1 in 24 and then chapter 2 comes out in 26, bro, that's too fucking slow. But that's the movie release schedule and it blows.
I just couldn't watch Game of Thrones again because I know how it ends. And
I can't get back into it.
What's the point of me trying to be invested in characters whose arcs are never going to come to fruition?
I saw a clip today that got recommended to me, and it's one of the greatest scenes in the whole show. It's when the Hound and Arya are in that little pub with the King's men, and he's like, if any more cunt words fall out of your cunt mouth, I have to eat every chicken in this place. So fucking good. I love that scene. He's like, got any money to pay for that chicken? It's fucking great. That guy was great. I loved him. I kind of wish that there was just a spin-off where it was the Hound and Arya, like with everybody else, like
Michonne and Rick.
Yeah,
I'd watch the through the woods fighting randoms.
I would have loved that show.
The Adventures of Arya. Didn't she get on a boat at the end again? And dude, I watched The Adventures of Arya for sure.
There's no reason to though. Like that they're.
Oh, I watch it because I have free time at night.
Oh well, I just I have no trust in the Game of Thrones showrunners if they ever came back, because they will double dip on that.
They've got a brand new show.
Double dip on everything.
They got a brand new show,
and I've watched 2 episodes of it, and I saw the guy in his hilarious plastic Party City outfit. And
that's
then
not their show. Different show. Their new show is The 3 Body Problem, which I'm sure Woody is going to watch.
Shit, that's them.
Yeah.
I'm torn. On one hand, they turn books into amazing shows. On the other hand, they ended GOT really bad. So I don't know what to expect.
And also,
Three Body Problem is finished. They don't have some fucking
hope we get Taylor Swift in there.
Shit on death's door, never going to finish his work.
That fat fuck's never going to finish it. But like, you can also say like the David and David. I don't know what their names are, their last names, but the guys who made Game of Thrones. Like they actively fucked up a lot of the story, not just in the end, like all of the not really in line with the story, but had to be added to it, like the sand snakes. Like every time they had to improv or they tried to, they fumbled and fell on their face.
The whole battle at Winterfell, everything about that. You kept seeing our main characters get pulled down by zombies and they'd cut away and then we'd come back and they'd be okay. And it's like, what are you doing?
They were carried by an excellent
The way
story.
we just threw the fucking entire cavalry army away that we'd been talking shit about for 10 years. It felt like the Dothraki army on the open field or whatever.
They certainly can't be defeated in 4 minutes.
It wasn't 4 minutes. It was 40 seconds. They rode off into the blackness and died off screen.
They did that twice.
They got fucked up immediately.
Were another force that, like, remember they traveled to the Iron Isles, they got the money, there's a lot of clever sort of who were these bankers going to back. They back Cersei buys the Golden Cloaks lose in like 15 seconds. But there was like a half a season devoted to getting
dragons.
Yeah.
There was 8 years dedicated to the Dothraki horde, and they were actively unhelpful because they just immediately joined. They just immediately joined their opponents, and it was like when that happened, everyone was like, "This was a possibility." And it's like, yes, they've been doing this for 8 years, almost a decade of real time. We've understood how this operates. And if you send a bunch of people from the desert on horseback into a misty cloud of magic icemen, they're going to lose. They're freezing.
It's not their forte.
Yeah,
all they had to do, like I'm sure that a bit of fan fiction from any of us would be better than what they did. Like so many things could have been better. I think I remember Melisandre or whatever her name going out there and like making all of their curved swords burn or something. It was so cool. She did a thing where she like grabbed one sword, maybe cut her hand, and like that caught on fire. And then she like said some shit and all the swords caught on fire. And it was just, oh fuck. They got the flaming magical swords on all the
black chick
now.
That would have fucked Worm.
Oh, that might have been.
Is that Melisandre?
No. Well, that's
Melisandre was the Red Witch. Missandei was the.
Look at that! Nice recall. You're right. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. The one that was naked in the river. That's amazing titties. Yeah, I appreciated that. All the naked titties.
Yes.
Taylor's like, oh, too many titties. No, perfect titties.
Only when
I
it's
like
from battles.
Dude, Taylor's
I want
gay as
lots of
fuck.
titties.
Pretty
I want battles with titties in them. That's what I want to see. I want titty
I think
battles.
that's safe.
Yeah, I don't know
The
why.
only way
the
to
boys
settle
wore that
this is a titty fight.
What are you, gay?
Just,
We've got a regular homosexual in our ranks, don't we? Now we're British.
then
Yeah, that would-
fucking Hodor wins.
Yeah.
He's got the biggest boobs in the land.
Remember when we like upset him? Hodor was gonna come on here and talk to us, and this is like in the middle of his hype too. Like he was a big deal, and I guess like we like pushed the fans too much to go like, hey, come on our show, and he got like upset about it. I don't know if anybody said anything particularly mean, but it just seemed like he was annoyed by too many
He
people
said he
bothering
loves
him.
doing podcasts. It was like, sweet, come on our show. And then he said yes. So we're like, oh, we're going to get Hodor. And then I don't know if he watched the show or like Kyle said, if fans maybe said something unkind, but he backed out. So I'm sorry I cut you off.
Very lame.
Yeah.
I mean,
so then
what's he up to now?
the next part of it is we told our fans that
He's a
Hodor was
DJ.
a bitch. And oh my God, Hodor is a bitch became a thing for like the next 5-10 years that our fans, you know what? He is a bitch.
Yeah,
Fuck
I think
that
he's a dance DJ, right? Like a gay dance DJ.
A gay Oh, he's gay?
Oh. Well, I didn't know he was a member of
I
protected
feel like I
class.
would have
take
known
it all
if he was
back.
gay.
Yeah, he's gay. You probably shouldn't call him any names at all. You get in big trouble. You can't insult a gay
muffin.
man.
Oh, no, he is gay. Yeah.
Yeah, he's very gay.
Muffin is what he is.
Okay, well, I didn't know.
I mean, Woody went after him, not us.
That's true, and I find it reprehensible.
I mean,
I also am upset with Woody.
Damn, 6'10". That's got to be real. That's got to be either the best thing or the worst, and it oscillates wildly. I bet. It's like, damn, I'm the biggest dude in fucking Michigan right now, and then the next time you're getting on a plane, you're like, this fucking.
I'd rather
sucks.
not. I'd rather be 5'10" than 6'10".
No, I'd rather be 6'10" than 5'10".
No, I'll take 5'10". I'll
Be a
fucking get some
freak.
I'll get some shoes and like wear hats and shit. I'll blend. I'll be a fucking day walker amongst like I'll just
Walking
I'll
around
right
like fucking DeSantis.
Yeah, I'll height max.
It's gonna be 6'3".
We'll do whatever I got to do.
Walking around
I'll
on
do neck
stilts.
stretches and shit. I'll get one of those things where you hang yourself from the door to like.
That should work.
Oh, it does work. You go to the chiropractor, you can get a little bit. You know, when they pull you apart, you'll be a little bit taller. You
Really?
get a couple millimeters.
Very
for sure.
briefly.
I
No,
wonder
for a
if
while.
your height changes throughout like the day. Like,
It
do you
does.
wake up a little taller, all stretched
You do.
out, and then
I sleep upside down,
compressed.
dangling. So I
Oh.
always begin the day a few millimeters taller.
Yeah, unbelievably dizzy, but that's the trade-off for beauty.
Oh, it's great for that's how I concentrate. All the blood to my brain.
He's
This is
upside down
why-
right now.
can't remember shit.
Yeah, I'm
Sleeping
dangling.
on my back.
This is you know how Drifter's got that set up where he's coming at you. Like I built I'm actually upside down right now. Yeah.
Like Tom Cruise in Mission Impossible, just hanging from the ceiling.
I wish I had something I could hold up and then somebody would draw up with a string or something like that. Whoop! Oh shit. Oh.
Yeah,
It
at
is
least
normal to experience slight height changes throughout the day. Maximum height in the morning, minimum height in the evening.
It's called sitting, Woody.
Noticeably, this height is changed, usually small, a quarter to half an inch. Oh, wow. A quarter to half an inch is noteworthy. If I was a half inch taller, I feel like when I put shoes on, the whole world is a slightly different perspective.
Fat people are shorter. They have to be.
Oh.
Yeah, probably over time they compress like a star.
Yeah,
Do they have denser bones?
Their spines bend and stuff, so they slump down, and also their shoes and the soles of their feet are more compressed, so they're just mashed down closer to the earth. And of course, if you get too fat, the earth itself depresses, which makes you appear shorter.
Yeah, you want to avoid marshlands and bogs if you're fat
Yeah.
and trying to impress a lady.
Look at that
She'll
short
sleep
guy
right
over there standing in that sand. What's he, 2 feet tall?
I'm
Just
dying.
think
Get me
right
out.
I'm dying. Yeah, apparently quicksand's not real, and that's always upset
No,
me.
that's real.
Don't you fucking say that.
I don't think so.
It is
It
real.
really is
It's just
real.
not a threat the way like it was presented.
I've
which is
literally
the
fallen
most
in
trite
quicksand.
thing ever.
You say that.
I do. I stand by it.
Okay, bet you were a surfer too. I'm not buying it.
Those two things are
Quicksand,
related.
I fell in
Uh,
quicksand. Like, did Indiana Jones help you out with his whip? What did you call it?
I fell like armpit deep, but my surfboard was under my arm, and I used it to climb out.
If you were trapped in quicksand and I tried to help you with a whip, you just
Look, lashed my eye.
like I'm trying to toss it gently, but I have to be quick. You're dying. Like
It's not filthy, and now I have an open wound on my
Why do you
face.
keep pulling it away immediately?
I was trying to
Actually,
snap
I'd
it
stand
around
behind you
your
and I'd be like, "Get out of that pit!" And then suddenly you'd have a little motivation, a little gumption, crawl
I'd
yourself
take my
out of
way
that
out
little
after that,
bootstraps
yeah.
mentality. Yeah.
Yeah, no,
So you
I've fallen in quicksand deep like that one time, but like knee deep or even a little more, a bunch of times.
Yeah, I've never experienced quicksand. Actually, I'm trying to remember. I fell in something one time. What the fuck was I in?
I have a
think
theory. I just thought of it. I wonder if it's more common on the beach because people dig holes and make sandcastles and shit like that. So it would seem like if you dug a hole and then a wave filled it in, could it maybe not have the same density? Could it just be a mixture of like sandy water?
Yeah,
that
maybe.
Wouldn't be otherwise.
I know a lady died the other day on a beach somewhere because they had dug one of those giant holes and it collapsed on her. It just buried her alive and she died.
Oh, that
You know,
sucks. Because it's so
probably
much
seen
fun to
people
dig holes at the beach.
Yeah, you've probably seen people on TikTok building like doing crazy shit on the beach, like bringing fucking shovels and shit. I saw the one where they allowed like the water to flow across like an island, and it looked like they were going to ruin the fucking island. I don't know what they had done.
Was it Waimea by chance? They do that all the time.
Oh, I have no idea. But it was like the police had shown up because they had cut this ditch between like two parts of water and now that they've connected them, it became this raging river.
Yeah.
And everybody's like, what the fuck did y'all do?
Oh, in Waimea, they do that intentionally. And it's actually the city that does it. So the surfers there are often very talented, and they'll surf though as that like little lake drains into the ocean. But I know the city's doing it because they've got fucking excavators like linking the two. It's not regular people. Regular people don't bring excavators to the beach.
Yeah, you need to be elite.
Yeah, it could be Jeff Bezos, but I bet it's the city.
I have no experience with quicksand in real life. It's all from films, all from
I
movies.
bet there's not that much in Missouri.
No.
Don't you guys have the
Video
Ozarks?
games.
We do have the Ozarks. I bet that you could find a pit to fall in the Ozarks, sure. But
Do you have alligators?
I don't think there are I think it's like so few as to be non-existent. Like
What's the scariest thing in the Ozarks?
Like snapping turtles, I guess. Like there's nothing that's gonna like really fuck you up. But like
Snapping
if you,
turtles are scary, but on the scary scale of animals, they're not at the top.
yeah. Like if like that would ruin your weekend getting attacked by a snapping turtle. You'd have to go to the hospital.
I don't even want to lose any of my fingers.
Yeah, I don't want to lose my fingers, my toes, anything
nose.
to a fucking
I use
snapping
my nose
turtle.
every day.
That would be nose is so important. You'd look like an idiot without your nose. Everybody has noses.
It'd be a problem with glasses.
Yeah, I just have to be
Just
blind.
hold them all the time. With my,
Oh man, if I had like Tyrion face, like book Tyrion face, ooh, I'd have to. I'd live I wouldn't even come
You can
upstairs.
get those prosthetics are pretty good. Like the fake
Maybe I
like
could
nose
upgrade.
gadgets.
Yeah, I'd get a deal on a World War one,
Or that
where I could just talk like this out of the corner of my mouth. Yeah,
dude, that's a good look.
it's not a good look.
Dude, that's one of the best characters ever. I love that. fucking
Okay,
character.
update your Tinder profile and see how it goes.
Okay. Maybe not. Well, mask on or mask off?
Either one isn't going to be a winner.
That's fair. That's fair.
Yeah.
Yeah, that mask is pretty creepy, but when he took it off, it was a real mess.
He's almost as ugly as Steve Buscemi with the mask.
Oh.
Steve Buscemi's not a looker. Come on,
He was a handsome man back in the day with those bulging blues.
he wasn't though.
What?
Sure. A big, strong guy,
Zach, would you
broad shoulders,
Zach, find the most flattering picture of Steve Buscemi that you can.
broad chested, and powerful looking.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And if you want to fuck over Kyle like we always do, it's show tradition.
I mean, if you can find a picture that helps my argument, then good on you, buddy. That'd be the more impressive skill.
He'll take Jamie's spot.
I mean, let's not. When he finds a bad picture of Steve Buscemi, let's not pat him on the back too hard, okay?
Oh my god!
All right. Well, that's clearly some sort of AI generated ghoulish.
No, I think this is a red carpet event.
That is Steve Buscemi if he had actually been a vampire named Gastul for the last 6,000 years. Oh, look at there.
See,
That
what
is
you did was you made it. You started with that other one, so now when this comes up, it's like pretty good looking guy.
Exactly. Yeah. That looks touched up or something. Like he doesn't have.
No, that's what he looks like.
Let's give him some hairline.
That's him last year, Woody.
I've never seen a hairline like that.
Yeah, it's wispy, isn't it?
It's just that's not how balding goes. Like you can widow's peak it, but a one side widow's peak with so much in the front and that hole in the side.
Well, let's not judge the man too hard. He's clearly had to. He's had a lot of impediments in life, but physical and otherwise, and so and he's risen to. His star's risen quite high. So let's leave him the fuck alone. Oh, that's sad. I saw that.
Proof that feminizing face app makes you better looking.
Yeah, it really evens out your wrinkles.
I mean, stop making that face, bro. That's half your problem.
He's doing De Niro face. That's what he's doing right there.
I've always loved Buscemi and everything. He's back in the day in Fargo. He's fucking a little bit scary and deranged and crazy. But man, I love him in Sopranos. He's a bit miscast, but I just like him so much. I think that I enjoy him.
Yeah. I think Steve Buscemi and John Goodman are two actors that like when I see them in anything, I'm like I want to watch that. Oh, what's that? Paul Giamatti. I like Paul Giamatti a lot. He's great.
Yeah, I don't know if you've ever seen Con Air with again our boy Nicolas Cage, but Steve Buscemi's in that. And again, the premise is it's a plane transporting like the worst prisoners.
You know what's funny? I haven't seen it. I know the gist because you've told me about it.
Steve Buscemi's like Hannibal Lecter when they bring him onto the plane. They've got like multiple dog, like you know that pole you lasso a dog with.
Yeah,
they've got multiple of those attached to like Steve Buscemi at different hook points. Like his arms are controlled by multiple of those poles as they like lead him in like Lecter. And all the prisoners are scared of him. They're like, I heard he killed a little girl, cut her face off and wore it on his for 3 states. Just like crazy shit like that. Yeah. So Steve Buscemi's just there being scary the whole time.
Yeah. Well, maybe I won't watch that one. Sounds dumb.
I hope you'll watch the Shogun show. Since
I'll watch the Shogun
any of these fantastic, classic, pivotal pop culture referenceable, like very important films that you clearly just don't watch just to spite me. Or it's possible that you've just been watching them like and like you're part of a whole movie club that I'm not allowed in, and y'all just talk about like, yeah, Kyle's picks are so great, but I'm not allowed in there. Yeah, and
I was like, I was very well versed in movies and I just never talked about it.
Yeah, that would I think that would break me.
I've been sitting on a bit for about a month. I'm not sure it's good enough, but there's only 10 minutes left. This is a spelling bee for just Taylor.
Oh, no.
That has hard words, but they're not over the top super hard that Taylor can't spell.
Are you do it for me and Kyle?
All right.
I'll bite.
You'll bite? Okay.
Yeah, I'll play.
I have the words in front of me. For the record, I could probably spell 15% of these. I'm not trying to.
Oh, fuck. I'm not going to get them.
Pretend I'm. No, you're going to do. I think you can spell these. So I'm going to pick one that's hardish, but not over the top. Liaison.
Liazon.
Laison?
All right, that one was too hard. Liaison.
Oh, fuck.
Oh. All right, epitome.
Epitome.
Kyle, what's your guess?
Epitome.
You both got it. Okay.
Because it's epitome. That's how I remember that one. It's a little embarrassing, but I just remember epitome.
Oh, that's how I read it.
You remember liaison.
Don't get me started on freaking.
You need to remember liaison.
Liaison. Yeah, true. I got it wrong.
Necessary.
Neccessarry. It's like double all the way, right?
Necessary. It's only one C and 2 S's.
Taylor's right.
Oh, you're right. Wait,
this
I thought
one
it was 2 C's. Okay,
narcissistic.
Narcissis.
Kyle, what do you think?
Narcis. Narciss. I'm at the S. Is. Narcissus. TIC.
You're so Taylor got it. Kyle missed double S in the middle.
Oh, yeah. It's also kind of hard not writing it down.
It is. I'm trying to do like the I need to do the palm thing.
That's what I'm doing. Like I'm like syllabling it through it.
It's tough. I'd say type it, but then it'd be really hard to distinguish that.
Yeah, I'd have to
autocomplete.
type it here and just
I missed one yet.
It would be entered into nothing. Just typing.
Some of these words are too easy. Like 8. I can spell 8.
Like ATE.
Oh, that's the other one.
Oh, I got it wrong. Fuck.
Taylor fucked it up. Oh, here's one I mess up. Lightning.
LIGHTNING. Oh, you probably do lightening.
I do.
Yeah.
That's a different word.
Yep.
Well,
like skin lightening treatment.
Indict.
INDICT.
Yeah.
Yeah. Taylor can spell everything but liaison, it appears.
Fuck. Zach, remove liaison from the show.
Use the AI to fix that.
You're a pretty good speller as well, Kyle.
I don't know about that. If I'm writing, I'm okay. But sometimes I'll say a word over and over and it stops becoming a word.
Yes.
Sometimes that'll happen to me with like normal words, and I'm like, fucking mine.
Yeah.
So, like I feel like I'm from a different. Like it's like did I come from another universe where that wasn't the word for me for my things?
I'll do that when I'm really high. I'll be like playing AOE and like the victory standards like conquest. I'm like conquest. What even is a conquest?
It's simple, and I always get it right. But I process every time I use it because apostrophe means it is when you'd think it would mean plural, and you just got to get it right.
It shouldn't, but it really bothers me when people use the wrong there. Whether it's the possessive one.
It's very easy. Like it's hard.
So easy. And look, people be like, who cares? You are the same people who care what color text messages come in at. So let me just say from someone, when I see you use the wrong there, I immediately think like, ooh, okay. We'll see if they repeat this pattern or if it was a typo.
Mm-hmm.
Yes. Yeah. Because I know the right there. That's not a good example because I think I almost never fuck that one up. But there are words I'll mess up. I'll use the wrong your every once in a blue moon. And it doesn't mean I don't know it. It just mistakes happen.
Yeah.
No, I'm perfect. I don't make mistakes like that.
It must be nice.
I'm on a good run with there.
Oh, it's terrible. Everyone hates it.
You know what I'm good at? I use an apostrophe after the S when the word ends with S, but it's plural or possessive. Like I'll put the
of course.
No one does that.
Here's the spell. This is one that sometimes slips people up. There's a great Patrice O'Neill bit about it where he's like, it's a restaurant where he's like, if someone came to me and they had a gun to my mom's head and they were like, hey, spell restaurant. I'd be looking in my mom's eyes and I'd be saying, I love you. I love you with every bit of me. I love you,
dude.
REST. Au.
Yeah. I think it's rest, REST, and then AURANT. I think it's rest, rant. Right?
Yes.
I'm
going to type it.
And the worst part is every episode of Seinfeld, they go through that.
You get it?
And then yeah, that's right. Every episode of Seinfeld, they like shows the word restaurant because they're outside one. And then it'll flick away from it. And I'll be like, wait, I still don't know how to spell it. I used to do that all the time until I sat down and was like, rest, rant. I almost had to make a fucking what do you call the to help you remember like the planets and stuff like that. What do you call those?
Oh, where you have to make like a
mnemonic device, right?
Oh, okay, yeah.
Mnemonic device. Like my excellent mother sat under new pines. Do you know that one? Do you know Roy G. Biv?
I remember Roy G. Biv. I don't remember the pines one.
It's the planets. It's the order of the planets. Mars. My excellent mother just sat.
Well, a vote for one on the planets.
Every good boy deserves
it's definitely Mercury.
No, what's that one? Is that the planets again?
The strings on a guitar.
Oh no,
I definitely don't know that then. Do you play guitar at all anymore? I remember
not anymore. I didn't get better. I tried a lot. And I wish I was too shy there was subscribers who were like, let's do a Skype call. I'll help you out.
Mm-hmm.
And I didn't want them to know I was bad at guitar, as if it was some kind of secret. And like, I don't know. I should have asked for more help. Maybe I would have done better.
Yeah, it's like, I can't let them know I'm learning.
Right?
They'll mock me.
Yeah. It's like,
it is funny how you get with things like that, where it's like, I'm new. And they're like, show me. It's like, no. I don't want to, because you're not new, and you'll get fun of
I don't
me.
want people to know I started at the beginning.
Yeah,
but I've talked about it before, but I have a lame left hand, so I had to play left-handed. I'd finger with the right and strum with my bad hand.
Yeah, when he says lame, he doesn't mean like it doesn't bring any alcohol when it comes to parties. He means like it doesn't work good.
It has nerve damage, so I don't have the dexterity in two of my fingers, and so anyway, that just means that I like basically all the music that's out there, everything I do, I would have to sort of flip it in my head to handle the upside down strings. And people do it. There are left-handers that play guitar, but it added an extra obstacle for me.
Are there not?
Yeah, Eric Clapton does it. You know, no big deal.
Yeah, and he's
Woody and Clapton.
Who's the Jimi Hendrix?
Yeah,
Jimi Hendrix played left-handed, but he used a right-handed guitar upside down.
Also known as the greatest guitarist of all time. So in good company.
I don't know why, he could do it and I can't.
Yeah, why could he figure it out? What's so special about him?
Right?
Being a musical savant. He's really good at that shit.
It's absurd.
Was he really that good?
I don't think so. It's like I'm not good enough to tell what's good.
The internet told me he was.
Me either.
Yeah, the internet says he's the greatest ever, maybe
Sounds
something. Cool. I don't like his music mostly. And
I don't know.
Have you ever seen that thing about what makes a good drummer? There's a 5-minute YouTube video.
No.
So there's this guy, and he's playing a Beatles song. I don't recall which one. And Ringo Starr. Ringo Starr, by the way, is the most expensive guitar player in the history of Earth. He's the highest paid. And the guy is arguing that Ringo Starr is the best. Anyway, he plays, and it's just like... It's not much to it. It's a real simple sort of back down beat for a Beatles song. And then he's like, this is what good guitar sounds like. And he plays the same thing, but now he's all over the drums. He's banging it. He's hitting the cymbal, and it sounds like good drumming, but it's not musical. It doesn't support the song. And he's like, a good drummer gives the song what it needs. A bad drummer does it for his own glory.
Cowbell guy.
Fuck. So anyway, Jimi Hendrix to me is that bad drummer. He's that guy who's just crazy on the solo, shredding, going wild, but he doesn't support a song. I can't name that Jimi Hendrix song. Yeah, I can dance to it.
Yeah, I guess I really don't know, but I know when I've heard his guitar solos in clips, it's like, that sounds really cool. Like, it sounds like he's going real quick, and that's impressive to me.
Yeah, he's quick.
But there's this Asian kid on Twitch. You don't even know.
Dude,
that one guy. What's the song everybody does the hardest one? Like something through the fire or something.
Through the fire and flames.
Dragon.
Like
something.
I guess they keep trying to do it on faster and faster speeds. It's not enough to just beat it perfectly. They do it on double speed, triple speed, quadruple speed, and shit like that. And I watched the dude doing it on whatever the new record was, double, triple speed. And it's just a flurry of buttons and clicks. His fingers, we talked about Wings getting bloody fingers from playing COD. There's no way these high-level Guitar Hero guys don't have calloused fingers from playing that stupid plastic guitar.
Oh, yeah.
When I watch somebody great at video games, if you watched Landmark play Escape from Tarkov, just his fingers, I don't think you'd be that impressed. It doesn't look so great. But when you watch someone play Guitar Hero, oh my God. It's like, how do humans possess this skill? It is outrageous.
Yeah, they're holding the instrument differently.
But even a regular dope like me, I played a little Guitar Hero, but I was never anything special. It's vastly, it seems almost like you wouldn't be able to keep up with it, but you can.
Yeah, it must be so much muscle memory at that point that the visuals are just cues for timing that is incredibly ingrained. I love the speedrunner drama. I'll watch an hour at a time about some but them one-upping each other in Donkey Kong or fucking Mario Brothers 8 or whatever the fuck it is. They'll find new techniques and ways to like
2600 games about skiing or something.
There's drama when a cheater happens, or maybe this was recorded with the wrong technology, or that was on the Japanese version, so you have to do this math because it's in this many frames per second, and the English version and so doing it. Oh, but then Hideki Matsuda got an English version of the game, and then the montage music starts. Da, na, na. And like now, the incredible Japanese player has the English copy of the game that runs at a different frame rate. Can he top his old high score? And you're like, fuck, I hope so. It's the nerdiest shit I watch by far.
That's I like the kind of fun though. Too. It's not always this good, but they're like, Taylor was the champion for 16 years until Cunt Pounder 69 arrived on the scene.
Little did he know, Cunt Pounder had been pounding away in his office.
Both of them struggling to catch on to the one true only queer boy 69, who's at the top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, and there's no women in speedrunning, by the way. Not a single fucking.
Well, it's merit based.
No, it's something else based. You got to be a special kind of fella to get into competitive.
There's a
Mario Brothers speed runs. Yeah,
and you must be on that spectrum
that you have
to make it work.
It's just not a girl's.
You lie, hobby. But Colin will fuck up everybody you know is Fall Guy.
You just gotta show him a Guitar Hero. He'll be teaching you guitar. You'll have an in-house teacher.
Right. There's like I know we're about to end, but I think I'll get this right. There's and they're always looking for these ways in those old games to like skip ahead and kind of break the game a little bit, like slide around or do something funky, bounce off this while you're crouching at the right frames, and you can get an advantage. Apparently, there was like, I don't know, a charged particle from the sun or something that just happened to flip an O to a 1 in this guy's Donkey Kong game while he was playing it live. And Donkey Kong was able to go up to several levels essentially magically. They couldn't figure out or recreate how it happened, but there it was. And they finally came down to it was just a charged solar particle that happened to hit the game console at the perfect place to make that 1 in a billion thing happen. And you got to imagine, those people on the spectrum we were talking about, they're the best at this. Okay. Mm-hmm. They grinded for years to try. They're like, all right, it was at this time frame. He was like at this point at frame 101, he jumps, twists, does the backwards thing, and it doesn't work. See, we've done it. I know we've been here for years. They couldn't. I think that's the conclusion that like the gaming community came to, that it was just a freak occurrence that'll never happen again.
I didn't even know that could happen.
I didn't either. But in those games, like especially in like Mario Kart, they'll find ways to like fly through the air and like skip parts of the track and shit like that. Yeah,
I'm not sure that like the fun out of the game. Solar flare, the solar flare thing was like a cliche joke, urban lore type thing when I worked in customer support. Like everything that couldn't be duplicated, solar flares.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So when I hear it in the speedrunning community, I'm like, is this the joke that I've been hearing since 1995 or real?
It happened.
Okay.
It's certainly not someone cheating at
we don't bandy about theories and half-baked ideas around here. This is where you come for hard facts,
news,
and you just take what we say, you plot it in here, and you leave it there forever as God's honest truth, because we wouldn't lead you astray. We sell cum, pills, and drugs here. Okay, we're the good guys.
Mm-hmm. That's true. Would a bad guy sell cum pills?
We're talking about autistic gamers, and I just have to throw this in there. Colin's playing this game. The teams have 3 men. There's 24 people on the board, and there's no respawn. You've gathered that, right? Lock it in. He comes downstairs. He's like, hey, Dad, I got 8 kills. It's like, fuck. No respawn, right? There's only 24 people in this thing, and you killed 8 of them yourself? My first game. Then I got 14. Then I got 17. kind of terror are you in this game? There's only 21 possible kills, and you're getting 17. Like, and
it's causing a lot of frustration to people.
17s all the time. He just must be pub stopping these kids.
That's funny.
On Hypixel somewhere. I don't know.
I didn't even know. He's getting fucking 60-70% of the kills. It's like being like, I just had a great team deathmatch. I went 67-0. It's like, it's only to 75. So yeah, the rest of my team didn't even get on the field.
Yeah, that's the parallel. It's funny. He's very good at these games, but he only plays 2, Minecraft and Fall Guy.
You got to hone your craft. You're not the man who's played 10,000 games, but the man who's played one game 10,000 times.
That's it. All right, time to wrap.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
All right, check out the links in the description. Buy some cum pills and make your dick hard. It'll be cool. PKA 689.